So, I am making this tier list video. It's gonna be very long. I'm gonna make 3 uploads of this. But who am I? I'm Flares, the Morimens content creator and ZCN sponsor now. I have played Morimens for almost a year now. I have coached 500 hours of players every week for months. Even before I started streaming runs. Before it, I just helped players out of my own free time. Can I say I am not a good person? So look. Even when I get 0 views on these coaching streams, basically 0 views, I still help. Hundreds and hundreds of hours of coaching streams in my ZZN streams, coaching streams, content creation streams, everything for the game. And all my guides span all the way back. I played every fucking comp. Every fucking comp, make thousands of videos, or hundreds of videos technically. I'm gonna do 238 videos so far. Yeah, that is my appealed pathways. I cleared all the content. And I actually scored high in D-Tide, unlike other people. So you'll always find me on the leaderboards usually. I've done everything it has to offer, whether it's PvP leaderboard, whether it's D-Tide leaderboard, every fucking wave. Every fucking issue. I'm there. Who else is there? No one else on the English community there. So there we go. And I have helped players cleared on low investment units. I help free to play. I help whales. So I know where each unit fits on the fucking tier list. And this video is going to be very long because I'm going to go over every fucking unit. Their teams they're used on, their roles, why they're weak, why they're strong, and show gameplay clips in general. I'm going to show lots of gameplay clips in conjunction with narrating every unit. That's why this video is so long. That's why I split into parts and have a complete part as well. What's up? Now, this is the updated tier list for 2025. All of you guys, I made it into 3 new tier lists because people got confused about the whale edition and there were too many units, so I scaled everything appropriately. So, remember, my tier list is relative. C is average. Those are units I base everything off of. If a unit is worse than a unit in C tier, they go down a tier. If they're better, they go up a tier. That is what I do. Does that mean that people in C tier, D tier, F tier are unplayable? No, they're playable. They're just weaker than the other options. I'm not gonna have fucking 5,000 units in S to C tier, like some other content creators for the other games. I see fucking tier lists with like fucking S, SS, SSS plus, SSS plus. Go fucking do something over your life. S to F only. Holy fucking shit. Make everything relative. If, let's say, the next year, 50,000 Tawil's releases, 50,000 whaled out calf release. Let's say the next 10 DPS units, they all one-shot the boss. You play one card, they one-shot the boss. I'm not going to make a new tier called SS. You know what's going to happen? Everyone in S tier is going down a tier. They're all gone. They're wiped out from existence. You know what happens? If every single unit from now on is better than every single unit on this list, every single unit on this list will go straight to F tier for the new age of awakeners. That's what I'm going to do. And that's what I did. The main changes before I go into every single video, this tier list is going to cover every single unit, again, 2025 retrospective. The buffs, the changes with gameplay videos. I'm not going to go talk over. This is new Flares. You know why? New Flares has gameplay footage from old Flares, from all the coaching sessions. I have gameplay footage of every one of these awakers. I'm going to talk over them. And talk over their kits too. So that is how I do my tier list. Now, to make this simple for you guys, it's in 3 sections now. This is the general tier list that 90% of you will use. It's what I recommend 90% of you guys use, okay? This is just general, what you should invest your resources in. This tier list over here is if you're a Giga Whale, plus 12, level 90, perfect covenants and wheels, relative. Now, why is Sorell still in C tier? I'm using Sorell as the baseline. She got buffed recently. She's pretty decent now, whaled out. I'm using her as my baseline unit for comparing damage. So she is average. She will always be average for this tier list. In the O tier list, she will be B tier. But I realized there were too many units in the A, B tiers, so I started culling them. I culled them to shit. People got eliminated. There were tears. There was devastation. Tulu got bumped down. Tulu, right here, got bumped down. Tulu was eliminated from Lemuria's Got Talent. He's crying. Well, he would be sleeping. He's crying in his sleep. He's having nightmares of when he was a tier higher. But sorry, Tulu. You have to make room for the Pikmin. You have to make room. I have to make the hard decisions here as a content creator and a guide maker. And Tulu, you're gone from B tier. So that is how I approach this. This is just the E3 tier list. If every Waker was at E3. Relative. Remember, Sorell is the baseline. Are they stronger than an E3 Sorell? Are they weaker than an E3 Sorell? At E3. So I'm going to go over every unit one by one and their kits with their gameplay footage. So this video probably be a little long. Deal with it. Now, S tier. General tier list. I'm not going to talk about the other whales, so I'm going to talk about the entire Waker in order. So first, Tawil. Still S tier. Still one of the best units in the fucking game. Anyone who has played her will know that. Do people hate playing her? Yes. She's one of the most controversial units, but everyone can agree she's S tier. Everyone uses her every fucking week in D-Tide for an Alert 5, either Mono Will or Blue Will. Now, her kit will never be power crept. Ever. Because of her choices that she makes, the fucking decisions you can do, her infinite utility. And as more Wakers come, and better Wakers come with her better cards, she copies them. She's the copycat Awaker. Now, what does she do? For all those new players watching my videos, for all my ZZN viewers, because my subscribership did double. So, she's a Keyflare unit that was originally designed as a support. When she originally came out, everyone thought, oh, she is dog shit. She is probably B or C tier. If you look up the O tier list a year ago, everyone pre-release thought she was going to be bad because they did not know how easy it is to play the wings with S-Key. So, I'm going to talk about her cards. Her Rouse increases the S-Key she gains and your Keyflare. Keyflare is extremely important in Arc 2. It's one of the best things you can do in Arc 2, actually. And every Enlighten is also value. I recommend getting her E1 or E2, which means 1 or 2 dupes. And then going for OE if you want to. Her E3 is very good, but only in Arc 1. So let's go over every Enlightened. So E1, why it's good, is it reduces the cost of Omni cards by 1. So Omni is her skill 1 card. They keep retranslating this. I still have her old kit in parts of the spreadsheet. They have changed the names of her card at least three times. So I refer to every Awaker cards as skill 1 or skill 2 depending on their order. Because they will retranslate things. Because, you know, AI translation and stuff. They will do it less now. I think it's already finalized. But just to be safe, I do this. Because Insight used to be Inspiration, by the way. Pinions of Time used to be Time Strung Pinion. So, yeah. So, it basically causes her skill 1, which is this, to -1 the top card. So, Omni card, go into my videos, my guides. I have guides for every single unit in my YouTube channel, in a playlist. So, Omni. The top card of your deck is copied with Omni, unless it is an Insight. If it's an Insight, nothing will happen. So you would always know what the top card of your deck is. That's her immense value. That's why I run her with Cawus and Hamel. Why would you want her in Cawus and Hamel and Blue Will, besides the bone, besides the weakness, besides all that? Is because they have retained cards. Now, if Omni copies a retained card, it is also retained if you end your turn. And you can keep that Omni so it can transform into something else. So having a retained cards in your deck is very good. So you keep the Soul Overture, you keep the Protective, for example. Generally, you want to copy the Pins of Times or the Wings. Now, a disclaimer. If you copy an exhaust card, like the Twin Wings, 4 Wings, 6 Wings, when you play the Omni, it gets exhausted from your deck. Some people are not fine with it. I'm fine with it. You do it. It's good value because you get the wings, and typically the boss is going to be dead by then. However, if you are in a situation where you know a boss fight is going to take a long time, you may not want to exhaust it that early. It's from a player to player difference with her Omni card. That's why this is one of the best cards in the game, and I like to Omni Caucasus cards because it copies the same effects plus 10 Alimus. So if you Omni a Shattered Halberd, you get that 20 Alimus from Caucasus Shattered Halberd and this 10 Alimus to charge her up faster. That's 30. It's insane value, and it makes it a 1 cost. But generally, people in Mono will generally copy the Pins of Time. Now, that's why her E1 is very important. Besides, also, the Pins of Time also adds an insight to your hand. So when you play Pins of Time, which is her skill 2, her skill 2 here is Pins of Time. It gets her strength and 1 insight. And it shuffles the wings. So she has Twin Wings, 4 Wings, 6 Wings. Twin Wings generates, is 2 hit, generates Alimus. 4 Wings is 4 hits. It steals strength, better than a fucking garbage Clem, which is a complete dog shit unit. And it steals their strength, gets you strength. So basically, you want to play a lot of 4 Wings in a turn and get her started. Now, 6 Wings. 6 Wings has piercing. It has one of the few piercing card effects. What this means is it can pierce through most invulns. Some invulns it cannot pierce through. It can pierce through shields. Well, that means it does damage to the shield and the HP of the boss as well. And pierces through invuln. It pierces through barriers, it pierces through everything. That's what piercing is in the game. It's a somewhat rare ability. And you then get one of multiple options that are one-time use, which are feed elements and stuff, which I'll show in the video in a second. Now, her Exalt, her ultimate ability, is one of the best ultimate abilities in the game, depending on what realm you are. That's why I recommend Blue Realm the most, because it has the least awakers, so the pool is a lot smaller. And the pool of cards you can play are higher value in general to choose. Almost all the cards in Blue Realm are high value because they have the best cards in the game and they're not cluttered. So depending on what realm you play her, you do a different thing basically. Whether it's Mono Will, whether it's Blue Will, whether it's Kara Will, whether it's Ultra Will. And the cards she copies with this is from any unit in the realm. So when you play this, it copies any 3 out of 5 skill cards in the fucking realm. So she can copy Horless Joy. She can copy Caucasus card. She can copy Lightning. She can copy G-Doll's Heal. Now, why you don't want to use her in other realms is because they have low value cards. There's not a lot of cards you want to copy besides the Blue Realm, because Blue Realm has high value cards, whether it be Poison, whether it be Counter, whether it be Lightning, whether it be Shields. She becomes an ultimate utility unit if you play her in Blue. In Mono Will, she's very good. A lot of people still use her, but it's more RNG dependent. Because remember, every Awaker in that realm's card is in that realm. Now, Chaos has the most units because they have the starter units, which is Doll, Ogier, Lotan. And they have lower value cards because they were released when the game just started. And when the game just started, most of the kits were weaker than they are now because of power creep. And you guys who have played Gacha games know what power creep is. Now, since Chaos Realm has a lot of old units, their card value is lower. Like, for example, would you want to fucking copy Alva cards as Tawil? No, they're in the pool. 2 out of 8. Would you want to copy Doll's card? Maybe to heal, but this Outer Surgery? Not really. There are better weakness cards in other realms. Would you want to copy Ogier's cards? It's pretty bad compared to modern day cards. Now, cards you do want to copy are all from the newer units. Even 24 is newer than most of these units. like G-Dog, for example, or even Calf, or sometimes Riker, but they have lower value. The card you want the most is G Ramona. G Ramona, if you're playing Mono Will, you want Predetermined Strike, because it's infinite strength scale, and depending on how many times you posse, increase the multiplier of strength scaling by 1. So you want to posse a lot and copy this Predetermined Strike, hold like 5 of them in your hand or whatever, and then burst the boss in 1 turn. This is one of the ways to play Mono Will, for example. Now, yeah, this is very cluttered. It's very RNG. It's still very strong, still very used, but it's semi-nerfed in Arc 2 with the S Keyflare changes. I'll go over it a little bit later. So Blue Realm, one of the least units, and all their cards have value. Let's say you want to copy Goliath's card. You want to copy Law of the Strong, for example. If you copy a Law of the Strong, it steals all the strength, and most enemies, especially late game Alert 5, late game Hard Mode Story, they generate strength faster than you can generate strength. Headhunter, one of the rare bosses in, let's say, D-Tide, Alert 5, he generates like 3,000 strength sometimes. Fran, or no, Baby Fran, he gets like 20-something strength every time you hit them. And eventually he gets like 3,000 strength. You steal all that 3,000 strength with just Law of the Strong. It's one of the strongest utility cards in the game, late game. Because it steals all of their fucking strength for a turn, and you can use it to your heart's content. And again, enemy scales faster in strength than you. Like, this is 5 strength. Enemies get like shit ton of strength. So yeah, that is why Law of Strong is good. Decap is if you're about to kill, or if it's in the HP threshold, you copy this, you play it, you refund your Evereth back, get the mana back. It's a very good card. This is becoming a guide video. I'm going to link my guides. Well, I need to make it briefer overview of what she does. But yeah, most of these cards are high value, such as Mariam's Pierce, Caucus's Counter, blah, blah, blah. So it's very, very good. Now let's go back to Tawil. So her E2, the card she copied with her Exalt, gets Prepared 1. Now, what is Prepare 1? It used to be called something different, but now it's Prepare 1. I forgot what it used to be called, but Prepare 1, which means that it is retained, and every turn you hold it in your hand, the cost gets subtracted by 1. That's what it means. So if you get a copy of 4-cost card, you hold it for 4 turns, it becomes a 0-cost card. And you just hold it for 4 turns. It's very good. So that's why Blue has some expensive cards. You can just wait down a turn and play it when you have to. Now, her E3 is not as essential because all it does is make her basic strike and basic intent, give her crit rate and crit damage. It is good, but generally you don't really play basic strikes and basic defense a lot in this game for most units. Now, there are some exceptions, which I'll cover later on in the video. And her secondary effect is meh, except for Arc 1. Arc 1, you can use it, because Arc 1, you have 100% DR. In Arc 2, you do not have 100% DR unless you invest in DR covenants. I don't really believe in that. Because if you're triggering DR, you're already fucked up on your first place, and your team's kind of dog shit. I try not to proc DR. But if you have to proc it, just proc it once. The game has infinite retries, If it's 20%, just keep retrying until you proc it. Why invest more in DR? Yeah, what it does is when you proc DR, you get Echoes of the Past. What Echoes of the Past does is it's a card that regens your health and shield values to the turn where you die. So you die, next turn you have 1 HP, you play Echoes of the Past, you regen to the HP value you're at before you ended your turn. So if you're gonna proc a DR, do it when you're full HP. So if a boss is doing 10,000 damage and you have max HP, rather than try to shield that up and live with 1 HP, you proc the DR, so you get to, 1 HP. Next turn you play it, you're full HP again. That's generally what you want to do with her E3 if you do choose to proc it. Now her Overexalt. Her Overexalt is Tawil damage generation. It's pretty good because it reduces the RNG because you choose from 10 cards instead of 5 cards. You still only choose 3 cards, but the reason why it's good is not because of that. It's because the damage, shield gen, and HP recovery increased by 35%. This is high scaling. 35% is a big number. And everything she gets. So this is why Tawil plays cards better than the Awaker she copies them from. And she also gets 3 Arith. So her OE is very good. I don't recommend pulling for a Bound Net because +4 can already clear every content in the game. I do it all the time. Blue will. I don't see a need to invest in her anymore, so I'm not. But I might invest in her if people, donate, because I don't know if a lot of people borrow my Tawil. But let's go on to the gameplay. I can narrate more. So before I get started, Tawil is a very complicated character. I only scratched the surface of her kit. I know I've been talking for a long time, but I made an entire Tawil guide series here on YouTube. You just click on this guide series. Again, this is calm flares. I'm going to switch between calm flares and loud flares throughout the video, because people like the flares persona. Because if you watch any of my coaching videos, you know I don't actually act like that all the time. People like it for the views. So people enjoy the flares persona. So I give them a treat. So this is the Tawil guide series, and I've been working on the spreadsheet for like 6 hours straight. So I don't have a lot of energy to go full flares all the time right now. So Tawil guide series, I made an entire guide right now. A lot. 10 commandments, pick your count. It has come some views. And I do have a lot of Tawil content in my channel. Like I have me coaching a lot of players on Tawil. Some of them are videos. I don't make D-type coaching videos anymore because no one really watches them. So if you want any of my coaching streams, just go under live and just find any coaching stream. I coach a lot of players. I'm having one this Friday. This video will probably be posted afterwards, but we'll see. Maybe it will be posted before, and you can catch me on stream. I do like 12-hour coaching sessions until I run out of people. If I run out of people, then I stop it and I play something else. So catch me while I'm coaching. Form a line, maybe a reservation, whatever. First come, first serve, just like a restaurant, I even accept all trash players now who didn't listen and fucking break their account. So Tawil guide series right now. Now let's go over a gameplay clip of Tawil. Oh, now I'm gonna mute this video. This is my YouTube. This is fast for me than just, fucking getting the clips and talking over. So I'm gonna talk over while this gameplay is shown. So this is, I'm gonna speed this up too. Playback speed 2 times. I do play a lot. This is my Blue Will comp. I play this a lot, but as you can see, it generates a lot of count. This is just turn 5, and you have 60,000 counter here. The boss has 32,000 poison. So this is the power of Tawil in blue. You can basically do everything for any situation. So I just did a thing here. So I copied Mariam's 3-cost chosen. It's a 0-cost now. And if you hold it beyond the 3 turns, it will, if you +2 it with Hamel, it will still be +0, +1. That was only held for 3 turns, so it was not that case. Because the longer you hold it, it can go into the negative values in game. That means that if you make it more expensive with the Hamel, you can play it, double play it for still 0 cost. So that's why she's very strong. And even with 50 reinforced, which is the boss takes 50% damage, we still generate a lot of counter, a lot of poison, and with this whole thing, and Hamel kind of feels the whole gameplay here. So it's one of very strong counts, because if, let's say, a boss demands you want them to poison them, you have poison. If a boss demands you need AoE, you have AoE. Because Blue Realm has every mechanic in the game except Bleed. And Bleed is basically a worse poison, in my opinion. So yeah, you basically have everything at your disposal if you play her blue. Like AoE, poison, counter, pure damage with tentacle, with lightning. There's an ad playing. I don't have YouTube Premium because that's a scam. I don't want to use Brave Browser right now. So yeah, so with Tawil, there's not anything, like you will never encounter a boss or a situation where you'll go, this boss is unbeatable for this comp. I need to change comp. You will never encounter that situation. Even on bosses with counter, you just kill them with counter, with poison. You can build up shields with Tawil. It will be slightly harder than, if they don't have counter. Counter is one of the bad mechanics in the game that's really cancer. But you can just switch to Mono Will. Because you know why? Pandia has the counter removal card. The counter removal card is good. So she has access to every Awaker's kit in the game. That's why she's S tier. That's why she's one of the best units in the entire game. No other Awaker gives you as many choices, gives you as many options as Tawil. It's just options after options after options. Now, that is where most players find an issue with her, because with too many options, you face option for paralysis. You know that thing IRL where face too many options kind of freeze up? So it does make, if you're new to her, your gameplay a lot slower, because it's a lot of thinking involved onto what you want to do. What cards do you want to copy? What's your play style on this boss? And most of the time when you go into a boss blind, you don't know what the boss does unless you read a guide on what the boss does beforehand. Does this boss get counter? Maybe this boss takes extra counter damage. Maybe this boss takes extra poison damage. Maybe this boss spawns ads, for example, or mobs. So if, you know that on turn 3, the boss spawns ads, you exalt and you grab AoE cards so that you can hold it for when the boss does spawn ads, and they'll be cheap and use it to kill the ads. Which is why I typically do on Tawil. Again, 500,000 damage one turn. And end turn, blah, blah, blah. So right now, boss is basically dead. So yeah. So it's lots of options, and that can make your gameplay slower. And I love that. I love options. No 2 runs up Tawil is going to be the same in Blue Will, because your options are going to be different. You pull different cards. You pull different orders of cards. So every run is a fresh new experience for me, and I enjoy that kind of gameplay. Whereas other S tiers such as Gellet, such as Dorisine, such as Calf, you generally know, Calf is kind of fun, but you generally know what your game plan is, what you're going to do. With Tawil, you only decide on a general game plan. Like, I want AoE, I want counter, I want this card. However, most cases, you're not going to get what you want, and you're basically trying to decide what you want to do with the options you do have left. So that's why I enjoy playing Tawil. I enjoy playing Tawil. Do I think her design, as in appearance, is good? No. I think she's one of the worst appearance-wise awakers in the game. I think she's a trash design. She's too basic, okay? She's fucking garbage design. We need more 24s in the game, okay? 24 is a great design aesthetically. Tawil, dog shit design. It's too plain. I'm gonna go on a rant about that. It's too fucking plain. She's fucking wearing a fucking coif. She's a fucking bridemaid. Just give her tentacles. Give her something evil. Make her a bit evil. Make her a little nasty. I want to make her a little nasty, you know? Or anything else. It's too basic. Like, if you're gonna make her... Fuck, do anything. Make her extremely sexualized. I don't care. Make her less sexualized. Have her wear a suit. But this fucking bridal ground with the fucking robes or good shit, fucking more. Put some blood on her. Make her bathe in the blood of her enemies. Make her a little insane, like, Mariam. Give her extra arms. Give her 3 tentacles. Make her a head in the middle of her chest. Make her have 5 arms. Do anything else. She just floats. That's her gimmick. She floats. And she has a hole in her chest. That is not original. There are a lot of characters with holes in her chest. Or holes in her costume. Let's look at the DC universe with Power Girl. She has a hole in her chest. In her suit. She's basically Tawil. That's boring. Bland. Garbage design. Okay, let's talk about the next unit. Now that you've seen it up. Again, I grab the AoE cards. I do it. This is how you play Tawil. Next, we're going to talk about Gellet. Gellet. She's still S tier. She's still the best burst awaker in the game, DPS-wise. We are dominated by the fucking matriarchy of DPS in the game, dude. The matriarchy must fall. Have you noticed on my tier list? Have you noticed on every tier list? How powerful the girls are in this game? This cannot stand. This cannot stand. Where are the guides? Where are the strong dudes? Pollock was a fucking disappointment. Pollock was a twink that demands too much. Demands too much. Even if your twink son died in a fucking car crash, it's too much. If your twink son came back to life and demands as much as Pollock's, You would tell him to die again. You wouldn't be happy about your twink son coming back to life if he has the same demands as Pollock's. Because Pollock's demands too much, provides too little. Pollock's is a fucking freeloader, okay? Dorisine demands too much for what he does. For every 7 damage Dorisine does, Gellet does 10. With less effort, with less work. It's the opposite of the IRL wage discrepancy. In Morimens, it's the opposite. The matriarchy controls everything. For every 10 damage a female awaker does, a male awaker does 7. That is a damage gap. We must protest. Give us stronger dudes. The only thing keeping the guys together are Caster and Pollock's. Not Pollock's. I didn't say Pollock's. I went out of Pollock's. Caster and fucking Hamlin. Hamlin for the support tier. Caster for the damage. There are our only hope. There are only male idols in the fucking game. Cawus is a stat stick. Goliath is a support instead of a DPS. Come on. Give us some strong dudes. Give us some strong dudes. Look at this. Tawil, Gellet, 24. Insane amount of damage. Give us a good dude unit that does as much damage as Gellet. Burst turn. Give us one. Give us one dude DPS that provides as much utility as Tawil. Give me one. They don't exist. Look at all the other male DPS. Fucking Dorisine with his bone. Get the fuck out of here. Fucking Tulu. Fucking Tulu with his temporary strength. Tawil does more temporary strength than you motherfucker. Tawil could copy all of your cards. Tawil could copy all your cards while you're sitting on your lazy ass. Pollock's, Tawil can do everything you can do, but better. 24 shits out insane amounts of damage, Blue 24. No other dude compares to it. There's not even that many dude DPS. Look, there's Dorisine, there's Uvash, there's Pollock's, and that's it. Where are my male dudes? Where are my male dude DPS? It's all girls. It's all girls. Give us some dude DPS. This cannot stand. We need better males in this game. We deserve better males. Okay, back to Gellet. So Gellet, queen of the burst damage. Queen of the fucking burst damage. So, Gellet, insanely broken. E0 to E3. You know why? You notice on my spreadsheet how I have her at E0 there? That was when I first took the picture. At E0, she can still carry you through Alert 3. At E3, she can do Alert 5. She's broken. She's the strongest burst damage DPS in the fucking game, and it doesn't even come close. She shits on everyone else. They will probably never make another Awaker as powerful as her or Tawil ever again. You know why? Because the game almost EOS last year, and these were the last 2 units before they announced the game was saved. The game was saved. So, they probably made these 2 units broken on purpose to save the game, and it worked. And no other DPS comes close to where they are now. Not even fucking close. You can pray. You can pray. But they're not going to release another dude that's strong. Give us one strong dude. Fuck it. Fuck it. I would just do something controversial. Maybe get some dude representation here. Even though it is politically controversial. Maybe you can give us a skin that changes one of these guys or girls into a dude. If you're not going to give us another strong dude unit, just let us trans one of these girl characters so that we can feel like us dudes do damage. Because right now, none of the dudes does real damage compared to Gellet, Tawil, or 24. So let's go over her kit. She's a bleed damage dealer. Thing about her and Pollock's is that she inflicts bleed as well, but the enemy usually dies before the bleed even ticks. Because she's that strong. She's that fucking broken. So, Hatred Unleash. E1, let's go over her enlightens. Her enlightens, E1, good. You want her E3. Every E1 to E3, all of them insanely good. Basic strike. Grant Hellet Katana a temporary 15% increase in crit rate and crit damage. Basic defense inflicts a bleed effect on all enemies. Generally, this, sometimes you trigger this and it will kill, but mostly you're going to play her strike, because this is insane. It lets you crit rate and crit damage. 15% is a big number. And with certain wheels, you can have like 2, maybe 3 strikes in your deck. So you pull another strike. So this is basically like 45% generally crit rate, crit damage. And if you play any gacha game, you play any game in general, you know that developers right now like to prioritize crit rate, crit damage. I disagree with it. I come from the slightly old school of gaming, like EverQuest, for example, like Ultima Online, where there are other stats other than crit rate and crit damage you really want. And I think having it clear cut, like you want crit rate, you want crit damage in every game, in every scenario, is bad game design. As someone who grew up when crit rate and crit damage, there was a trade-off. You want X crit rate, X crit damage, and then you want mastery points. If you're playing Star Wars, the Old Republic, the MMO, you want mastery points. If you're playing WoW, you want some other stat. You know, more damage. Like, more options. So you don't see crit and you don't, fucking, oh my god, give me that crit. That's basically every fucking game now, and I'm sick of it. So, that's what her E1 does. Her E2 makes her a skill 1. If your HP is below 50%, the strength obtained is doubled. And the prepared effect of Bloodthirsty Fail is prepared 2. So her whole mechanic is her skill 2, Crimson Shackle, as is now called. You play this card 3 times, it turns into Bloodthirsty Flail. Bloodthirsty Flail is her main bread and butter. Now I'm going to go over what wheel she also uses. I should have done that with Tawil, but if you're watching my Tawil guide, you already know what. You're watching my Gellet guide, you already know what. It's on the spreadsheet what wheels they use, so I'm going to go over a general overview. I'm not going to go over that. Just check out my other guides if you want to do that. This video's going to be long. I'm going to make it slightly longer, so. Fuck yeah, I might make it slightly longer. I'll probably talk about the wheels too now. So, strike. Deal damage. Bloodthirsty's Fail. It has a 5x strength bonus. Better than Pollock's already. Pollock's has a 0x strength bonus. Pollock does nothing for you. Pollock is a selfish little, greedy little bastard twink boy. Okay? Demands too much. Provides too little. 5x strength bonus. She has Vuln. No, she doesn't have Vuln. But she has crit rate increase. See this kit? It's overloaded. Bleed, trigger, crit rate, crit damage, 5x strength bonus. She generates strength. She does this. Yeah, this is what a good unit looks like. So, this, it triggers 30% of the target's bleed and it heals you up. So this is how the healing gameplay, I'll show it later on. So you play 3 flails, do this. Normally without the E2, the flails have prepare 1, not prepare 2, which means the cost is only reduced by 1 every turn instead of 2. You want the cost to be reduced by 2 for the Dice Gellet combo to dupe and do the combo, which I'll show in the video. So, that's why it's good and heals you a lot. And this is one of the best cards in the game, and it gets better when you lone seed it. So generally, her or Salvador are fighting for possession of Lone Seed in D-Tide, the endgame game mode, where you can only use each posse once. Which I cover in my D-Tide guide videos, which I make dozens of, that nobody watches. But that's what her E2 does. Again, every Lectin's very good. Her E3 does this. At start of battle, Irregular Forms Chain. This is insanely broken. It basically adds another card. It basically starts you off when you start the battle with a 0-cost pick-me card. So it's a 0-cost card that can transform into her strike, defense, or any of her skill card. So normally you pick Crimson Shackle, so you never have a bricked first turn. A lot of Awakers, even Tawil, you can have a bricked first turn if you don't draw what you want. You always start with an irregular form chain, so you can always triple Crimson the first turn of every battle. That's why she's insanely good. She's one of the best units for affinity farming. Check out my affinity farming guide. Now, Sanguine Fetters. Break this target shield and prevent this target from hanging shield for 1 turn. This is broken. This breaks a lot of bosses, such as the Ogier Chiefs, which I show in my D-Tide coaching sessions and my D-Tide videos. That's how you fucking destroy Ogier in general. This is how you destroy Ogier, is with this card, basically. So, her OE, not needed. I've cleared A5 all the time with just this Gellet. You don't need any more Coppicer, just the E3, and you can clear every content in the game. Unlike other units, which kind of needs OE to clear all the content in the game, Gellet is like one of the strongest units because she doesn't really need that. So, her Exile, you basically eat a baby, Exile, and reduce the cost of all her cards in hand by 1. If you eat a Super Baby, it reduces the cost of all her cards in hand by 2. Super Babies are generated by dies, which I'll cover later on. But yeah, she's insane damage burst. So let's go over the video. And let's go over my video, whatnot. So I have a lot of videos on Gellet and a lot of coaching sessions because everyone has her. I recommend pulling her with her every time. But let's go over my videos real quick. So this is my comprehensive Gellet guide video, 5,000 views. Not a lot. It's pretty old, but nothing has changed. She's one of the easiest Awakers to play. She's one of the easiest units to play in the entire game. If you know how to loan seed, if you know how to do whatever. So this is the guide if you want a 1 hour, 30-minute video on Gellet. On how to use her in every comp. Basically, it's dies, Aegis, Gellet, and you pick a 4th Awaker. It can be any 4th Awaker you want. Pick a 4th Awaker. Pick anyone you fucking want, dude. So, go through this video if you want to see what you use. Now, let me go over a coaching session. This is not my run. Maybe I should go over my run. Okay, this is Gellet gameplay I did a month or 2 ago, but this really showcased her power. I did speed it up. So, this is basically, you play your triple shackle. So, that's irregular form right here. Now, I can use this first turn, but I choose not to because I have other cards I really want to play. But I think I'm going to annihilate and use it. So regular form can transform into Crimson, whatever. Basically, you run her with this comp. This is the typical meta Gellet comp. Horla dies, Aegis. Aegis typically stuns her first turn. Or when you're about to die. Because you have no real defensive abilities in this comp. You have just your Gellet to heal you and eating babies as your defensive. Your goal is to kill the boss before they kill you. And Aegis help with that by stunning the boss. She has one of the best exalts in the game. I'll go over that later on in the video. But yeah. Basically, stun the boss, you do this, and you transform this into a Crimson Shackle. You play 3 Crimson Shackles, and it transforms into a 4-cost Bloodthirsty Flail. Then you lone seed it, which is a posse, which dupes a Bloodthirsty Flail, which makes her insanely strong, because you can just keep duping Flails. The problem is Salvador also wants blood to that posse. So if you're running one, you have to choose whether you want to invest in a Gellet or a Salvador, depending on whose gameplay you like better. So again, yeah, it's insane amount of damage. This is turn 2, by the way, guys. This is turn 2. Again, first turn, you just set up, and turn 2, most bosses are dead with an invested Gellet. So basically do that. And second turn, you exile on the dies, you dupe Bloodthirsty Flails, and you have Gellet eat a Super Baby. Having her eat a Super Baby makes this effect reduce the cost by 2 instead of 1. Which means all of these Bloodthirsties become a 0 cost. So, the first turn, you make a Bloodthirsty, it starts off as a 4 cost card. If you have her E2, the next turn, it becomes a 2 cost card. Then you dupe it with an E2 dies. That makes 2 2-cost Bloodthirsties. So, then you eat a Super Baby on Gellet, which makes them a 0-cost Bloodthirsty, turn 2. Which means you can play all of these cards for free, and they do a lot of damage, and typically the boss dies before you even play all of them. Unless it's a very high difficulty boss, and you have a very weak Gellet. So yeah, and then you play all the strikes first, you play Hatred, and then you all play all the Bloodthirst. This is why she's very good. So yeah, look. It's insanely easy, and look at this bleed. Yeah. Doesn't need OE, doesn't need anything. Better than Pollock's. So yeah, that's why she's one of the best units in the game and probably will never be power creeped. Unless, the game decides to EOS again and they give us a dude that's stronger than Gellet. Unlikely. Extremely unlikely. So this is what I run for Gellet. Ignore this because remember, in D-Tag you can only use each wheel once. These aren't the wheels for the most optimum. These are just what I have left that I can spare for this Gellet team. Because in D-type number, you only use each posse once, each awaker once, and each wheel once. That's the end game. You only use everything once, so you want a wide pool to know how to divide your resources. That's why most content creators are trash. They don't tell you about this, so they make you waste resources on doing stuff you don't need. So basically, you want her signature wheel. Her signature wheel is very good on her. And for the second wheel, you have a wealth of options. I use this now because this is a JP wheel that came over, and this is a paid wheel. You get it plus 12 immediately. Remember, when you plus 12 any SSR wheel, you get to equip another SSR wheel. That's why wheel jail exists. That's why you follow my guys, you know that you're going to live in wheel jail forever. So optimally, if you don't want to use another team, you put a Titan's Blade on her. It's like 90% of other units. What I like to run is this too, Calf's Gun, if you have that. If you have this, crit rate. Or no, that's not crit rate. This is crit rate. They both look the same. However, if you don't have a plus 12 SSR wheel, which is a gold wheel, you want to either put the hand right here. It adds another strike, increases the base damage of the wheel to strike by 40%. Now, her Bloodthirsty Flails count as strikes, so this also buffs that. So this is very good, and it gives them crit rate. And her strikes are very good again. It increases her crit rate and crit damage. So this is the SR, what you would want to put if you don't have another plus 12 SSR. Now, what if you don't have this wheel? What are other options? So you still use her Sig wheel or Lotan wheel. This is also good. Some people also use Celestial Beats on her because it does increase the damage of her strike, which includes Bloodthirsty Flail, and her Exalt, which does do a bit of damage. So this is also good on her. So these are the wheels you want her. Now, Covenant-wise. Covenant-wise, I use April because, again, you're going to kill the boss turn 1 or turn 2 when the boss still has 75% HP. Now, if this is a longer fight or it's like one of those gimmick fights where you kill the boss and they death res and they go back to 50% HP, then this wheel is going to be generally useless. So in those rare situations, you would use the Heart wheel because you're always going to posse to do per thing and you're going to get the crit rate this way. So if it's a boss which has that sort of gimmick where the boss is not going to stay full health, you can't burst him down in one turn, you use the Heart, which is the same Covenant you would use on Dorisine. Okay, next unit. I've decided that I'm going to go over all of the DPS first, and then go over all of the supports. So I'm going to split it into 2 sections here. So next is 24, another S-tier damage unit. Now, I do not like her gameplay in general. But she is one of the strongest DPS units in the game. Insane highest amount of burst. Any brain dead idiot can know how to play a 24. However, the reason why is she has the best attack scaling in the game if you whale her out. She demands a lot of investment, but once you get there, she's one of the strongest DPS units in the game played in the blue realm. Now, her mechanic is that every realm you play her in is a different 24. Just like Tawil is a different Tawil, but on steroids as a flex unit. Before Tawil, she was known as D-Flex Awakener. Like D-Flex Awakener, because she plays different in every realm. In Arc 1, Counter 24 or Ultra 24 is her best form. So if you're playing chapters 1 through 9, the purple version of her is her best version. But with the Arc 2 changes, it's dead. Purple 24 is dead in Arc 2, generally speaking, because of the changes to counter, how they nerf counter scaling in Arc 2. Now let's go over the realms, and I may cover that. This is going to be period down, because this video is going to be long as fuck anyway, so might as well make it even longer. So these are her effects. Again, very long effects. She does extremely long text. Every realm, she does something different. I'm going to try to summarize it for you. So, Mono 24, which is only Chaos units. Player with only Chaos units. She generates Key Flare on Exalt, and she makes her next posse takes effect twice, and she's an Exalt damage awaker. When you Exalt, it does damage, and you want to Exalt her as much as possible, and her crit damage goes up. And her Exalt damage goes up. It's kind of bad scaling late game. It's kind of bad scaling, not going to lie, late game. Once you hit the late game, it's kind of bad. Now, I'm going to go save the best for last. I'm going to talk about Blue 24 last. Everyone swears by it. Not just me. So, Carol. She generates babies. She gives you babies. That's the summary of it. She gives you babies, and she interacts with the blood furnace. That's all she is. She gives you babies. So that's red 24. Utility base. Hardly anyone plays her red 24. She also does a little bleed. No one fucking cares about it. If you care about this, then sure, play whatever you want. No one uses her for this. Now, Ultra 24, again, extremely powerful Arc 1. Arc 2, borderline fucking useless. Because she gains counter equal to 50% of damage down. This is a great source of counter and reduces strength of units. Very strong Arc 1. Arc 1 is insanely broken because you can get 90,000 counter. You get 180,000 counter. You get a million counter if you want. Arc 2, your counter is limited by amount of the max HP you have. Now, to make the video even longer, I'm going to read the Arc 2 rules because most people don't read the rules out to you. I am one of those rare species of players who knows how to fucking read. So, down here, we're going to go to the Arc 2 rules. Now, Arc 2 changes a lot of things, but prismatic lens right here is why most counter teams are dead in Arc 2. So you cannot have counter over 750% of your max HP, at least permanent counter. And it can only stack to 1500 of your max HP. Now, I don't know if you notice, but your max HP is not that high compared to the millions of HP the boss has. So let's say you have 1000 HP. The max counter you're going to get is 7,500. Or 1,500, double that, so it's 15k. 15k counter when a boss has 1,000,000 HP is not going to do much. That is the reason why counter scaling is bad. If it was just this, she would still work. But they double nerf counter in Arc 2. Because they also get a 70% less damage buff from counter. They also get 70% damage buff less from counter. This is insane. That completely destroys Ultra 24. In comparison to her power level Arc 1 compared to Blue 24. So her whole thing is once you rouse her here, she gets a 25% counter damage buff. This is lessened. It's basically might as well be 0. It might as well be fucking 0. That is basically the travesty of Ultra 24. It was a fun comp, Arc 1, admittedly. But Poison 24 is what you want to play. All version of 24 to me is boring because she doesn't play enough cards. I like playing a lot of cards. So what Enlightened do I recommend? E1, you can stop at E1 basically. If you want to do the higher difficulty alerts, like Alert 5, Alert 4, you need as many levels on her as possible. Why do you want a lot of levels on her? Base stat scaling on this game is based on a percent of their initial base stat. So units with high base stats are going to scale better than units with bad base stats. So let's look at her base stats level 60, 168 attack. She has the highest attack value in the game, and once you level 90 her, it's a little over 200. She has the highest attack stat in the game, and some of the best scaling in the game on her abilities. Like this is a 3-hit, for example. 40% of her attack. This is 100% of her attack. Yeah. She has one of the best attack scaling in the game with the best attack stats in the game. No other unit even comes close level-wise. Now, her kit is very basic. At level 60, she does not do a lot of damage. But again, the more you invest in her, let's compare it to another... Thank you. Let's compare it to another unit. Let's compare it to Uvash, which has above average stats for attack. The baseline average I use is 120. You know why I use 120? Is because that's what Tawil has at level 60. That's what Ramona has at level 60. That is generally based on the developers use themselves to balance stats around. If a stat at level 60 is higher than 120, it's above average. If it's lower than 120, it's below average. So some units have really low attack scale, like Pharaohs, for example. Like G-Doll. It's based on their roles. And the worst stat unit in the game is, unfortunately, Lei. Lei, even at level 90, does not break 100. Yeah, this is her level 60. 70 fucking 2. So base stats matter a lot in this game, especially HP. Because HP affects her max HP, and Arc 2 is extremely powerful because, as I covered before, it affects your counter cap, it affects your poison cap, it does everything. It affects your shield cap. Your shield amount cannot go over your max HP unless the effect explicitly said so in the tooltip. So that's why Constitution is very powerful, and it's a total of all of your Constitution on your team multiplied by your account level, multiplied by other factors like wheels, etc., etc. So yeah, she has the highest base stat in the fucking game for attack value. So she's extremely good when whaled out. I do not want to invest resources. I might have to, though. To push 425, I might have to. Because I do not like her gameplay style. So, 24. Again, you only need E1. However, most people would say go all the way plus 12. You know why? At plus 8, plus 12, you get level cap increase. So that's an additional 10 levels. And since she has the best attack scaling in the game, you want as many levels on her as possible. So that's the argument for whaling out 24. Don't believe me? Borrow a whaled out 24 and compare it to your level 60 24. It's night and day. Her attack scaling is insane the more levels you have on her. It's not about the dupes. Her E2, E3, they are nice, but they're not as impactful as the levels on her. Like her E2, for example. It gives weakness and vuln. This is very useful. She gives you a source of weakness and vuln, but like most units, you can get your weakness and vuln sources from another unit. This just makes her self-efficient. Unlike fucking Pollock's, which demands the fucking world as a fucking garbage, trash, bottom feeder twink. Again, nothing against twinks, but a lot of twinks are very low maintenance twinks. He's a very high maintenance twinks who doesn't provide much. Does he give you vuln? No. Does he give you weakness? No. All he gives you is damage, and other wakers give you way more damage, way more utility than he does. His brother does more damage than he does eventually. And he's a tank. He gives you all the utility in the world. He doesn't clutter your fucking hand. So yeah, she gives utility at E2, but you can outsource that utility to another unit. Again, this makes her better than Pollux already. So E3. Her E3 is sort of bad comparative to newer Awakers. Now, she is one of the older Awakers, so at turn's end, gain 10 ailments. Each time she exalts, the ailments obtained from this effect is increased by 1. 10 ailments every turn is nothing to scoff at, but compared to some of the newer Awakers and their ailments and lightens, it's pretty bad in comparison to the newer units. Like, the newer units, like their ailments gen is a lot higher. If any ailments dupe or ailments talent on the newer units are way higher than what 24 would give you. So that's the con of it. Like, Tulu also suffers from it. Like, Tulu is fucking dog shit because he is the first Awaker. 24 was released after him. He also has the same thing at turn's end, but it's only 5. So you see the power creep in this game. This is one of the examples of power creep. The first unit, they used to only give 5, and they considered that a lot. Then 24 came out, it's 10. Then more units come out, and it becomes more and more. And let's look at, let's say, Dorisine or Calf. So Dorisine, again, base ailments, this is 1%. This makes it 10 on the attack defense card if you're at 1% HP. Calf, if you see anything I'll cover in this video, her attack defenses gives, yeah, look at this. 50% shield and ailments generated, so it's 150%. So it gives like 30 to 40 because you have to take into account the Soul Force talent as well. 20 to like almost 40 ailments per her attack defense. So the power creep in this game is real, unfortunately, in comparison to older units. Like even Tawil, so much ailments regen here. So it is good. Is it good in comparison to some of the newer Awakers? Not particularly. Not particularly. You rather want a different E3 effect in this. But you get it anyway, might as well. If you're going for her is super invested, her OE is very good because the next command card will be triggered 3 times. So if you would trigger it with her triple cost Frenzy Slash, does a lot of damage. So very simple Waker. Basically, what you want to do in Blue 24, I'm not going to bother covering no one. Everyone's going to play Blue 24. Is you basically want to rouse her first. You exalt. You play Frenzy Slash. You exalt. You're back in normal form. You exalt. Play Frenzy Slash. You get Ramona. You pull back. You play Frenzy Slash. You play Frenzy Slash. You play Frenzy Slash. You exalt. You Frenzy Slash. You exalt. You exalt. You Frenzy Slash. You exalt. You Frenzy Slash. You see where I'm getting at in here? That is her gameplay loop. It is so fucking boring. You Frenzy Slash. You exalt. You Frenzy Slash. You exalt. You Frenzy Slash. You exalt. If this is monotonous, that is what it's like playing 24. The numbers are big. That's all she does. She's so fucking boring to play. She's so fucking boring to play. But cannot be denied, she does a lot of damage. Start recording now.
Yeah, I'm at. You can see my.
Yeah, I can see your screen.
Game, right?
Yeah, I see your game. Perfect.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I can just go.
Yeah,
right?
just go. I already recording. Yeah, just go.
All right. So nothing too crazy. Weakness. The HP is not very high, so this will like one shot.
Yeah, that's the
and
problem with
get my
doing my D-Tide. I was doing wave 3. I was too lazy to go to all the way to Greppa, and my teams aren't strong enough to make it there with 24. Thank you for taking down here.
See, I believe in the white stance. You see that? Two stances for losers.
White stance for losers.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah, getting this setup perfect is very hard. Like, you don't need it most of the time. Yeah, go ahead.
No. So like you'll see this die, right? 3, perfect. Okay. So red sands. Get some tentacle damage. Oh, it fucked up, but it is what it is. I will have to skip the lightning strike or lightning retribution because I discarded the frenzy, but
Yep.
it reset the deck and it came back.
Yep.
Oh well, whatever.
Unfortunate. Yeah, 55,000 poison. Saw here.
Yeah. So with it would have done more because like all you gotta do is lightning and then use Ramona Exile to draw it back, right?
Mm-hmm.
That would be the normal play, but didn't work out. So that's it. So one turn or turn 2, 540k could have been more without the if I had lightning
Lightning,
retribution,
yeah.
but
25% more.
didn't end up happening because of what it was. It doesn't matter. She doesn't have enough HP, and I can't show it in phase 2 because
Yeah,
what's it
the
called?
whole
They do the
reinforce thing. Yeah,
exactly.
the whole reinforcing of the boss.
But yeah, the problem is you cap out at poison.
Yep.
So if you see that, like it drops from 70k to 50.
Yeah,
right?
and it will drop away all the
Can't
way
hold
to
it.
like the 20, 30k range. It's very low. The poison cap is very low.
Yeah, but like Exalt does 60k damage, Fortress, right?
Yep.
It is what it is. And then of course, when you get to the 10 stacks of what's it called?
Finale.
Finale, exactly. It's
More
it
poison
does
damage.
more damage, right?
Yep.
I guess this is not combo on top of it. But that's basically the 24 idea.
Yep.
Nothing too crazy.
Yep. Okay. Thank you for your time. I'm gonna end the recording here.
Yep.
Next unit, we're gonna go to Calf. Probably the strongest unit in A tier. The only reason she's not S tier is because she kind of needs E3 to work. If you watch my Calf video, Calf is one of the worst awakers at E0 to E2. If it's not E3, kill yourself. That I'm doing you a favor. I'm doing you a huge favor right now. I played her E0 for an hour. And every second I played her, I wanted to die. Because her core kit, her core mechanic, everything about her is locked behind her E3, which means 3 dupes. If you don't have 3 dupes of her, don't even use her. She's not even a real unit. You would rather use any other unit in the game than her before E3. If she's not E3, don't even bother trying to play her. Once she gets E3, she's one of the strongest units in the entire game. And once whaled out, she's S tier. She's better than Dorisine in every way. But I'm putting her up because I do use her. Everyone uses her all the fucking time. All the fucking time, she's extremely strong. But be warned. If you think she's good just because she's good on most tier lists, and you have her E1, even E2, she's borderline unplayable. She's completely unplayable before E3. You need 3 dupes of her. If you have her 1 copy, you can't play her. 2 copies, you can't play her. 3 copies, can't play her. You need 4 copies of her, base and 3 dupes in order to play her. I'm gonna go over why once we look at her kit. Her entire premise is built upon her E3. Everything else, minus nothing. So she plays around Fiamma stacks, which every turn she gets 1 Fiamma stack on her card, and you shuffle around. When you hit 10 Fiamma stacks, you get a Hyper Flare. And every card can have 3 Fiamma stacks, and they buff the card 50%. It's more with Soul Force talent. It's a lot more. But I'm going to use the base values. Most of you guys will counter it. So E1, very good, very important. 50% alien misgen. E2, extremely good, extremely important. Solar Flare, 3 flat, base damage increase on the Solar Flare. Very good. Last Stand, more strength. E3, fucking essential. Apply a 1 stack of Fiamma to all of Calf's default command cards. So, you know what happens when you don't have this? You start with 0 Fiamma stack in your fucking deck. All of your cards have 0 Fiamma stacks. You get 1. It is fucking unplayable. So that means no retain, nothing. She's not even a unit. Even if you remove this, this is why she is extremely strong. For each stack of combust gain, her base damage increased by 5% for the entire fucking battle. This is where her infinite scaling comes from. It's locked behind her E3. Without this, she's not even a character. She's not even a character. You're not playing real Calf. This is real Calf. Infinite hyperscaler. Without this, she is not a hyperscaler. She's awful to fucking play. She's one of the worst, most dog shit units in the entire game without E3. Again, if you don't have E3, just uninstall the game. Just uninstall the game if you want to play Calf, not E3. Just uninstall the game at that point. I wanted to uninstall the game. I play Wakers for 6 hours. I tried her E0 because I make guys for free-to-play players, whale players, everyone. She is the worst fucking unit in the entire game at E0. Pollock plays better than her. Fucking Karen DPS is better than her. Any unit is better than her before E3. She is so fucking dog shit. Like, having no Fiamma on her cards to start with is fucking dog shit, dude. It is so awful. I want them to at least change it. Move this, or at least give us the infinite scaling on another Enlighten. Like, this is so important. This is so fucking important to Calf's kit. I cannot stress this enough. Now, let's go over her overs. Her overs are not needed. I plus 12 her. She's extremely strong, just for the crit rate and crit damage and the level cap. Because I don't want to use the limited mats to level her up, because I'm time capped. Like this is time gated. I want to use this on another Waker that really needs it. So that's why I do it, because they do it for the 10 levels. You don't really need to level up the middle card here. But her strike defense, last stand, she's a very strong defense unit, which I'll show in my clips. She generates like thousands of shields a turn. She's extremely strong. E3. I'm not going to talk about her E0, E1, E2 anymore. If you have her E0, E2, don't play her. Delete her from count. Pretend she doesn't exist. She's not even a real unit. Work at McDonald's so you can get more dupes on her. I don't care what you have to do to get her E3. If she's not E3, pretend she does not exist as a unit. Because, unfortunately, she does not. Dorisine plays better her at E0. Fucking Caucus E0. Every unit in the fucking game as a DPS does better than Calf. Because her entire mechanic does not work. And an interaction I found that people are using now, you use Alba's Wheel. I said Sanga's Wheel because that's what I use on Sanga. Alba's Wheel. Because no one fucking plays Alba. Let's be honest here. On her, dupes her strike and defenses. And every card that's duped by Alba's Wheel or Wheels gets the starting Fiemma from her E3. Again, without her E3, doesn't work. Doesn't fucking work. People play Feast Calf or Paradox Calf. Those are the two covenants you use on her. Extremely simple to play. I'll just go over a gameplay video of her. That's enough of reading her characters. Getting Strength, Solar Flare, Karmic. I coach people every week on this. People have confused about it. Just join my coaching streams Friday or Saturday. I'll have a poll sometimes during my random streams every day after work. Just vote on the polls whether you want the coaching sessions Friday or Saturday. I'll help you out. I'll help out anyone, even if you're all trash. Unlike the fucking other content creators who don't help shit. They expect you to follow their fucking dog shit guides and on your own. When they haven't proven, actual real world experience on playing these fucking comps. So yeah. Going to the clips now. So this is how Calf is played basically. Again, this is going to be a long video. So this is Alert 5 Blesser. You can use her. This is my Calf. This is just regular Calf here. Last stand. Look at her strength. 400. Better than Pollock's already because she actually does stuff for the team. She shields you. She heals. She fucking does damage. She builds you strength. She does everything. I use Mono Calf usually, and I use Winkle Calf for my secondary borrow team. I borrow Calf. I use Calf twice. So this is generally what you do. I play a bit slower, so blah blah blah. Yeah, Exol and Karen, her whole thing. So this is if you want to know what Calf does. 800 strength. Scales up with her wheel. Again, next turn, all those mobs are dead. You shield up. The boss does 1600 damage. He's doing fucking 0 damage. That number is fucking 0. You know why? We're not playing fucking trash units like Pollock's here. We're not playing fucking trash dog shit units that don't do anything for your fucking team. That fucking cry in the corner when his brother is mentioned. Oh, do you do stuff? What about your brother? Oh, where? That is fucking what Pollock does. Fucking piece of shit awaker. Yeah, he's jealous of his brother because his brother does everything he can do, but better. He actually helps the team. He actually shields the team. You know? He actually has utility. Yeah. Wow. Everyone's dead. Look at that. 590,000 damage. Turn 2. Turn fucking 2. Turn fucking 2. Doesn't need any fancy scaling shit like Pollock's. Right out of the box. She's strong right out of the box. You know what Pollock's brings you? Despair and misery. Despair and misery, he's one of those needy fucking twinks. One of those needy fucking twinks. Never worked a day in his life. Fucking garbage ass units. Look, 749 shields already. This is a DPS unit, by the way. 900 shields, by the way. This is a DPS unit, by the way. A fucking DPS unit, by the way. Generating that much shield for you. 0 damage. You see? 0 fucking damage. 0 fucking damage. Can Pollock do that? No. Because he's dog shit. Fucking dog shit. Why pull him when you can play Caster? Why do it when you can play Caster? Why do that to yourself? I don't know. I don't know why you would do it to yourself. All those fucking shit players, dude. Holy shit. Like, people are fucking using like, oh, the Pollock can do A5. Yeah, have you noticed like people do it, call them dog shit too? Yeah. And you can carry anyone for A5 with good enough support, dude. Like this, she's a solo carry by himself. I don't have that. These are level 60 units all across the board. Just a high-level calf. Just carrying their asses through for the finish line A5. 2,000 damage? Oh no! It's gonna be 0 damage. She's gonna generate so much shield because this boss mechanic, the amount of damage she does is subtracted by your shield amount. That's the whole gimmick, in case you guys are curious. Blah blah blah, don't care. Yeah. Find calf sting. Pull the thing again. G-Ramona can pull hyper flares too. So boom. Count the cards in your hand. Sight unseen. Let's pull a calf last stand. Crit. So it's subtracted. That's why you run Riker here. Again, go over my calf video if you want to know how to play calf. Play this. Boom. Done. Get rid of that. I'm just finding ways to get rid of cards in my fucking hand right now. So, calf posse again. Draw another calf card. Play the dice. Again, we're shielding up. We're fine. 600 shields. Wonder where all their fucking shields gone. Why is there a fucking ad playing? I own this video. It's my video, YouTube. It's my fucking video. Do not show me an ad on my fucking video. I made this video, okay? This is my fucking video. Do not show me the ads on my content, okay? I waive all rights. Let me make this video. Holy shit. I've been at this for 6 hours probably. Making this spreadsheets, making this content. YouTube, do not fuck with me. I can't do anything to you, but do not fuck with me. I'm an angry Asian, and it's 4 a.m. So, yeah. Again, she does everything. See how much damage she does? Good unit. That's why she's S tier when you whale her out, fully invested. She's A tier otherwise. Because most of her strength comes from her stats, from some whaling her out. This is a very strong unit. She does everything. She's an all-in-one character. She's probably the only unit that comes close to Gellet Burst. That comes close. She's not quite there, but she's close. You can taste it. You can sort of taste the base S tier. She's not there yet. Unfortunately, she's not there. It's very hard to reach that point. Again, we have weakness. We have minus 25% damage, and we're still doing damage. This is why I grade Awakers in comparison. Can Pollock do this much? No. He requires several turns of setup. That fucking selfish bastard. Fucking selfish, needy bastard. Yeah, just heal up. Shield up. Do whatever you fucking want. Do whatever you fucking want. Calf will let you live. How much damage we're taking? Oh, basically 0. Basically 0. This is the calf gameplay. No issues at all. It does require some brain power. You need to not be fucking old trash. You need to not think Pollock is good. If you think Pollock is good, you are too far gone. You are too far gone to figure out how this comp works. So yeah. So that's basically it. I kill it. This is just one of my D-type videos where I show it. I think I one-shot it. Maybe I live for next turn. I forgot what I did here. What did I do? I think I one-shot it based on this. I think I one-shotted it, maybe. I completely forgot what past flares did. Or maybe I shielded up. Maybe I shielded up here. Yeah, Bragadier. Yeah, there we go. So blah, blah, blah. I like to style on boss. I know I can kill him with the hyper flare now because it's double damage turn. But I always like to style him. Usually when you see my content, I like to style on bosses to get the best possible. Like I can just play the hyper flare and kill him. But what I like to do is play with my food, you know? I like to play with my food. I'm that type of person. I play with my food. So I'm getting the most damage for the biggest damage number. Even if I don't post it, it's very fun. So this is the most I can do. Look, 1 million damage. Look at this. Look at this. 1.3 million damage. Again, he does take double damage. So there is that. While she has sacrifice stats, I know that fucking dumb shit creators do this boss. But I'm just showing you, so it's like 600k. It is high damage calf. You can reach 1 million damage, but not at that level of strength. Not that level of strength. I just hit that 1 million damage because of the boss's mechanic. So next unit. I am normally going to go over Corpal, but I'm going to go over Caster instead, because he is technically the next best DPS if you have him E3 or super invested. And he is on S tier on my whale tier list. So I'm going to go over caster. Again, I have a caster video. I go over it. I have caster guides. Go over them. You don't need fucking Pollocks. He's a solo unit. He's a solo carry. He carries your fucking team to the A5 finish line. He's actually worse if you play him with Pollocks. He's actually worse. He kills slower if you kill him Pollocks, because his Sacred Heart are going to prevent you from drawing more Onyx Plumes. Just pair him with Jenkins. Everyone knows just pair him with Jenkins, buff caster's crit damage, and go ham. For all those players who are wondering his kit and why he is S tier generally invested as a DPS, is his E3 talent final damage. So his E3 is the reason why he's so fucking good. I might pull for more him, but I want to invest hard into G Murphy because he's going to be very good. So his E1 is pretty good. You start the battle with unwon Onyx Plume in hand. So the thing about caster is that you can use him E0. He's one of the best support tanks at E0. He just can't deal damage. He just can't deal a lot of damage. So if you only have one copy of him on runs, you would delete his Umbral Flight. Because this does nothing. It will do nothing, do nothing, do nothing. It might as well you ignore what it says. If you have him E0, just think of it. I will translate his E0 Umbral Flight for you right now. Do nothing, do nothing, do nothing, dog shit, cost 3 mana. That's what it does at E0. That is the Flair's translation of the E0 for all of you E0 caster players. It's do nothing, clogs your fucking hand. That's what Umbral Flight does at E0. So, E1. You start with one Onyx Plume in your hand. I'll go over what the Onyx Plume does in a second. E2. When you play Stygian Wings, you get 5 elements per Onyx Plume in your hand. And every Onyx Plume you play, his 3 cost is Umbral Flight. The cost is reduced by 1 this turn. Now it's a real card. Now it's not a fucking 3 cost brick in your hand at E2. So every time you play an Onyx Plume, and he generates Onyx Plume if you Quasar his cards first, which means you don't want to run him with people who need to leap effects. Or people who really want their leap effects, their Quasar effects. That's why he's very bad to run with Clem. I know that some fucking dogshit players do it. Let me tell you, have you ever wondered why that dogshit player doesn't show his UID? Yeah. I have some fucking dogshit players try to Photoshop their runs on my spreadsheet. Fucking dogshit fucking people, dude. So, Stygian Wings. Stygian Wings, very good card. Weakness, generates a lot of shield. He's one of the best shield stats in the game because his shield scaling is insane. This is 50% shield. And it's additional shield. So, these two shield values, 20% and 30%, so it's basically effectively 50% on all of his cards. It's quite good value. Like 80%, 5%. On top of that, his base stat, his defense is high value as well. His base stat is high value as well right here. So it's pretty good to whale on him too. So rather than pull more copies of Pollux, just pull for more caster to make him do more damage. Because we're going to go into why he does so much fucking damage. If you're wondering why, is because of this combined with its E3. So what Skybound Oath, his Rouse does, it makes him always crit hit. So you want a specialized Covenant set for caster. I personally use a Steppenwolf set for the damage amp. Some people use Twisted Twins. I do not like using Twisted Twins. I think it's a waste of resources. I'd rather just create a specialized Steppenwolf set for him that only focus on crit damage and damage amp. Any other stat, you throw in the fucking trash. Because he always crits. If a boss nerfs your crit rate, he will still always crit. What it does is it changes the value to always crit. So any mob, any boss that, subtract your crit rate, you don't care. The boss can give you minus 10,000% crit rate. It is 100% crit rate. It basically changed the conditional to always crit. So any mobs that debuffs your crit rate, you don't fucking care. You do not fucking care if they debuff your crit rate. He will always fucking crit once you rouse him. So, you build crit damage on him. And on top of that, he has one of the best scaling kits in the game with his E3. Every 3 Onyx plumes you play increases your final damage by 10% on caster for the entire fucking battle. Now, what this means is he's broken. Final damage is one of the best multipliers in the fucking game because it's a fucking multiplier. Now, any of you guys who play PoE, who plays Diablo 4, any Diablo games, who play any real ARPGs, you know the concept of additive buffs and multiplicative buffs. This is a multiplicative buff that is rare to get. So, any of you guys who play Diablo 4, for example, this is the example. It's been a while since I played Diablo 4. I'm sorry, I'm speaking out of turn here. It's like the basket analogy. The basket analogy in Diablo 4. Like, some basket multipliers are more common than other basket multipliers. So final damage is one of those extremely rare basket multipliers. Because in the basket of final damage, there are very few other options. Whereas base damage, strength, and whatever is grouped into one basket, final damage is in another basket multiplier. So they multiply on top of one another. It's how the math works. So that's why he scales so well. It's because final damage is so fucking rare in the game that any unit with final damage is insanely strong. Because it's basically its own basket multiplier. Again, if you don't play Path of Exile, if you don't play Diablo 4, you're probably not watching this video. You're probably not a gamer. Every one of you watching this video right now plays a fucking ARPG. Don't fucking lie to me, you fucking piece of shit. If any of you goes to comment and say, Flares, this analogy does not make sense, you are not a gamer. You are not watching this video. You're a fucking tourist, dude. You know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm fucking talking about when I'm talking about basket multipliers, dude. I don't have to fucking explain myself to you. It's its own separate multiplier. Okay, let me explain it. It's PEMDAS. For all of you guys probably take fucking algebra classes. I assume all of you guys passed the 6th fucking grade. Have you guys graduated from 6th grade? Think of PEMDAS, parentheses, exponents, multiplication, division, addition, subtraction, PEMDAS. Think of it as another parenthesis. Parenthesis. You have one basket where it's thing plus thing plus thing plus thing plus thing plus thing. That is additive. Add. You know how to add. 1 plus 1 equals 2. 1 plus 1 equals 2. 1 plus 1 plus 1 equals 3. Okay? If you get more of additive effects, it will increase that add. Now this is a separate basket multiplication effect. That means it's outside of the parenthesis. It's in another parenthesis that's multiplied by the first parenthesis. The first basket. The baskets multiply by each other. You fucking liar. You liar. You know what I'm talking about. Any of you guys who comment in the fucking video saying, why are you so elusive about this? You know how basket multiplier works. You're a gamer. We're all gamers here. Everyone is a fucking gamer here. You play Diablo. You play Path of Exile. It's the same thing in every guide. In every fucking guide. That's why it's strong. Baskets. Its own parentheses. Okay? That's why he's strong. Overkill. Very good. More plumes. More corrosion. Very good. Very good. So, all of this, extremely good. Lots of shielders, scales very well. Now let me go over a clip of some gameplay of Caster. Okay, this is an example of Caster and Pollock from a Pollock's video. Again, he kills slower with Pollock because Pollock's really kind of into it because, again, his whole thing is corrosion. He does corrosion, and when you proc it with another Waker, the enemy takes 300% damage. extra from the caster. So an interesting thing about corrosion damage is that it's not calculated under total damage right here. This number right now will never include corrosion damage. So you can see how dog shit Pollock is. Because the number you see here, the boss takes a lot of damage. Most of it is corrosion stacks, knowing that. Like, look. It's 1,400 corrosion and 4,000 hit. So yeah, most of the damage is just caster in this comp. It's slow. But if you're playing caster at solo carry, you fucking don't give two fucks about corrosion. You can play him in blue. You can play him anything. You just play him with Winkle and pick 2 other units. Any other unit that doesn't clog up the thing. So you can just hold 7 plumes in hand and just keep pluming it up. So what I like to do is edge out the boss. Anyone who watch any of my guys already know my edging strategy for caster. Because trying to calculate his damage, because he does so much damage with a multiplicative scaling, requires you to know how much damage your caster does. But everyone's caster does a different amount of damage. I'm going to show you damage here while I'm talking over it. Every caster does a different amount of damage based on your covenants, based on your wheels, based on your dupe level, based on your caster level, based on everything. Rather than doing all that math, plus the strength and all that, and multiplying it with final damage, just edge it out. What you do, what I do, I recommend everyone do, hold 7 onyx plumes in hand, just stall. Stall until you're about to die, and then you whip out your plumes. So you gotta edge. The strategy is called edging. You gotta keep edging turns. Keep on edging for as many turns as possible. Does the boss kill you this turn? How can you live this long? Does the boss kill me this turn? Just keep edging out as long as possible so you hold as many plumes in hand. Because you don't want to unfurl all of your freaking plumes too early and not kill the boss. If you use up all of your plumes, all of your shields are gone. All of your freaking shields are gone. That's your source of shields, because every plume you hold in hand is retained, and you gain a shield at the end of turn. Without plumes, you're dead in the water. So you want to hold at least 7 plumes in hand, but on a kill turn, you play all of your plumes to scale up super hard, and then you umbral flight, and then the boss dies. You will always, using my strat, overkill. You're going to kill the boss with the umbral flights left with like 10 plumes left. However, you will never hit a situation, well, you will, where you're like, oh man, oh, the boss is almost dead. If only I waited another turn to burst. If only I edged some more. You gotta learn to be a prude. Take abstinence classes. Go to your local Catholic high school. Okay, that's a bad example. Catholic high school is kind of... Go to your local Amish high school and take their abstinent classes. Maybe they're also just as bad. But whatever. Take abstinent classes, maybe get on some SRIs, and practice edging. That's the key to playing caster. Do not think, oh, I play caster a lot, I think I have enough plumes to kill him now. Do not think you have enough plumes to kill a boss ever. Be safe. Would you rather unfurl all of your plumes and realize you could have waited, you could have edged another turn? Or would you rather play it safe? Play it safe, only unfurl all of your plumes, your big plumes, when you're about to die. When you cannot edge anymore is when you unleash yourself when playing caster. That's his benefit. So you stall, you overkill, basically. This is what I'm doing. I'm edging out the boss, and it still kills faster than fucking Pollux. You edge out the boss, and the boss is dead. So yeah, it's one turn. It's one turn kill. And we still have so many things left. So this is a turn. So look. Okay, I'm actually going to slow this down. It's too much damage. Look, 27 damage. Like, his scaling is insane. Every 3 plumes he plays, it goes up tremendously. It goes up tremendously. So let's see. So right now, the first plumes do only this much. I'm doing all the things, so yeah, 27,000. And then once you hit the next multiplier, it's now doing 50,000 damage per plume. You see how it basically doubled? You're thinking like, oh, 10% final damage. It's not a lot. Remember, fucking baskets, how multiplicative effects work. So boom. So it goes hard. So boom, boom, boom. So it does more damage than you think. So it's hit 50,000, and then we can just Umbral Wings. Or do anything. So the boss is dead. We still have more plumes. This is overkill. We did 450,000 damage in turn. We still have all the Get 'em Browns from Jenkins. We still have the Umbral Flight. We still have more plumes in deck. I overkilled the boss because I edged too hard. There's no such thing as edging too hard when you're playing a caster. You just store it up and unfurl your fucking plumes. And we're going to play this card last. Because remember, once you get all the scaling, you play your Umbral Flight last. And each hit will do 54,000 damage. That's how you play caster, folks. Now, why do everyone use caster with Jenkins and why is Jenkins better? Everyone already knows this. If you have 2 brain cells to rub together, unlike the average Pollock glazer. So, Jenkins, you don't care about her cards. You don't care about anything. You care about her rouse and her stuff. You know why? Her rouse, 70% temporary crit damage for the whole team. Her rouse, crit damage for the whole team stacking up to 5 times. That's another 75%. This is another 75% plus 70%. This is 145% crit damage. 145 crit damage is more than whatever the fucking Pollock provides for the team. You know what Pollock provides for the team? Nothing. You know what Jenkins is? He's a fucking standard fucking unit who's extremely good with caster. Again, if Get 'em Browns help you clear mob waves, turn 1. You don't need to wait to scale. You don't need to wait. Jenkins is good right out of the box. Turn 1. Turn 1. This is why Jenkins is very good with caster. Next unit, Corpal. Why is she an A tier? She does not provide as much damage as you would think compared to other units. She needs a lot to work with. Pilots doesn't scale that hard. You don't even use it to scale strength at the current moment of the game. Because her thing kit is hard. The technical damage bonus she does is quite nice. Her lightning does a lot of damage on Tawil. Tawil uses her lightning better than she does. She's a very good unit. However, not enough discard units to make use of her full kit yet. Once we get more discard units, she will get better and better as time goes on. When she released, there was hardly any discard units. Cassia Poof didn't count as discard when Corpal released. That's why my Corpal video, I said Cassia's discard does not work. It now works. They recently buffed Cassia to be very good this year. Because before, it did not count as a discard. But Corpal, her whole thing is buffing technical damage of your team and playing the lightnings and the DR. Now let me go over her kit and her recommended dupe levels. Now let's go back to the game. She's A tier. She's one of the best blue units. And she enables a lot. However, her E3 to OE doesn't really provide much. Because the double aftershock effect is nice, but there's not enough unit that will benefit from it. And the units that do benefit from it, they're locked behind Arouse. So this is her thing. So there's a thing that most people don't know, and the game doesn't really tell you. It's kind of dog shit game design in my opinion. It happens with Arita as well. Leveling up her rouse is very important. Even though her rouse, I value very low value. I don't value her rouse that much. It's one of the least important rouses in the game to get for your team. Because all it does is have an effect that's on cooldown every 3 turns in White Stance. It doesn't provide enough utility for what it costs to rouse in Arc 2. Arc 2, Arc 1 has different rule sets, remember. Arc 1, just rouse her whenever you just play rouse, whatever. So, what this doesn't tell you, by the way, is that leveling up her rouse levels up her pilots as well. So, levels up her pilot shielding, it levels up her pilot strength gain when discard, her pilot's discard technical damage. Nowhere does it tell you this. Lightning level up is very good too. It also levels up the pilots. So, rouse, this, you level up these two. Again, it does not tell you that in the game. I know. But you want to level up those abilities. You actually want to level most of his carry, except for this, really. I want to level up this for the shield gain. But yeah, that's a thing about Corpal. It's like, a lot of these games are hidden secrets. Not really, because people don't read, or the information is hidden in some other area that no one looks at, but me apparently. Like, there's a lot of Wickers that have additional scaling on certain stats tucked away somewhere, or because of the AI translations being weird. Like for Jenkins, for example. Common enemy, no one goes in and read talents because everyone just assumes everyone has these 2 talents, but some Wickers have a 3rd talent that makes them scale off of another stat. So every 1% provided by Jenkins, her Wheel of Destiny, or the Covenant, her Get 'em Brown does a 2% increase in damage. That's why you want crit rate on her. And there are other Wakers that just have random scaling for no fucking reason, like Mariam. Mariam, by the way, she gives more Alienus based on how much crit damage she has. So that's why you really don't... yeah, it is hidden away. So that's why you build crit damage on Mariam. It buffs the amount of Alienus she gives to another unit, by the way. So there's a lot of Wakers with a hidden, quote-unquote, 3rd talent that's not mentioned in their kit menu. You have to go under talents and check if they have a hidden scaling, per se. Most people gloss over this. But yeah, there's a lot of Wakers that have that hidden stat scaling, and Corpal is one of them, with DR. I say it's hidden, but it's literally one button click. But yeah, people don't include that in their guides for some reason. I guess because they don't read and copy guides from other people. But yeah, DR makes her do more damage and all that. That's a very important information to know here. So every time these cards strike defense get discarded, it gets 5 more Alienus, generates 5 more Alienus up to 2 attacks. So this can scale up to 25 Alienus if you don't play them. Again, this is what I'm talking about, Alienus power creep. Because this is 25 Alienus per strike defense on her kit. Whereas old kits, if it gets an Alienus buff, it's basically end of turn. It's basically something small, like 5 or 10. This is the power creep in Alienus. You're going to encounter power creep in the game. Expect power creep. You're going to encounter cards like saying, oh, this card does this, 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 and this. But the new unit does the exact same thing, but better. Power creep is a thing in this game. That's why Old Awakers age terribly until they get buffed. They do buff Old Awakers every now and then. So again, this Omnis gives 30 Alienus for 2 mana. 30 Alienus, 2 mana. This is quite good compared to other units. So you build up her Exalt a lot. Now, what her Exalt does is it discards your entire hand and draws an equal number of cards. So she works well with discard Awakers. However, there's not enough discard Awakers in the game for me to justifiably bump her up a tier to S tier. Maybe one day, once there are more discard Awakers that rely on the discard effect, she will shine better than she does now. But as of now, she's a support unit without enough units that can synergize with her. That will probably change with G Murphy once more units come out. Because right now with Cassia buff, Corpal got a big glow up. Corpal got a big glow up with the recent Cassia buff. So beforehand, so her entire thing is discard. Again, discard Exalt, discard, 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 your runner of discard. Her lightning, every time you discard her lightning, the cost gets reduced by 1 as it comes back in your hand. Because it triggers the prepared effect. When she launched this, it did not originally do this. So she has to prepare 1 on her lightning. That means every turn it costs 1 less. And when you discard it, it also triggers prepare. That was a relatively recent change they did with the prepared effects. That discard triggers prepare. And this returns to top of your draw pile when you discard it. Those of you watching from my CCN content know this is basically Nia, for example, but better. So her enlightens. E1, E2 is where I would stop. I would stop her at E2 unless you need the Vuln on her Exalt. So what E1 does is that basic strike and defense Alienus gain. You don't really care about this that much, but it's really nice to have. Her E2 is where most of her power comes from. Because for E2, her 2 cost does not inflict weakness. And weakness is a very powerful, very, very powerful effect to have. And it's getting rarer as you're building more teams. There are a lot of Awakers with weaknesses, but you want up to 10 teams for D-Tide. There's not enough to get as much weakness as you would want. And more weakness sources is always good. So you have a thing for every fucking scenario. So for each tentacle present, This is the real reason why you get her E2. The pilot shield, strength, and tentacle damage increases by 5% up to 50%. That means up to 10 tentacles. Once you have 10 tentacles, you get 50% more shield, strength, and tentacle damage from her pilots. This is very good. I do not need to tell you why 50% more is good. However, the big con, the big issue she runs into right now until they buff Realm Mastery is that you don't start with 10 tentacles. You start with 2, maybe 3, maybe 4 at best if you're running a meme Realm Mastery build. You need to grab the tentacle generation from Blue Stance, so it takes a while to scale up to 10 tentacles in the current state of the game to really get the full value out of her pilots. So that's the big con about Corpal. You need tentacles to scale up her pilots, to scale up tentacle damage. And you don't start with enough tentacles. Even if you are using mono blue, that's only 2 tentacles if you're not factoring Realm Mastery. So yeah. So her E3 is not needed. I only pulled it because on my team I need it. What it does is when you exalt, it inflicts Vuln. That's basically all that it does. The 20% crit damage is nice, but it's not a make or break. It's not in its own basket. It's not basket worthy, as I said in the caster part. Now, each time DR is triggered in this battle, it's further increased by 10%. Again, I do not believe in DR triggers that much. And in R2, you're not going to build enough DR on the Corpal comp unless you're really into your team and running DR on other units. Because if your team's good enough, you probably won't be proccing DR. And let's say you get enough to proc 1 DR, that's only 30% crit damage buff. You're not going to proc that much DR in that battle. If you're proccing that much DR in that battle where this matters, there's something wrong with your team or the content is too hard for your team. That is my opinion there. You're only getting this for the bone, really. So if you want, you can stop at E2. Her overassault would be extremely good if there were more discard-worthy Awakers that benefit from a double Aftershock effect. What double Aftershock effect means is that any card with a discard effect, the discard effect is triggered twice when she overexalts. So that means if you have pilots in hand, they give you strength twice. If you have lightning hand, the cost is reduced twice. Now, let me go over every Awaker that works with her for the discard effect. So, let me go over Arita, the main unit you run over. These Alimus, it's nice, not really mandatory, but it gets her more Alimus. You're mostly going to play the Glands to multiply them up. You're only going to rely on discard effects once you have 10 Glands in hand. I'll go over how Arita plays when I cover Arita in this video. Now, let's go over the next Awaker here. Fucking Tulu. Tulu, not that good with her. He aged terribly. Go watch any of my Tulu videos. I know tell you why he aged terribly. Because all this temporary strength, temporary tentacle damage. The JP version of Tulu is way better. The JP version, which is a different game entirely, it's permanent temp damage scaling. Now, all of his kit is temporary temp damage, and the number is pretty low for what it does. Because when the game was released, tentacle damage was extremely strong. So they were afraid of giving us permanent tentacle damage. But the thing is, you have to rouse Tulu in order to get the effect where every card that you discard from him, you get tentacle damage and strength scaling. And in Arc 2, it's very expensive to rouse. You're not going to really rouse Tulu before the Arita, before other units. So that's why he has aged terribly. That's one of the units Corpal pairs well with. But you have to rouse him. And rousing Tulu is quite expensive. It's also a 3-cost rouse. So it's very expensive mana-wise as well, or arithmetica-wise. So that's why she currently lacks really strong discard units right now. Because it's only Arita and him, and maybe the G Murphy. Murphy and G Murphy. So Murphy is another unit. It's one of the units I don't, because I don't pull for lollies. So this Aftershock is 10 damage count, but this is the only card that has an Aftershock effect. This Divine Maiden. Well, actually, that's all. These are played, but yeah, it's whatever. And Cassia now, since the change. Cassia now has this Aftershock effect. Yeah, there's not that many units with Aftershock effects. It's basically only those units. So that's why she's not as high as the others. But once more Aftershock units or discard units are released, she'll get better and better as the time goes by in the discard comp. Right now, there's not enough aftershock units or discard units to make use of her OE. So her OE, you really only get it for the 3 tentacles. Because again, you would say, flares, what would the pilots from Corpal? Again, you need really 10 tentacles to really maximize the value of discarding the pilots. And before 10 tentacles, it's kind of not enough strength, not enough tentacle damage to not just play them because they really clog up your deck. And you don't have enough key flare to unclog up your deck with the discard posse in Arc 2. That will change with G Murphy release. I'll do a review on it later after G Murphy release. I do have an editor now. It's not working on this video. This video is just solely me. That's why it's so bad. I'm sorry. But this is my editing. And it's a long video. I'm going to edit it at work. So that's why she's rated there. She's very strong unit, invested. She won't get you to A5 unless you heavily invest in her. Heavily invested her in Arita, and Arita's time gated. Even you can't whale her out unless you use the monthly boner. And Arita is very key to her comp. Now her Soul Force talent is very good. It makes the enemy takes more tentacle damage. In general. Very good. So on a tentacle team, she really shines. But there's only one main tentacle player, and that's Kai from ZN. He plays tentacle comps, clear all content, alert 5. Always. All the time. I do talk about Kai in my Corpal video. Credits to him. He does not really have a Billy. He just posts clips in the CN channel on the Discord. Now, I have 2 Corpal videos. I run Corpal every week, Arita comp, D-Tide, either A4 or A5. I'm just showing you this video. Again, it's on my YouTube channel. So this is a boss that pairs well with it because the gimmick Corpal can fucking cheese the gimmick. Now, let me just show you the gimmick. This is one of the bosses where Corpal auto wins. If you have a Corpal, it's an auto win boss fight. So it is not indicative of how she plays, but it's indicative of the gameplay loop and the feeling of playing Corpal. I like Corpal a lot. I like Arita a lot. And the reason why is I'll showcase. This is the God build. So in the video, I also talk about how in other videos, I showcase, regular ways. But this is a tier list video. I want to showcase to any new players what it's like playing Corpal. I want to show her in the best possible light. I show all the units in the best possible light here. So boom. Rouse everyone. Again, past layers is slow. There we go. Just get the pilots, aftershock, the scaling, whatnot. This is a guide video, so I was also explaining what I was doing. So the boss, basically, you can dupe as many cards, so you dupe as many lightnings as possible. You can also do this with Lone Seed. However, again, Lone Seed is going to be used for a Gellet comp. Every time you discard with Arita, the cost is -1. So now they're all 1-cost lightnings. So I'm going to discard again. Now they're all 0-cost lightnings. Then I just played them. This is the Corpal gameplay I like. This is the trillion hit. This is the trillion hit gameplay that I love about Corpal. Yeah, you just get as many lightning as possible. Lone seed it. But generally, you don't lone seed it. This is just, best case scenario, you get a gimmick that you can abuse because every boss has a gimmick or a buff that you get in the story mode. And this is the gimmick Corpal excels at. If you can find a way to dupe her lightning, she's broken. She's S tier. She can kill every boss on her own, basically. On these gimmick fights. Nowhere else, though. But yeah, very good unit overall on these gimmicks. However, on endgame content, again, without the investment, her pilots doesn't generate enough shields, aren't that reliable until you get more tentacles. Until you have another Vanguard to help her out, which is what G Murphy can provide for a Corpal comp. What Murphy provides for Corpal. You want to live to scale, because he's all about scaling with the strength and the tentacle damage. Because you want to scale super hard, because tentacles right now scale very slowly. So you need someone that can scale tentacles really fast, which is why you want better discard. Example. So that's it for this. Let's go to the next. Let's talk about my favorite blue unit, the Big Cock, otherwise known as Caucus. Caucus is one of the best standard units you can possibly pull in a game, especially as a new player, because everything about him is great. He's one of the best units in the fucking game for his ability of being a stat stick. He can have no cards, and he's still be a good unit. And his cards are very good too, especially in Blue Will. Because he, unlike other counter units, has one of the best counter cards in the game for Tawil to copy and Tawil to do. This Shattered Halberd is insane. That's why if you have Thighs Caucus, just run that for your comp. You generate a lot of counter's fun. And this is permanent counter. So why this card is insane compared to other counter units, let's say Dogshit Wanda now. Again, I really wish they changed Wanda's kit. Because Wanda's kit is very interesting to play. Her Exalt is very interesting. Everything about it. But it scales so bad late game. I want to tell you why it scales bad. This is flat counter. She generates counter based off her attack stats. This cannot crit. This cannot do anything. And it's nerfed in R2. It's so little counter. 51 counter. It's a bit more than that. And once you get inside a fight, it's like 300 and something. It is so little. And look at her attack stat. It's 88. Fucking 88. But now let's look at Cassia. I do have it live up, but his base stats are high across the board. High HP. You know what you get from high HP? Higher permanent counter stacks. You know what you get from high attack? Better scaling on your attack cards. High defense, better scaling on your defense. He and Goliath has the best overall. He has Bruff, but the same thing as Goliath. This is level 66 Goliath. He has more stats than a Doll, for example. Look at Doll's level 70 stats. Yeah. Him and Goliath has the best overall stat values in him. Look at Lotan, for example. 144, 149, and 126. Let's go look at level 66 Goliath. 177, 172, 142. Let's look at the caster. Even the caster, which I rate very highly. Level 70 caster. Attack, constitution, defense. Let's look back at the Goliath. Look back at the caster. Yeah. I value stats very highly because everything scales off of stats. That means, and not only are his stats very high to help your team, more HP is good. Higher counter, higher poison stats. He has one of the best kits in the entire game. His kits has everything. He does your taxes, he cooks for you, he cleans, and he's a twink. This is what a good twink boy should do. Pollock wishes he can be half the twink caucuses. Okay? That's why I call him the big cock. He does everything. He dispels weakness, he gives you a bone, he scales your tentacle damage, he gives you counter, he commands your tentacles to attack, he heals you, he gives alienness, he gives shields. What doesn't he do? This is an easy bone source because it's located in his Exalt. That means that you can save the bone for when you're ready for a burst turn. You want to Exalt him always. He's a great unit. I value him very high. He's one of the best units in the fucking game because of this. And he has a Dispel Weakness effect on his Exalt. For free, basically. That you can use whenever you want. The only other unit that dispels weakness besides is Tulu and Tinkt. And they're both pretty bad at dispelling weaknesses. That's why I rate Tinkt so low. She's fucking dog shit. You know why? This? You cannot guarantee you'll have this 2-cost card in your hand that dispels weakness, bone, whatever. What if the boss inflicts bone weakness on you and you don't have this in your hand? That's right, you're fucking fucked. And it's a 2-cost. Not located in the Exalt. It's a fucking 2-cost card. You're not going to guarantee you're going to have this in your hand always. Whereas with Caucus, you can pre-plan ahead on most boss fights. You can pre-plan ahead. Because it's located in his Exalt. Just don't Exalt. Just like you playing caster, just edge out the Exalt. You don't have to use an Exalt as soon as you get it. So when you're ready to burst, you Exalt. You dispel the weakness on you. You inflict bone on the boss. So he's doing 2 things at once for your burst turn. He's removing the weakness the boss probably put on you. Because most of the later bosses in the game do like putting weakness on you. And then he inflicts bone on the boss. So he removes your sickness. He's the twink that when you get sick, he goes to your house, feeds you chicken noodle soup, or if you're Asian, he's probably better than that. He probably makes you pho. As a Vietnamese person, he makes you nice pho, because pho is way better than chicken noodle soup when you're sick. He makes you a nice bowl of pho when you're sick with all the herbs, with all the spices. You eat that, you're right up, right better. You know what Pollock does when you're sick, and you're a couple of them? nothing. He takes your fucking credit card from your fucking bedside because he's a piece of shit unit. He goes shopping for fashion. He's a high maintenance twink. Look at this. Look at this. Cawus, he's fine with rags. Okay? He's loyal. He's bad with money though. He's extremely bad with money in the lore. Look at what Pollock is wearing. You think he's buying this on his own dime? No. When you're sick, he's robbing you blind, going to Louis Vuitton, buying the latest outfits, maybe even Balenciaga. Maybe he gets a Birkin bag, okay? You cannot trust this motherfucker, okay? You cannot trust someone who wears a fucking chandelier for a helmet. You cannot trust this motherfucker, dude. He does nothing for your team. Does he give you bone? Does he dispel your weakness? No. He lets you stay weak. He lets you stay weak. Cawus does it all. He treats you when you're sick. He's there for you when you're strong. As a Catholic, you know the Bible. He's down. Wait, this is not fucking Catholic. This is fucking Santa Claus I'm thinking of. Whatever. Saint Nick is Catholic, okay? He knows when you are naughty. He knows when you are sick. He will heal you up and da. Oh, Cawus here, Cawus there. He will shatter them away. He has a dispelled weakness. He will bone the enemy all night and every single day. This is what it's like playing Cawus. You're happy all the fucking time. When you're a witcher with Pollock, you're fucking miserable. He's fucking poisoning you behind your fucking back. He's the reason you are sick in the first place. He's after that inheritance. He's a fucking gold-digging piece of shit twink, okay? Cawus is a good twink. He heals you up. And he shits on your enemy. He shits on the fucking enemy for you. Puts bone on your fucking enemies. Pollock doesn't put bone on your fucking enemies. He does bleed. He does fucking bleed. And that's not immediate. That's not immediate. Bleed is next turn. He sends them a fucking business card for his damage. The damage will come 5 business days from now. The damage will come 5 fucking business days from now. Cawus dispels your weakness now. He inflicts bone now. So he can do damage now. He's ready now. Pollock takes 10 hours in the bedroom to get ready to go to the movie theater. Cawus is ready now. He lets you unleash your load now. He's always ready all the fucking time. Low maintenance. 2. He's not a limited unit, by the way. He's not a limited unit. He's a standard unit with this busted-ass kit. Great unit. Pollock's a not-so-great unit. Does everything. Entire kit, great. Pairs well with most comps. Who doesn't want a weakness dispel on hand? Who doesn't want a Vaughn on hand on Excel? Again, it's a 2-in-1. And he busts your tentacle damage, busts your counter, he does it all! My boy, and he has high stats too. He has extremely high stats. You have high HP, so you don't fucking die being made of fucking paper like a Pollock's team. So yeah, I'm not gonna go over. I already went over Cawus. You saw Cawus in the Tawil video. You play him with Tawil. You play him with any blue unit. He does it all, my man. He does it all. That's what he does. He's a supportive unit. And his counter is very good too. Oh, let's talk about his counter. If he only had its Exo, he'd be good. But he has more. Wait, there's more. Fucking Billy Mays here. Wait, there's more. His Shattered Halberd deals damage, gets an equal amount of damage with a 50% tentacle damage bonus. This has so many multipliers on top of one another. It's baskets galore here. You know why? This can crit. This can crit. You know what happens when it crit? You get more counter. You get more counter. It scales well. That means he scales off strength. He scales off crit. It can crit. It can crit. It can crit. Any card with this effect extremely good. If it says gain an equal amount of counter, that means, you know what it means? He can double dip. Double dip, motherfucker. You know what Pollock is? Pollock is a single dip. He's a no dip. He's not even a single dip. He's a no dip, dip motherfucker. He goes to fucking McDonald's. He doesn't even order the barbecue sauce for the fries. Again, I'm not a pro ketchup person. Use barbecue sauce for your french fries. Try it. He's a no dip motherfucker. He likes bland food. Pollock is, for all it's in, he has a bland ass kit. All it is damage. No vol, no weakness to spell, no strength gain, nothing. No scaling. You have to outsource it other ways. You have to outsource it. You have to go to fucking a call center. Outsource the slave labor somewhere else. Cawus does it all. Does it all. So what this means is that this can gain a crit amount of counter, as opposed to Wanda. You saw the Wanda is flat. It can never crit. If that card can never crit. If this card crit with the crit damage crit rate, it gets way more counter equal to your damage. And on multiplicative effects, such as, let's say, G-Dolls buffing your base damage with her Exalt, which buffs counter and base damage, it double dips. He double dips. He gets the damage from the base damage on this card, which in turn makes more counter. And he generates more counter on that thing, again from the counter he generates. He triple dips, and he gets a 50% tentacle damage bonus. So that's why he's very strong. That's how I'm able to generate 80,000 plus counter. Generally by turn 2 on Blue Will. If we're straight into boss fight with the right setup, with the right luck and RNG, that's how I'm generate so much counter on my Blue Will comp with Cawus. He does it all. That's why this card is extremely good. Any card that says deal damage equal amount of counter or equal amount of poison is a very good card. Some units suffer from it. I'm going to go over it with Liz later. That's why she scales very bad compared to the newer units. And the buff really doesn't do much. Like, I coach people Liz. You can see it. I have experience coaching people Liz. I know how weak she fucking is because of this. It's bad scaling. There's no strength multiplier here. The pierce damage is nice, but it's 50% damage poison. That's her being a selfish little fuck. That's her being a selfish little fuck, dude. And all this temporary damage, temporary strength, old kit. Old ass kit. You know what's a new? One Punch Mariam. Ernest, another Chinese content creator, has One Punch Mariam videos. I did link it in one of my other videos. I forgot which one it is. I'm not going to go over it in this tier list. So this is just same thing, but equal amount of poison. 100%. And it buffs everyone's crit damage. It does more. On top of having a really great kit in general. Very great kit. And permanent strength. She has L. I'm going to go over Mariam and when I go to the support section. So yeah, that is the power of any effect that says equal. So this is why he's extraordinarily strong. He punches above his weight class. Now, this extremely strong. Heal HP equals 7.5% of con at turn end, coupled with his wheel fully invested. You see my Cawus end of turn heal. My fully invested Cawus heals for a little over 50 HP every turn, end of turn. If you click the end turn button, he heals you for 53 HP. It's around 53 HP, it's around there. He heals you for 53 HP, that's why his E3 is insanely good. Just for the heal, that's why I recommend pulling for E3 Cawus. This heal passive, it's probably only going to heal you for 18, maybe 20 when you're starting out as a new player. But as you invest more in Cawus, you'll eventually hit up to the 58 HP range. So yeah, Cawus, extraordinarily good. And this heal amount is nothing to stop about. Heals are hard to come by. There's not enough healers in the game that generates a lot of heal outside of G-Dog. There are very few healers. Like, let's say this Karen. This is not invested Karen. And again, it's not, and these are playing cards. Just by clicking end turn, he heals you back up. It's just free healing every turn. I value that very highly. There's no other Waker that just heals you. Just heals you, besides G-Doll. G-Doll's the only one, and it does the same amount as Cawus, but you have to rouse her. If you rouse her, you heal 50 HP at the end of turn. If you rouse her, you get 50 HP at the end of turn, basically. If you rouse the G-Doll. Which is roughly the same as my Cawus. However, He does it for free without having to rouse him, just based off of his E3, and that's extremely valuable. So that means when you're playing with Cawus in boss fights, you want to kill it with tentacles. You want to click the end turn button, get the last hit with tentacles to proc the heal. That's if you want to play optimally. You want to kill with tentacles to get the end of turn key flurry, end of turn alien mist, end of turn heal. Because if you kill him during that turn, you don't get the heal end, but if you kill him with tentacles, when you click the end turn button, the heal procs, the boss will die, or whatever mob will die, and then you get all the effects as if you ended turn because you did. So that's why I rate Cawus fairly highly. It's a very good unit. So, let's go on to the next unit. It's Jenkins. We all saw us play him with Caster. That's how you play him now. Usually, you used to play her. Again, I also get tripped out with Jenkins because, again, tomboy character. Jenkins is very good at staying damage since the buff this year. Beforehand, she was pretty bad in the O tier list because she got buffed earlier this year. Is because her effects are AoE. So let me go over her original kit. Her original kit, Get 'em Brown, used to be a single target ability. And she didn't do as much damage. She gave her a Soul Force. She does so much damage now, out of the box. They also gave her this Soul Force talent. Right here, Jenkins' damage increased by 36% of attack. This is insane. She's a very good character, but you don't even care about all that right now. She's already better than Pollock already. By just having this kit and Get 'em Brown, AoE damage, free AoE damage, 1 cost. But as I said with the caster review, 145% crit damage buff just by rousing her. Insanely good. I'm not going to showcase gameplay of her because I already did with the caster. And this video is probably going to be like 5 hours on or something ridiculous. I don't know how long it's going to be. But yeah. And her stat scaling is nothing to snuff at. 158 might not be as high as 24, but it's still above average. Above average base stat scaling. And she's a limited unit. A standard unit. That means you can plus 12 her with the rewinds. Again, go watch my rewind videos to understand how to use rewind characters. You pull blue, you send one to the black pool, you black a character, and use all of the standard selectors on Jenkins. That's the key to using Jenkins there. Yeah, very good unit. You don't even need her dupes. Her dupes are quite nice. I recommend like at least the E1 or the E2. The E2, she does work with discard comp because I did play her with Corpal. There's a unique synergy. It's so rare to happen. If you have Lightning as top deck and you play this, it will double discard Lightning and make it insanely cheap. So that's pure RNG. I don't believe in that often. So she does work with discard comps because of this. It's a discard. But you really only want her E1 basically, and it's fine. But you get her plus 12 just for the stats to buff her up, but just for her crit rate stats and whatnot and the levels on her. So that's why you want a plus 12 her, just for the stats. Not because of her dupes do anything, just for the stats, and she is a standard unit. So you can plus 12 any standard unit you want. So there's nothing really big to complain about. You saw what she does. She provides so much utility. Because 145% crit damage is huge. It's one of the best sources of crit damage for your entire team in the fucking game. And this spawns Get 'em Brown 0 cost. AoE on demand. Very good unit. Very good unit overall. This is going to be very short. There's nothing much to play. Just play Get 'em Brown. She's a very easy unit to play too. Unlike other Ultra characters, unlike other units in the game, she's a very simple kit. But her kit isn't unfun to play. Because all the animations are pretty high quality. The Get 'em Browns are pretty nice. And the dopamine, because she crits because you want crit rate. So the feeling of critting, the feeling of playing her is very fun. I like playing 1,000 rats and whatnot. But generally now, her meta team is just running her with caster. Yeah, that's basically going to be Jenkins' part. Next. Okay, Dorisine. Dorisine is one of those whale bait units. He's more whale bait than Calf or any other unit in the game. That's why he's B tier. He's very good. E0 to E3 for new players. You're gonna see a lot. You're gonna see him perform well, just like Pollock's early game, just like Liz early game. So the problem with how early game dictates is because scaling gets out of hand. But base damage scale, the devs don't really take into account base damage, and they don't really scale things well in the early game. So there are going to be a lot of units that perform extremely well early game that become complete trash later on. Like Liz, for example. Liz, for example, will one-shot most mobs on the first few chapters, but she'll get weaker and weaker and weaker as the things go by, because she has very bad scaling. She scales very badly as the game goes on, just because of base damage. Their base damage is very high, but she doesn't really have really good scaling. Now, Dorisine has really high base damage and really high scaling, but to access the scaling, it's very hard to access. You have to whale them out on certain Alert 5 waves. I'm talking about Alert 5. I'm not talking about the easy mode Alert 3s, Alert 4s. I'm talking about Alert 5. Alert 5 is very hard to do Alert 5 on him without him getting carried by his supports on its own unless you whale him out hard. If you whale him out hard, you'll encounter no issues at all. Now let me go on why he's an extreme whale unit. Anyone who agrees, Manchi agrees with me. Fucking Satan agrees with me. Anyone who plays him endgame, Hitsu agrees with me. Everyone agrees with me here. It's not a controversial thing to say this. He just requires a lot of investment. He requires like probably the most investment out of all the A5 capable DPSs in the game for Alert 5. Because he can no diff Alert 4. Alert 4, he can easily destroy any Alert 4. E3 OE, level 70, he can destroy any Alert 4, but the jump from Alert 4 to Alert 5 difficulty is huge. And most of the time, he cannot do a hard Alert 5 wave unless it's one of the easier Wave 1 waves. Unless it's one of the very easy waves with very easy bosses or one of the bosses with an AoE mob. The reason why is his whole gimmick is he deals more damage based on the percentage of HP the target is missing. You see the problem now? As enemies scale higher on the higher difficulty alerts, they'll start having millions of HP. When you deal 20,000 damage to an enemy with 100,000 HP, they're missing 20% of their fucking life. When you're dealing 20,000 damage to someone who has a million HP, you're doing, 2% of their max life. I just did math there, so I'm gonna take a short break. I'm gonna give you a moment, because some of you guys might have played Limbus Company. I did play Limbus Company and lost the ability to read and lost the ability to reason. So I'm just gonna let that settle down with you, how numbers work. So doing the same amount of damage reduces the enemy's HP value by a lower percent. He scales over how much percentage HP the boss is missing. Each boss is missing. So, to get them to a low percentage in the first place, someone needs to do damage, and it's not him. Remember, all of his cards does a lot of damage because it scales over how much HP the enemy is missing. And how much HP he is missing. That's his whole gimmick. And he by himself cannot lower the boss's HP, the mob's HP, as much as you would like endgame. When the mobs have 200,000 HP, when the boss has 1,000,000 HP, this Exalt does no damage basically. When the boss is missing half their HP, you're going to hit this Exalt for 500k, 1,000,000 damage. It scales great. But to get to that point in the first place, it's rough. On the higher difficulties, you'll probably die unless you're running a very supportive comp to stall long enough for their HP to get low. Unlike Calf, which doesn't have to rely on the boss HP being low, and other units relying on the boss HP being low in the first place to do damage. That means you have to pair him with like Pikmin. You have to invest in units that do damage also to get their HP low in the first place. And on bosses without mobs, he's not going to generate corpses. So what he does is a corpse generator. If you watched my video on him, every time you kill an enemy or every time you hit an Exalt on a boss unit, you get 1 corpse up to 3. Once you get 3 corpses, when you Exalt, his Exalt does more damage. Yeah, his Exalt does way more damage, double the crit damage multiplier of the hit, and heals you. same damage. Yeah, every 1% HP. Yeah, this is basically the reason why he's very strong, but he's a win more character. It's final damage. Just like fucking I was talking about earlier. It's a different basket. It's a very good unit. You're going to see a lot of show clips, even my show clips, with his Exalt doing 10 million damage, 5 million damage. That's just win more. He's a win more character. Because if you manage to get them that low when he starts doing damage, you could have already won with any other unit. So he only really excels on content you were gonna win anyway if you use any A tier or S tier DPS. That's his big con. But his pros are that he has an easy AoE bone. Unlike Pollock, for example. He generates a lot of strength for you with his Dirge. He pairs well with Dies. However, Dies, everyone wants Dies. Everyone wants these units. So that's his big con. He requires a lot to work. And in addition, his dupes are so important going up just because of the crit damage and damage champ. Because one of his unique gimmicks is that he gains crit damage based on he gains crit rate based on how much crit damage you have on him, his Wheel of Destiny, and your Covenant. Which means the bigger whale you are, the stronger he is. He's one of those super whale units. Because as a new player, as a free-to-play player, you're not going to have that much crit damage sources. Because again, whales will have so much more crit damage than you. Because every dupe level, they up to 12, they gain 30% crit damage from here, and they get hundreds of crit damage from their Covenant and their wheels. So I go over this on the Dorisine review video on why it's bad for free-to-play players, why he's bad for free-to-play players, is because, look, a crit damage wheel, for example, an SSR fully whaled out crit damage wheel gives 43% crit damage. When you plus 12 an SSR wheel, you can equip another plus 12 SSR wheel. So if I plus 12 this, I also get this. So this is 243% crit damage. And remember, his Exalt multiplies, doubles this crit damage as well. So he's a whale on top of whale. So he's one of the best units if you whale out super hard for him. He's one of the best whale units in the entire game. However, before then, he's kind of weak. Because, again, just from these two, is already done. But if you don't have a plus 12 SSR wheel, you're going to have to use a purple wheel. And every wheel tier before is half the crit damage. Is half of the crit damage. Again, this is also plus 12, but it's only 21.6% crit damage. If you go down further, it's half of that. So every tier, it doubles. So that's why he's saying wheel in it. And this one gets you 100% crit damage if you plus 12 it. Because this permanently increase the crit damage by 10% up to 5%. So this is 50%. This is a 93% crit damage wheel, basically. If you whale this out. These are limited wheels, by the way. It's a lot of money. It's a lot of money. I cannot recommend Dorisine A5 for any free-to-play player. I cannot recommend this. He's an extreme whale unit. He's very strong. Don't get me wrong. He's very strong when level 90 fully whaled out. And not only that, you get a lot of crit damage from Covenants. You can get like 60+% from Covenants, and these are weapons. These are gears. These are memory fragments in CCN. Those are coming from a CCN content. This is pure RNG. Whales will have more resources than you. Even then, they won't have it. So you want to go in all crit damage, basically. So, on that alone, you understand how big of a whale you know. Because if you're a whale, you don't really need to build crit rate. You just go all in on crit damage, and you'll get like tons of crit rate just by having crit damage. If you're a free-to-play player, this E1 might as well say do nothing, do nothing. Because if you only have like, let's say 10% crit damage, let's say worst case scenario, you have shit brown wheels. You're a new player. You only have brown wheels. You see how much brown wheels give you. 10% crit damage. You see how much a whale wheel gives you, 43%. You're gonna get 1% crit rate. You're gonna get fucking 1% crit rate from this as a free-to-play player without any wheels, without any choices. That's how much you're gonna get as a free-to-play player. A whale, you're gonna get that plus another one, plus so that plus Daffodil's wheel. That's 143% crit damage just from the wheels alone. That's 14% crit damage right there. Add in the Covenants, that's more. You can get up to 20+% crit rate. Just from Covenants and that. Plus the dupes. Again, this is all free crit rate. Plus the dupes. This is before getting crit rate. Plus dupe, they go over here. This is another 3% crit rate right here. So yeah, and if you're a whale, you don't care about crit rate. You have tons of crit rate already. Just by whaling out on the game. He's an extreme whale unit. That's why I cannot recommend him if you're pushing the higher difficulty levels. He does perform great on lower difficulty. If you're doing easy content, he no diffs because his base damage is so high. But eventually, once you reach the extremely hard content, you're going to face a almost insurmountable wall because of how he works in general. This is the general gameplay for my Dorisine. This is not what I recommend. The best Dorisine comp is usually with dies, but this is D-type, endgame content. And remember, you can only use each unit once. So I'm just showing case you the general use of him. So right now, see how little damage he does? Like 141,000 health is fine. This is alert 4. But if the boss has 400,000 and the boss has 1,000,000, you see how hopeless it starts to become. So he generates Evernight every time you do the thing. It's kind of a new thing. So on AoE bosses, he shines as an easy A5 because every time you kill a mob, he gets an Evernight, and Evernight really hits hard, especially if you have more of them. And it's an easy way to charge up his Exalt if he starts getting kills. Without getting kills, he doesn't get corpse stacks. He doesn't do anything. So yeah, so this is just an A4 difficulty. But it's a pretty easy no diff. Like, he does little damage, so you need to get the percentage HP low. I'm gonna go to when I Exalt here. Yeah. So the first Exalt here, 55,000 damage. Again, that is a lot. However, when the boss has 400,000 and the boss has 1,000,000, that might as well say 0. So this is A4, so it's a lot for this boss. This boss has a reasonable amount of HP. So the percentage of the boss is now extremely low. They're under half health. Dorisine does way more damage. And now our HP is low. She does way more damage. We go to next time we Exalt. This is showcase here. Okay, here we go. So remember that old number, 45,000 HP. So now the boss's HP is a bit lower. How much damage should it do? 173k damage. So that is the problem in the strength of Dorisine. He's a win more character. Like, he overkills the enemy. You're going to see a lot of videos, a lot of screenshots of his high damage values. But just keep in mind that if you get to the point where you hit those high numbers on the Exalts, you would have already killed him with any other unit. Because before the boss's HP is reduced, he doesn't do much. But you do have a lot of Evernights now. So we need to get his percentage HP down. So I get his percentage HP down. Yeah, I think I died here, but no, I didn't. So now we have a lot of strength, and this will one-shot, I think. Nope, did not one-shot. This is less damage, and it crit. You see what I'm talking about as a win more character? Because the boss has 90+% of their HP left, even with more strength, even with, 823 strength here, that only did 65,000 damage. Earlier, when the boss's HP was a lot lower because it's final damage, we did 170k damage on the Exalt. That is the problem with playing Dorisine. That is his biggest problem, is he's a win more whale character. Because it's very hard to get a boss to that percent HP value where he starts dealing damage without dealing damage in the first place. Only way is if you whale him out. He's an extremely whale unit. There's not much more to be say about him, you know. Next, we're gonna go over Lotan. Lotan is actually not B tier when you start out. She's more like D or F tier when you start out. She's one of the welfare units that we're gonna cover, otherwise known as the units you get for free. However, their dupes are very easy to get. You get 2 every month if you're buying it from the shop, and she'll get stronger and stronger and stronger to eventually being at least B tier or above. Because she has some of the most powerful effects in the game for her Exalt that only very, very few Awakers have that cannot be power crept. Next, we're going to go over Lotan. Lotan is actually not B tier when you start out. She's more like D or F tier when you start out. She's one of the welfare units that we're going to cover, otherwise known as the units you get for free. However, their dupes are very easy to get. You get 2 every month if you're buying it from the shop, and she'll get stronger and stronger and stronger to eventually being at least B tier or above. Because she has some of the most powerful effects in the game for her Exalt that only very, very few Awakers have that cannot be power crept. So let's go over Lotan's kit and why she gets stronger and stronger. As a welfare unit, as one of the units you get at the start, you will eventually plus 12 her. She's one of the easier welfare units to plus 12 because you get 2 copies a month. Now I, as an older player, has plus 12 all of them. So you do in the investigation shop. It does not show this in here anymore, unfortunately, so I can't show you. But each dupe costs 2,500 investigation badges. Now it's her, Dahl, and Ogier. She's one of the strongest units at OE. Because her OE ensures she'll never be power crept from the game. Now what her overexalt is plus 4, which means 8 copies, is overexalt. Deal fixed damage equal to 15% of the target's max HP to all enemies. This means what her boss has 5 health is 50% of her health. Where the boss has 6 trillion health is 15% of their health. Whether it has 10 gazillion health, 15% of their health. So they'll never make a boss that will power creep this ability. This is why she's so good at OE. She cheeses a lot of bosses, especially endgame, that has 2 million HP with her Exalt. You feed her Alimus and you Exalt on her. 15% HP gone. After enough overexalts, the boss is dead. This is why she's strong. Before then, she's a strike unit, and strike scales pretty bad into the endgame. I can go over her other kit. Like, it's all pretty bad overall, because strike generally endgame is kind of bad. Like, she does have that dispel weakness like Caucus, but no apply vuln. She has no apply vuln. This is not enough strength scaling compared to the newer unit. She is a welfare unit. Like, the rest of her kit is meh, but her result, very good. I'm not going to really show a clip of it. There's like Chinese players that have cleared the entire game. You can clear the entire game, every piece of content, with a plus 12 Lotan with the SR comp only, if you're good enough. With the enough wheels, you can clear everything, but with Lotan. She's that good, she can never be power crept. She can never be weaker or stronger than she is now, because you're just relying on that 15% damage of the boss's max HP. Exalt enough, you win. This is a very short segment on why she's good. That's why she's good. There's nothing else to it. So I have started to realize going back and forth between the sheet and the game is kind of bad, because I assume you guys have the sheet already opened on another menu. So going by that assumption, I'm just going to go through the rest of the DPS in order. DPS or defensive units. I consider them carries. These are carries. So Sangha. Sangha is one of the other better carry units at B tier because she has a really nice overexalt. And she is getting a nice buff for Annie. I'll go over the buffs and changes for Annie in another video. This video is already going to be like 9 hours long or something ridiculous. Cafe 3 team, a lot of copies. As many copies as you can. I just went over it earlier on the stream. Dorisine. Oh, sorry. Sorry, people watching the video. I'm also streaming right now. So, okay. Now, Sangha. Sanga, why she's good at OE, she's one of those infinite scaling units. Except for she doesn't do damage for strength. She doesn't do damage by that. She does damage by her Exalt and how much shields you have. So let's say Monchi's or Satan's D-Dive team, the Sanga OE. It's basically all her OE damage. So the more shields you have, the more damage you do on her Exalt. She's an Exalt damage unit. Now, her Enlightens, E1, E2, all of them are nice shield gen. And this is her Exalt, which has 25% additional crit rate and crit damage. But the reason why she's good is this. Her Overexalt. So this makes your Lost Art and Big Strike an additional shield bonus during battle. So you basically White Stance, Exalt, White Stance, Exalt. You just live and eventually kill the boss just by exalting on her with White Stance. Just generate shield is a turtle comp. You're just turtling up to kill the boss. Now I'm going to show clips of that with the infamous Monchi Deep Dive comp and the video I made on the channel. Now her Enlightens, she scales off of DR. That's her secret. There's not much to her kit. Her Beauty's Mercy generates Tentacle. Is very nice to steal on Tawil. This eliminates Fragile, but her Dimensional Image Relic is pretty strong overall. And this does damage based on how much shield you have. So you want a White Stance Exalt. That's pretty simple gameplay. We're going to get to simple gameplay now. Because the lower we go down in the tiers, the more simple the units are going to be. That's why they're low tier in the first place, and that's why they're bad in the first place. Because their kits are too simple, and they age poorly. Because most of the Good Awakers have very complex kits. Minus a few, I guess. So let's go in. So this is an example of the Sanga, one of the ways to play Sanga in the Sanga Deep Dive comp. I did with Monchi. Again, it's on my YouTube channel. All these runs are on my YouTube channel. I have every run. This is us coaching players how to use Sanga comp. It's pretty simple. Here you go. You go into White Stance. Okay. See that? Do everything. Winkle. Exalt the Sanga. And get generated shield. You have 300 shield. Exalt. Dead. This is generally the thing. You keep exalting, you over exalt, 900 shield. Yeah. Exalt, 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 exalt. This video doesn't have to be that long. You just play your cards, White Stance, exalt. More investment, more shield, more damage. And she scales hard throughout the entire fight. Just keep exalting. Every over exalt will be stronger than the last one, I assure you. Every time you exalt, gets a little stronger. Gets a little stronger. Gets a little stronger until the boss dies. Just tank it up. Yep. And now, final exalt. Look. Just keep exalting. Just keep exalting. Just keep swimming. Just keep swimming. Just keep swimming. That's what you gotta do. Pretty simple. Pretty easy comp. I don't like it. I don't like it. It's too boring. Next up is Uvosh and Daff. Both are pretty decent. Uvosh, you kind of need him over exalt. So let's go over Uvosh. You guys seen other people's comps and guys on it. Basically, he's an OE unit that steals life, but he doesn't deal as much damage as Shell or whatever. Basically, OE him to do this. His JP version is fucking useless, because what his overexalt does is it fills your hand with Screeched Blood. So he kind of scales well if you have a big hand size. So you want to empty your hand and overexalt, and you get like 1 trillion Screeched Blood in your hand, and you just play them off. That's basically his thing. This is his Screeched Blood. Does a ton of damage, deals damage to all enemies. So you just clear your hand. Let's say your hand size is, let's say theoretical limit, 15, which is hand size wheel, 24 ultra rouse. Okay, you can't actually get that because you're playing Cararo. So 13. 13 probably is the max hand size you can probably get. So let's say 13 Screeched Blood. You play 13 Screeched Blood that all he hits twice. That's his damage. That's basically his entire gimmick. Very good. He's one of the easiest units to play. There's not much to his kit. I just go over it now. You want him over exalt, meaning 8 copies if you want to use him endgame. He's fine endgame. Don't want to really go over him anymore because He's that simple. He's one of the easier units to play with. So these are, again, as I was saying before, these are very simple units. I'm going to cover all the complex units were in the first 2 hours and 30 minutes of the video. Now is shorter videos. Maybe I'll go, okay. Once we go into the support realm, it's going to be a bit long, okay? It's going to be a bit long. But you guys are used to it being long. Am I right? Now, yeah. I don't think I need to probably clip of it. He's that easy. He's that fucking easy to use. I don't know what else you want me to say about him. Just play his cards and Exalt. Just play his fucking cards. So let's go over DAF. There's a lot of content for DAF out there, so not really expected. She is one of the best Ultra units DPS. And her entire gimmick is money and choices. She scales super hard on extremely long stages. She's basically a better Clem, basically. She's one of the original Clems, but except for she does it better. Because her thing, yeah, this is permanently scaling. All of her thing is permanently scaling throughout the stage the more units she kills. Basically like a Dorisine, basically like that. So her E2 is what I recommend to get at. And she's a limited unit too. So limited standard now. She's in standard banner. But you need to want a lot of copies of DAF to make her work. Because you want her oversold to get more extra copies of 1000 Mirage. Now what 1000 Mirage is 1000 Mirage is a Tawil card. She was released before Tawil. She's basically like a weaker Tawil. You can sort of see it that way. Because what 1000 Mirage does is this is a card that you pick 3 choices of. And you pick choices again, whether generate counter, do more damage, double hit, etc. You're going to have a lot of choices, just like with Tawil. And she generates insight too. Her leap effects are really nothing special as one of the early units. Because her leap effects are just, her strike defenses is gain 1 Arif. And her Skull Reaver and Heterogeneous card is just deal more damage. Yeah, a 1000 Mirage is basically a create your own card. Have you guys ever went to Build-A-Bear? Is a Build-A-Bear workshop up in here when you're talking about Daffodil. She's a Build-A-Bear workshop champion. She summons a fucking Build-A-Bear and you decide what you want to put on it. You want to put it on counter, you want to put on double hit, you want to put on bone, you want to put on this, you want to put on strength scaling. It's a Build-A-Bear unit. That's what she does. But outside of being a Build-A-Bear unit, she generates a lot of temporary counters. She strength scales pretty hard because she has strength multipliers as one of her Build-A-Bear options. So she's already better than Pollock's. And you can combine the Build-A-Bear cards with counter, for example, to generate a lot of counter and other options. But unfortunately, it's only temporary counter. It's only temporary stuff. So that's where she falls flat. And she falls flat on straight to boss fight stages. Because she can't really ramp up. In general. Because her Skull Reaver and her E2 are insanely powerful. Because it permanently buffs her for the entire stage. Meaning the entire map. So every time she kills an enemy with Skull Reaver, the damage of Skull Reaver is increased by 25%. And this is infinite scaling. If you kill 1,000 enemies, it's 25,000% more damage. You're not going to get that point. Some people like to troll and get these screenshots. So if you find a boss stage that summons mobs, some people just stall, summons a mob, Daffodil snipes them. Because it snipes the lowest HP enemy. Snipes them. So you can do that forever. Forever. Until the boss starts gazing you. There's some gaze mechanics that prevent that. So the more mobs you kill on her, the better she is. In addition, her E2 complements that killing power. Because her E2, every time she kills an enemy, the team's crit rate is permanently increased by 5%. Now you understand why I rate Pollock so low. This is what typical DPS that are better than him provides to the team. So this provides a 5% crit rate to the team permanently for the stage for every unit Daffodil kills. So that means, technically speaking, you can run 0% crit rate. Just kill enough units with Daff and you might as well have 100% crit rate. She's one of those very, very good units that the longer a stage is, the stronger she is. The more enemies you fight, the more mobs you fight. That is her main power source. Where she falls flat on and why I rate her B tier is on stages with very few mobs or straight to boss fight stages, especially on higher difficulties. Let's say you only fight one mob or fight a boss, go straight to a boss with almost no mobs. She's basically going to have no scaling essentially in comparison to other units you would use in her place. That's why I rate her in B tier. She's very good on exploration stages, but sort of falls a little bit flat. Not to say she as bad as Pollock. She does completely fine if you go straight to boss. Don't get me wrong. But you're missing out on the reason why you would run DAF. Because not only does she have this crit rate increase, her Build-A-Bear cards, etc., her talent synergizes with Shop. So in Arc 2, if you buy this, it means that there's a chance to discount relic items from the shop. If you go straight to boss and there is no fucking shop, it says do nothing, do nothing. Do nothing, do nothing. She can't discount shit if you go straight to a boss fight. So you need to visit a shop or for her to discount stuff so you can buy stuff. That is how she works. I don't make the rules here. I'm not gonna really show footage of her because it will take me so long to gather footage. I don't have she's a pretty niche character. She's one of the oldest units in the game, and very few people use her because there are a lot of DPS that outscale her and the new hotness of DPS. She's the old hotness that didn't age that well. She still performs very well. She's still insanely strong on long stages. Don't get me wrong. She's one of the most powerful units in long stages, but comparative to the newer units, people like playing the newer units compared to DAF. So there's not a lot of gameplay footage of her. Not a lot of people really use her for D-Tide or endgame content nowadays because they would rather use their supports on another DPS unit that's more recent, for example. The next unit I'm going to talk about is Arita. One of my favorite DPS or carries in the game. However, she's extremely dupe dependent and team dependent because she operates a niche that has literal synergy with most of the new Awakers that are currently in the game now. She's a discard unit just like Corpal. There's not enough discard units that really synergize with her, and there's not enough initial base starting tentacle damage. So you need to find that base starting tentacle damage somewhere, but she scales very well as the turns goes on. She's one of the faster scalers in general in the game with how she works. So basically her whole thing is she does tentacle pox and pierce damage. Pierce is extremely powerful. Pierce is extremely rare. Now her big con is that her stats are very low because she's a jellyfish. Not as low as fucking Lei. Not as low as Lei. She's not fucking crippled. So her stats are very low, so you want as many dupes as possible. But you can't even whale out these dupes. I've been playing the game for a year. This is how much you get after a year. Because the only way to get her dupes is going to the deep dive exchange and buying them here, basically. I'm buying a dupe here. She's one of the 3 units here. And this shop, you generally pick 2 Awakeners and then the rest of their wheels. And then you abandon one. I abandoned the Erica because I like having a stronger Arita, for example. I'll worry about that later. I'll worry about that red dot later. I would want to have a stronger Arita. So she demands a lot. But her effects, her whole kit is very fun to me. So her kit has several factors to it. One is her rouse. She's a unit that wants you to rouse her. The reason why is once you rouse her, every time she does damage or every instance of damage she does is the better way to word it. A tentacle will hit once. If she hits 100 times, a tentacle will hit 100 times. She's basically better Sorell in that stance. And if you're in red stance, it also hits again. You see the synergy, so you want high tentacle damage. And there are very few units that helps you scale up tentacle damage that fast turn 1. And most of endgame, you want to kill the enemy fast. So that's where she currently falls off. but you really want to survive to scale up. And she's a very neat unit to use. Not only does this work, is you play the glands. The glands have pierce damage. That means they're pierced through shields, they're pierced through invuln. It's one of the few units that has pierce, and she has so much pierce. Her power friendship discards her entire hand and grants you 10 more damage. She's a very fun unit to play. Extremely fun. Now, her talent, her Soul Forge, is insane scaling. So when you play 20 gland divisions are consumed in a boss battle, which generally means 2 exalts, her glands deal an additional instance of damage. That means the glands double hit. And if you have her Dimensional Image Relic, it triple hits. So that's 3 tentacle hits on top of her hits. She's a super multi-hit unit. And once you do that, every gland she eats, her damage output for the rest of the battle increases by 5.5% of her attack. It's actually more than that once you level up. It's very high scaling every time she exalts. She's one of those super scaling units. Her weakness is, how are you going to scale that fast? It takes a while to scale her up until she one-shots the boss, essentially. I use the word one-shot liberally, because technically it's 10 million shot the boss. You're playing 10 million cards, it's 10 million instances of damage on the boss. It's thousands and thousands and thousands of tiny little hits on the boss, and it's extremely satisfying. So basically, every time you play a gland, it shuffles an additional gland into your discard pile. So this creates more gland. So every time you play a gland, 2 glands go into your discard pile. So you infinitely generate glands in your deck, and you get rid of them by exalting. You're going to say, it clogs up your deck. You want it to clog up your deck, because her exalt eats all of the glands in your draw or discard pile up to 10. And it deals an additional instance of damage for each one it eats. And then it places 2 glands in your hand and permanently increases her damage by X amount of damage. So right here, insanely strong. So again, this is piercing damage. So your next cheat cannot be immune. It goes through immunity. Extremely powerful unit. Invested. Most of you guys will not invest until a year because you only get 1 dupe of her per month. So it will take you a year and a half to achieve her full potential. I'm a long-term player. I'm not even close to reaching her true power level yet. Once she hits that over 9,000 tentacle power level, I will make another video on her. Right now, she's extremely fun for me. Her Enlightens are also very strong. Power Friendship lets you draw another card. Gland. Yeah. She doesn't get the pierce damage until E2. Before E2, fucking a worthless unit. For most of you, that's 2 months into the game before you get her E2, before she's actually usable. E3, very good. Now her OE, insanely good. Her OE gives you an additional 24% attack strength and tentacle damage permanently. And the next 5 times you play a gland, you draw a card, so you can rebuild up your gland and keep hitting the boss. Now, let me show you a clip of one of my runs from her 3 months ago, when she was a little weaker than to have her now. So this is Arita gameplay. It's one of my favorite units to fucking play. I just recorded this. I realized I wasn't clicking the record button. So basically, her gimmick is you kill the boss with thousands of instances of damage. You basically build up the gland until you basically trillion shot the enemy. And it's so fucking fun to play. Like, I'm gonna go here. So you X on her. Like, look. It eats up all the, like, it's trillions of tiny little hits. All those hits. This is fast forward 4 times, by the way. Yeah. It is extremely satisfying to play Arita compared to all my meta teams. It's not exactly a meta team, the Arita team, because there are a lot of units that do everything better than she does. But she's just extremely fun to play, but she's extremely time-gated. I don't like that. You have to wait, like, years, over a year, to be able to use her for a full potential, to make her like extremely usable, because her mechanic is very good. I wish she was like a standard unit, not a welfare unit. But basically, you calculate on how to kill the boss once you get a trillion tentacle hits. So I'm gonna scroll to the end here. I'm basically killing him with everything. So on the burst turn, I want to do 180,000 damage in one turn, which I will achieve on the Arita. So I'm just calculating the best way to use my Rift, best way to use everything. I'm counting the glands in my hand, counting everything, counting the glands in my deck, and buffing our damage. So 800 tentacle damage. Look at that. Thousands of little hits. Death by a trillion cuts. This is pure dopamine. I love Arita's gameplay. Arita's gameplay is great, for example. It's great. This is when I have her +5. I have her +9 now, but yeah. I love playing Arita. So this is Nymph. Nymph has received a huge glow up. Receives a huge glow up since the start of the year. She got buffed immensely. Now she's a pretty decent unit in poison comps as a secondary unit, DPS wise. Why? Is because they buff her poison trigger. They buff a lot of things about her. So they basically added this soul for her now. So the poison trigger effect plus 15% and all awakers plus 10% more poison. This is huge. This is very good. Like all awakers doing poison is very good. Like she pairs well in the G-Dog comp I keep running every week for wave 3A5, which is thoughts and prayers. So let me show you the G-Dog comp I keep running. Let me go on the leaderboards. I'm right there. Yeah, right here. So I always run this in A3. I recommend everyone run this. I coach people on this. So basically, on this comp, she can clear Alert 5 with the G-Dog. G-Dog is doing most of the work, but her passively buffing the poison and providing key flare gen helps the comp out immensely. And the poison triggers not. She does not generate a lot of poison on her own. Her poison generation is still quite trash. Because this is flat poison here, and this is equal amount of poison and 2x strength bonus. This is decent, but you don't really want to play her any carry comp. So you only play with G-Doll, and G-Doll is the one actually generating the poison in the comp. That is her new role, is as a poison triggerer, not a poison applier, if that makes sense. So that means if you have 100 poison on the enemy, and you X on her, she'll trigger 120% of that as poison damage. So you do 120% damage. And when you end your turn and the enemy's turn end, there's like another 100 damage from the actual poison. So all the poison triggers, the more poison you have on an enemy, the more damage she'll use, because she'll just trigger that poison for one way or another. Mostly for her X-ult. So this is why she's very good. Now she buffs the poison that your team generates. She does not generate poisons on her own now. Well, she never generated poison on her own. It might as well be 0. G-Doll is doing all that. So you place her on a poison team to buff the damage, the poison that they do. That's her role, and that is fine. That's why I place her in C tier. She's just average. She's alright. She's not make or break. If most units that I already went through are stronger. Actually, all of them. That's how the tier list works. So this is all the average baseline. So she doesn't provide anything, but she's still a pretty decent unit overall now on poison teams. Now, if you're using her as a solo carry, she's quite bad. You have to find a unit with poison. So that's basically, I'm going to showcase the Nymph G-Doll comp. There are videos of it when I go over G-Doll in this video. Agrippa is there for moral support, yes. Again, this is live streamed while I'm doing this. So I'm going to answer questions in chat while recording this video. So the next unit we're going to go over is Hellet, the weaker Gellet. So this is the base form, not the alternate dimension form. So she has aged quite terribly, even with the buffs. Now, I know the Chinese and the whales use her with Gellet. The reason why is because Gellet's bloodthirsty flails count as strikes. So it does have synergy, but only if both units are whaled out. They're not using it because it's effective. They're using it to free up dies. That is the sole reason why they're using Gellet with Hellet. To free up dies, because dies is the best Carol support and was the only Carol support until Pikmin came along, basically. So, because Leia is fucking, you know how she is. So that's why they use it that way. And her Dispel is fine. It's fine. But again, she's only useful as a filler unit. Because Strike feels pretty bad, and she doesn't do as much damage as most of the units in a tier above her. Even when super invested, she doesn't even reach 20% of how much damage Gellet does. It's just an example of severe power creep in the game, especially on strike defense units. That's just a symptom of a gacha game as it goes longer. So yeah, she's a pretty bad unit overall. She did get buffed recently. That's why she's in C tier now. She used to be in D tier before the buff. She's now useful as a filler. She's just there for the moral support because you don't want to use her dies. Would you ever put her on a main story team of your own free will when you have unrestricted freedom? No. In almost every situation where you have the choice of using all of your units, you would probably find someone better to fill her slot, wherever it is. She's just used as a last resort because remember, endgame you need up to 10 teams. You're going to need to find the unit somewhere. And to serve as a filler unit, she works perfectly fine as a filler unit. She doesn't negatively impact your team in any way whatsoever. She does not positively impact your team in any meaningful way either. That's why she is where she is on the tier list. Now, I'm not going to even go over it. She's pretty simple. She's strike base tech. She's pretty weak. I'm going to go over only the good units. So Sorell. Sorell got a buff recently that enabled her to have a huge glow up when heavily invested. If you have her low investment, low levels, low dupes, low everything, she's still pretty trash unit overall. Maybe even D tier. I bump her up to C tier because of the buff to Whale Sorell. If you have her level 90, for example, she's now insanely strong. Might be more strong and more reliable than Dorisine. Might be better than Dorisine. Might be like high B, maybe even A tier. Fully invested, fully whaled out. She does great now. Why does she do great now? Like, she's all about that temporary strength. That's why she was bad in the first place. Because new units are about generating permanent strength. You don't want the strength to go away the next turn, in the new meta of the game. In the old meta, it's all about temporary strength. The old meta, when the game first came out, they released a lot of units with temporary strength. They were afraid of making units with permanent strength. That has changed after a couple months in the game, but the old kits have never been really touched up per se. Like, let's look at her cards and how badly they have aged. Look at Diamond in the Rough. I actually don't know if it's called Diamond in the Rough, but it's Diamond in something. So Diamond in the Rough, the Aladdin movie. Diamond in the Rough, lose HP for no reason, embryo fusion plus 30%. You know what's a newer unit that does better than that? Dies. Plus 40% embryo fusion, doesn't cuck your health, doesn't steal your health away, doesn't make you almost fucking die for 40% embryo fusion. And guess what else it does? 2 turns of weakness, 2 turns of vuln, or 80% embryo fusion. This is power creep. This is power creep to the max. So let's compare them. 2 cost, 40% embryo fusion, does not kill you. Does not kill you. This takes your HP away. Takes your fucking HP away and does that fact, does not apply vuln, does not apply weakness, does not do shit. That's an example of severe power creep. This is temporary crit rate, restore 12 HP at turn end. Again, it's only level 1. Scales up once you have more investment. Eventually high level, power creep. Newer units heal a lot more than this. Dorisine, for example, heals way more than this. Mostly about your furnace. So she's a multi-hit unit. You use her in blue to proc the tentacles. Because she has her unique mechanic is Infinite Devour. What Infinite Devour does is what it says. It eats all of the babies in your hands. All of them. She's a hungry, hungry girl. She's an average American woman, but she's on Ozempic. That's why she's not that big. She's mowing down Ozempic and eating a lot. Even though Ozempic is an appetite thing, I know I know, but I need to find an analogy. That was the quickest analogy I can find right now. Okay, she's actually bulimic. She eats all of your babies and throws them up on the enemy. That is her Excel. That explains why she's at the weight she currently is. She's a serial bulimic character. She eats all of her babies and she throws them up to do damage. Okay? 6 instances of damage. So, every baby she eats is additional 3 instances of damage. So, if you have 12 babies, she's going to hit 36 times additional. And yeah, that's basically her whole gimmick is multi-hit. So that has aged terribly, but she did get buffed recently. The buff is in her Soul Forge here. So she gains temporary strength equals to 15% of her attack after a devour. So up to 5 times per round. Now this is a lot more than that. I'm not going to put a Soul Forge in it because Soul Forge mats are rare. But a fully whaled out Sorell level 90 will have high attack values. So you'll get like 300 temporary strength right there when you exalt. 300 temporary strength is a big number. 300 temporary strength is a really big number. And it helps her endgame. It helps her scale up to kill the enemies. So that's why she's strong, extremely whaled out. Before then, she's kind of mediocre because her attack stat is low, which makes her temporary strength she gains low, which makes her scaling low. It's multiplier upon multiplier under multiplier. Because she's lower level, she has lower attack stat. What does that mean when she has lower attack stat? When she has lower attack stat, this is lower because this scales off her attack stat. Because she has lower attack stat, she has less strength from that. If she has less temporary strength from that, she does even less damage. You see, it's compounded issue upon issue upon issue. The buff just makes whale Sorels a lot stronger. Pollocks. You already told me, you already know my opinions on Pollocks. Everyone who plays Pollocks knows how weak he is, especially low investment. So the reason why he's bad, he doesn't offer that much utility compared to other DPS. By that much utility, I mean he doesn't offer any utility. Most DPS, you get your damage now. You get some strength scaling. You get some bone. You get some weakness. You get some shields. He doesn't do any of that. His brother's better than him. And he's compounded by the fact that his banner runs concurrent with Caster's banner. In the pools you use to pull on Pollocks, you can just use to pull more copies of Caster that can actually carry and do everything for your team. Pollocks requires a lot of supports, a lot of things to work. A lot of resources to work. Rather, compared to any other DPS in the game that's above him on the tier list, he requires way too much to work for what he provides, which is absolutely nothing. Again, my Pollocks video is very recent. Everything still holds up. The buff really doesn't do much to him. Half of them were fucking bug changes, dude. It's fucking ridiculous. Yeah. Everyone knows how bad he is. So it's quite obvious how bad he is. Pandia, anyone has used her knows that she is very strong early game, but late game, she's fucking dog shit. There is one Chinese whale comp that can do A500. They did make it work, so I have to preface that. You can make her work, just extremely high investment. The reason why she's extremely weak is because temporary counter, and she just doesn't generate enough counter. Like, she doesn't have that ultimate scaling of counter compared to Caucus, for example. Because her permanent counter is from Wax Hot Desire. And Wax Hot Desire is a flat counter scaler. It's not deal damage equal counter damage, like I went over earlier on in the video. That means this cannot crit. Wax Hot Desire cannot crit. You cannot get a crit number of counter. And Whip of Madness can crit, but this is temporary counter equals 50% of damage dealt 3 times. Without the tentacle scaling bonus. So you're just getting temporary counter, and this is not a retain card. So let's say you know the enemy is multi-hitting you. Chances are, Whip of Madness will not be in your hand. This card will not be in your hand when you need it, when the enemy multi-hits, when you really want the counter. Since it's temporary counter, you're not going to retain this counter. That's why she's a pretty bad unit overall. But early game, she does a lot. Because early game, her base damage numbers are very high. Her base damage numbers are very high for the early game. But flat counter falls off hard. Now, I wouldn't be a good content creator if I didn't talk about the A5 version of her. So there is a whaled out A5 version of Pandia that works. It's called the standard Pandia comp in Chinese. What you do is get a level 90 Pandia, you get a level 90 Nautilus, you get a level 90 Alba. You see what's happening here. You get all of those units to make them work. Why? You max her out. You get the Whip of Madness. You Whip of Madness. You get as much counter as possible. You exalt. You do everything. And then you pull out the big old knot. And what she does afterwards, how it works, I do not disagree with this. You use her over exalt, which does 500% of your counter as fixed damage against all enemies. This combo works. It works. I've seen it work. It just requires so much investment to make it work. And it only works that one time. This is your big burst, basically, with Pandia and not. And other units can fill Pandia's role better, like Tawil, if you really want to do that. But they wanted to make a comp with only standard units that can clear A5. And that's what they did. So Pandia, overinvested can work. Underinvested, weak. Because of everything I said below. Like temporary counter, flat counter scaling, all pretty bad. And this buff that they give us, who cares? Like, whip, retain and prepare, even then, it's kind of bad. I was talking about Arc 1. Once you get this, it gets whip and prepare. Before the buff, it didn't get retain and prepare. It was even worse. But even now, she doesn't really do anything counter-wise compared to Cawus, compared to other counter units. So, yeah, she's pretty bad overall. Like, she's less consistent than even Pollock, for example. She provides utility, but the utility she provides is not enough. Like, her best card is Wax Hot, not because it gains a counter, it's because it removes enemy counter. But you don't even need her to use this. Oh, I've been talking for like 16 hours straight, so sorry. My throat is breaking down, but I'm finishing this video in one take. Believe it or not, this entire video is in one take over a 16-hour plus live stream. Just look at my YouTube channel. You'll see the proof. I did this all on stream. I just pieced it together into the little nice video you guys are watching. You're welcome. So, Wax Hot Desire. Very good against counter bosses. Tawil can just steal it. Just play Tawil instead. Tawil can steal it and it will have everything you want. And you won't have to use this trash unit. Now, if you want less RNG, you bring in along Pandia against the counter bosses. There are so few counter bosses, that it hardly goes into effect. So, Alba. Alba is an F tier trash unit that does see use in D-Tide endgame. Why is she F tier if she sees use endgame? Now, this is the general tier list. She's still weak across all boards, but her entire gimmick does not vibe with the rest of the game. Her gimmick is she unshields you, and her damage scales with the amount of shields you have. If you're an early game player, if you're a new account, she might as well do 0 damage. Why? She's getting buffed very soon, But currently, as I'm making this video, she's garbage. The reason why is because your shield is capped at how much max HP you have. If your max HP is 500, you can only generate 500 shield. And you get more max HP the more constant and more investment you have, and the higher level you are as your account level. So all of you early game players, you won't have the HP to make use of her. And even if your end game, you have 3,000 HP, she still underperforms. Because by the time you get 3,000 max HP, you would already have limited units. You would already have real limited carries invested by the time she gets viable. But at that point, why would you invest in Alba when you already have better units than her? That's why she's F tier in general. Because of her whole gimmick of scaling with how much shields you have and your shields being capped to your HP value. The buff might change it so that she's a bit stronger, but we'll see. I don't even need to go over it. She's a very simple character. Each supposed to shield increase damage for 2. Yeah. Liz is one of the units I do have footage of how useless she is. So all of us try to coach a guy for A3. Level 70 Liz struggles to clear A3. She needs a lot of investment to use. And all people using her and showcasing her on A5 is just a caster comp. She does pretty poorly endgame compared to any other DPS unit you would put investment in. She has high base damage early game. So she kind of noob traps a lot of players. Because the problem with it is that a lot of players will think she's a very good unit early game. Because early game, she has very high base damage. But as you get further and further into the late game, she performs worse and worse until you can't even use her at all. So I'm not even going to go over her kit, but I'm going to go over kit. Her entire kit is she has these retain cards, and when she exalt, she discards them and triggers their effects. So you actually hoard a lot of green flames and stuff, and you trigger their effect. You put them in ultra turn, you exalt, you trigger their effect. Again, rather than using her, you use any other unit, and you can do better than she is without as much setup. So she's a pretty bad unit overall. I would not recommend her for any player. She's complete dog shit, dude. Holy shit, she's so bad. So this was us coaching someone who fell to a noob trap and overinvested in Liz. This is a plus 12 level 70 Liz, by the way. 420 strength, quite fucking garbage. This is 420 strength. Let's see how a level 70 Liz does with 420 strength. Again, remember, cap. You saw the millions of damage earlier. Surely all these deadly flames would do something, right? Let's see how much damage it does. It is 27% reinforced. Maybe a bad example, but this is the footage I have of her. So she is so bad. I think the community in general agrees it's bad. It's not a controversial take like my Clem take, which is right, by the way. So this does nothing. Okay, let me see. Is it not this turn? Guys, right now. So it's 420 strength. So hold up. Where did I exalt here? There we go. One guard. So let's see. 4,863 damage. 4,863 damage, guys. 4,863 damage. 4,863 damage. 420 strength. Level 70 Liz. 2 cost card. Deadly Flame. 863 damage. Yeah, that's how much damage she does right there. This is garbage Clem. Garbage fucking Clem. Even a fucking piece of trash did 18,000 damage with this much strength on her exalt. Liz. 4,863 damage. Look. Now, she has a lot of reinforced, so it's unfair. Yeah, it is awful. Now, let's see. So her exalt will discard all of her cards and play all this. We kill the boss here. So this is several cards, 400 whatever turns. It does a lot for burst, but look. 56,000 damage. Again, the reinforced, but even on any other unit, this damage will already be in the millions. This damage will be in the millions if this was Dorisine, if this was Tawil, if this was Gellet, if this was any other DPS. If this was Caster, it'll be in the millions of damage already with this much strength. Her, playing all those cards, can only do this much damage. That is the reason why she is a very, 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 very bad unit. So before I go into the support section, I want to thank you for making it this far. You guys are strong. Those of you who made this far are the chosen few in this extremely long video. The warriors, the flares fanatics, the followers of the Church of Light. You guys are the like chosen ones. You guys are S tier viewers. I appreciate each and every one of you and the ad revenue you give me. So, without further ado, there has been a lot of changes to the support tier list. Mostly, I moved a bunch of units down. Why? Because of my philosophy on tier lists. It's based on a general average. I'm not going to have 50 million units in A tier. I'm not going to have 30 trillion units in B tier. No. Once a good unit comes out that fits into one of these, it's cutting time. American Idol style. You are voted off of the island. This is a lot of driver specifics again. I'm sorry. I've been going for hours and hours straight on this live stream. Just check the live stream bots. So, this is the view. Please pull up the spreadsheet while I'm going over this. Because to make this video faster for you and for me, I'm not going to go back to the sheet again for the duration of the video if I don't have to. So, we're going to go over to S tiers. All the way down to fucking trash. This fucking dirty, disgusting insectoid bug. So, Tawil. We all know about Tawil. I went over her on the carry section. The only reason I put her on the support, because it's a meme. She was released as a support unit. She's a fucking carry unit. So let's go over the real support MVP. Hamel, Jidal, Thies, Horla. The best supports in the fucking game. So, let's go back to this. Let's go back to the game now. So first up on the block, the Hamlin. Now I'm also going to go through interesting Hamlin interactions. He's a low investment support unit and one of the best supports units in the entire game because of what he does, what he can do. There are whales that use DPS Hamlin. I do not believe in that, so I'm not going to cover DPS Hamlin. DPS Hamlin is just max investment Hamlin. There's like one guy that runs it. So I'm not going to go over that comp. So what dupe level do you need for him to work? E0. He works out of the box, unlike most units. Okay, Hamlin is great. He respects your wallet. Most units do not respect your wallet. They demand a lot of dupes. He does not. He functions perfectly E0. In fact, I would only recommend pulling him to E2. I have him OE. You know why? Because I pull on the random selector banners. And I keep getting him. And I got him all the way to +2 or +3. And that pissed me off. Because I have minor issue with that. I don't want to use the word OCT. Because all that word has been overused. Everyone says, oh, I have OCD about this. Oh, I have OCD about this. I have a pet peeve about this. I do not have OCD, okay? Have you seen my fucking spreadsheet? Does that look like something that was made by someone with OCD? I do not have OCD. Okay? But having him at +2 or +3, whatever I had him at, I completely forgot, annoyed me. So I got another copy to OE him. I never use his OE. I never use his over result in most of my videos. Just look. It's fucking useless. Just exalt him normally. So why is he good at E0? He operates most of his kick effectively at E0. Especially Arc 1. Because his entire gimmick is his memory rondo and his exalt. And his rouse. he has one of the best rouses in the entire game. So what his rouse does is after you rouse him, at turn start, you add a Symphony of Harmony into your hand. What this card does is +2 or -2. You can either -2 any card in your hand costs, so it makes any card in your hand 2 mana cheaper. So it basically gives you essentially 2 mana every turn. This is insane. Any of you guys who played any deck builder before, for free with his rouse. In addition, or you can +2. What +2 the mana cost of a card does is it double plays it. So if you double play the high value 2 to 4 cost cards, it is insane value, especially on units you want to double play their cards of. What does his Memory Ronald do? His is one of the very few cards in the game that you can play if you don't have the mana for it, and you retain most of his effects. It is fucking broken. So what it does when you play it, you gain strength, and you add 2 insights to your hand. Insights are cards that draw 1 and gives you 1 mana. So this is a draw 2 for 1 mana. You can think of it that way. A draw 2 for 1 mana. This is insane value. Or you can retain them in your hand for next turn. So next turn you have 2 mana and 2 draw. You can just hold them forever if you want. It's insanely good. Now, in addition, you can play it even if you don't have the mana for it. If you have 0 mana, you can play this 3 cost card. That is what you can do with it. It is broken. This guy, you still get the strength and you still get the insights. What it does is instead of adding the insights to your hand, it puts it in your fucking deck. Remember, this is draw 1, get 1 mana. So this is free. This card is basically free to play, free to draw. This card is a free card. This is insane. This is Pot of Greed on steroids. Any of you guys who play Yu-Gi-Oh! Again, I am a big nerd, okay? I do not deny that. But am I a nerd? I was born fucking Asian. This is how I was born. This is in my genes. This is in my DNA. I wear glasses, okay? I made the entire guide in a fucking Excel spreadsheet. What else do you think I am other than a fucking nerd, okay? What? You are the nerd. You are the freak, okay? You are the freak if you're not a nerd in this day and age, okay? The nerds have taken over. We make the money now. We make the crypto, okay? We are on top. We are not being shoved in the lockers. You get into the locker, okay? You get in the locker. We dominate the world. Who are you going to ask for help fixing your computer? That's right, the IT department. Who are you going to ask to help you do your taxes? That's right, the CPA. It all leads back to me, motherfucker. It all leads back to us. All the high-class society. We're all at the Yu-Gi-Oh! Tournaments. We're all at the Magic the Gathering tournaments. We are everywhere. You can't contain us any longer in the lockers. We cannot be contained. Yeah, so this is basically Pot of Greed. You can tell I've been at it for a long time. I'm sort of losing a little bit. So this video will start becoming a little bit more entertaining because I have to entertain myself. I've been staring at this spreadsheet and editing this video for like 16 hours straight. So, his Enlightens. All of them are useless, but his E2. E1, useless. It is a nice amount of temporary strength, but it might as well say, do nothing, do nothing. You don't give a fuck. He's good at it anyway. You go for his E2. If you want to invest him, his E2. You make his Rondino, which is his Exalt, reduce the arithmetic cost of the granted card by 2. So basically, what his Exalt card does is it targets a card you pick in hand, and it makes it be double played when you play it. What his E2 does is it makes it 2 mana cheaper, and it still double plays. That's what it does. So in Arc 2, it is extremely valuable because you're not gonna have the opportunity to rouse him as much. So his E2 extremely valuable to play those expensive cards cheaply. I use it on my Tawil all the fucking time, baby. All the fucking time. Just watch my Blue Whale videos all the fucking time. So, E3, Do nothing, do nothing. This is just for DPS Hamel. No one plays DPS Hamel except for that one whale. That's top leaderboard, Shania. Over Excel. Do nothing, do nothing. Basically, you choose 2 cards. It's basically if you exalt twice, but you need twice the mana to do this. It's basically the same as exalt. Just exalt normally. You don't need to wait for his over exalt. Just exalt normally. The real effect, besides this, you want is the random debuff and more damage. Yeah, it's RNG debuffs. You don't use this ever. You don't use this ever. Just exalt on him. Just exalt on him, my dude. You don't even need investment in him. You can clear all content with Hamel. Hamel is a great unit. He goes in every team. And guys that have played any card game knows he goes in every team. You know why? Pot of Greed, motherfucker! The nerds are taking over! Ask your local nerd. Ask your local nerd. Go to your local Warhammer 40k shop. They don't even play card games. Your local Warhammer 40k fan probably doesn't even play card games. Just talk to them about Pot of Greed. They'll tell you, yeah, Pot of Greed. That is good. This is Pot of Greed. This is Pot of Greed, but better. Pot of Greed, but better. And Pot of Greed is broken. Pot of Greed is banned in most constructed tournaments for a reason. This is Pot of Greed. He's Pot of Greed. Yeah, that's basically it. Now let's show his interesting interactions because I already showed him using a Blue Whale video. So I'm just going to show an interesting interaction or trick with Caster to emphasize how good Hamel is and his possibilities. So even in Ultra, every team, he provides value. So I'm going to arouse him. I'm going to show you the arouse card. So again, we have only 2 mana. Oh no, we cannot play this. This is 3 mana. Fuck you, game. Play it. Play again, came back because we use rewinding time. Look at that. That's 4 insights in our deck. 1. Wow. That's why he's S tier, motherfucker. That's why he's S tier. This is what my criteria for S tier is, okay? That's why he's good. Pot of Greed, motherfucker. Pot of fucking greed. I need any more explanation? No. You guys who are nerds, get this. You guys who are nerds, get this. My kin, my folk, you understand why he is good. You can stop the video now. But there's another interaction. With that card, he's already S tier. You know what else he has? Symphony. We just -2. We can +2. It's free. You get 1 every turn since we rouse him. And interaction, it double procs Quasar effects on Caster. So, and you Caster fans, just put in Hamel. You know why? +2. Stygian. 2 blooms. 2 blooms. See that? See that? Broken. Fucking broken. That's why he is good. Do I need to explain anymore why she's S tier? You motherfucker? No! You're all nerds! You understand! You're being like, players, we get it! But there might be some freaks out there who are not nerds. And if you're not a nerd, I'm sorry. I'm sorry you weren't built different like we are. Okay? I'm sorry we're just better than you now. In the current time society. We are on top. We are on top now. And Hamel is our mascot. Pot of Greed, motherfucker. Now, G-Doll. I made a lot of videos on G-Doll. She's one of the strongest awakers in the game. One of the strongest supports in the game. Especially at OE. Her OE is probably the strongest OE in the game, which means 8 copies. I wouldn't pull beyond that. Because her stat scaling is very low, but her OE makes her an insanely broken unit. She's probably the only limited awaker that can just kill a clear A5 wave 3 without any Soul Forge investment with just standard supports. And I do it every D-Tide, basically. I'm going to show you, but I coached so many people on how to use this G.com. If you're tuning in later today, I think I'll finish my video before the end of the day today. But none of you guys are going to finish watching it by the time you get to here. So I'm going to have a coaching session while you're watching this, likely. By the time you get to this part in the video, I'm going to still be coaching with my vocal cords all shut up. Because I've been talking for the past 20 hours. I'm probably going to keep talking for the next 20 hours as well. So, her mechanic is Animus heals a lot of healings, but the reason why you want her OE is because her Fate's Descent and her poison, all of her mechanics. Everything about her is good. I went over it in my GDAW video. Again, if you want super in-depth versions of my guides, go to the actual videos in the playlist. Go to my actual Awaker reviews. I do it for every single Awaker in the game. I play every single Awaker in the game. I use every single fucking unit in the game. I know where their strength is categorized. So, GDAW. Her 3 cost is Obtain Animus, and it triggers and they heal an additional time for every 50 Animus currently possessed. What does that mean? If you have a regular GDAW non-+4, you won't have the extra over Exalt bar. You won't have the extra over Exalt bar. That means the most you can trigger, besides Exalting, I know she gets more expensive, is 1 or 2 procs, which means 3 heals. If you have that over Exalt bar, that means more trigger. You won't overflew. So you can trigger to heal 6 times eventually, 7 times, 8 times. It scales because every time you Exalt, her Animus cap goes up and up and up and up. So this helps her scale faster. And she has 2 forms. Her main mechanic is Finale. So after you hit 10 stacks, she gets access to the most powerful card in the entire game. Making this tier list video is going to be very... Sorry about that. I started almost throwing up and coughing and my video was done. So I'm going to... As the video, it was a short break. But back to this. She's one of the strongest Awakers in the game at OE. At E0, she might as well be useless. At E2, she's sort of usable. So, why I mean sort of usable? Everyone Enlighten's good on her. So, this, she does not have Vuln or Weakness without her E1 on her 2 costs. It just subtracts strength. It just buffs your percent damage. What this does is you choose between 2 effects. Either a weakness and strength decrease, which is higher than fucking Clem does, because that's a fucking garbage unit. It gives weakness, actually. Guess who doesn't? Guess what fucking trash support doesn't? This gives Vuln and buffs your team's base damage by 50%. Both options are very good and for a 2 cost. But this, again, you want her OE because of this and not because of that, but her Exalt. So her base Exalt is kind of meh. It gives everyone 15 Animus and it gives, you ignore this. This does like no poison damage. And temporarily increases damage amp by 50% is another buff. So this is my Finale form. I'm talking about Finale form in a second. But her E2, it buffs her Fate's Descent and Finale form poison damage by 15% for each stack of Finale. And the stacking cap for Finale has been removed. Now I'm going to talk about Finale. E2 is essential to make her at least playable as a poison unit. Now, at the start of boss battles only, this does not work in mob battles, only on the final boss battle. At the start of final boss battles, you get 1 Finale stack every turn. Every Finale stack you get, buff her in some sort of way. Okay? Once you hit 10 Finale stacks, you get access to the most powerful card in the entire game, which is Finale. I'm going to call it the End. Actually, it's called the End. So what the End does is it does 30% of the boss's max HP damage. Fix. Period. That is insane. Whether the boss has 200 or 20 trillion HP, just like with Lotan's Exalt, you Finale, you remove 30% of it. This helps you cheese a lot of bosses, which has like massive HP pools, especially the Chapter 9 end boss. It lets you skip entire boss mechanics, because some bosses in this game has forms that are triggered at a certain HP percentage and they get invuln. But how damage works in this game, or reinforced, is basically you do X amount of damage, and then the boss gets reinforced after that point. Now, if you end and do 30%, that all of the damage is going to get applied normally, and you can skip a phase. This is what happens in the Chapter 9 end boss. You can skip entire phases of the boss with the end card. It is extremely strong. And not only does it do that, it evolves her like a fucking Pokemon. Like a beautiful red-headed Pokemon. Okay? She unlocks her finale form, which is what it's called here. So what her finale form does is it transforms both of her skill cards, Self-Destruct and Fate's Descent. What it does to Self-Destruct is that now when you play it, it does both effects. It does both the weakness and the vuln at the cost of 10% of your max HP. But generally, by the time you hit finale form, your health is already a bit low anyway, so you don't care that it steals away your HP cap. It doesn't lower your HP, it lowers your max HP. You're gonna be missing HP probably, so you don't really care about that effect. Now, what does Fate's Descent do when you're in your final form? Like fucking Frieza in Dragon Ball Z. I'm a nerd, I covered this earlier in the video. So what Fate's Descent does is instead of doing this shitty little heal, it does poison. A shit ton of poison. And remember, every 50 ailments you possess, it triggers an additional time. This is how you get a shit ton of poison on the enemy. And not only that, every time you exalt now, you draw 3 cards and gain 3 mana. Pot of Greed, motherfucker! Pot of fucking Greed! But better. And it buffs. Yeah, it does all that, and it's great. It's great. Draw 3 cards, gain 3 mana, because you're in the final form. This is the end game. This is the end game right now. And remember what her E2 does. It makes your final finale form keep stacking and stacking and stacking, increasing the amount of poison you do, scaling infinitely. 30 stacks. 15 times 30. Do the math. Come on. Do the math, motherfucker. 450%. 450%. You're all Asian. You all can do this. I believe in your ability. Now, her E3, basically 5% of their alienness limit as alienness. It basically buffs the alienness gen. And now Illusion's End, which is the end card, it now does 30%. This is why I'm talking about 30%, because that's it. Without her E3, it's 25%. So of the boss's max HP. It also heals for 30% of your lost life. You don't really care about that. It does help generally, but you don't really care about that. Now, her OE, why it's insanely broken, besides increasing your alienness cap, it is the only source in the game that has this fucking broken effect. Permanent buffs. Permanent fucking buffs. You ignore this, it's basically double the alienness gain, but all Awaker's poison, counter, and base damage increased by 10%. You remember when I went over to Caucus extremely early in video, 4 hours ago? Probably not. You're probably watching this video in chunks. So when you were watching this video 5 days ago, and you're getting to this point now, that is what I said. That is what I said 5 days ago. You from 5 days ago remembered it. So rewatch this video so I can get more ad revenue. Rewatch this video to refresh your mind. Just have this video on repeat over and over. I put a lot of work on this. Just have this as your Bible. Have this before you go to fucking sleep. So, this. OE. Poison counter base damage. So that means people that does counter in equal damage, they double dip. Double the counter. Same with poison. Double dip. Double dip, motherfucker. This is a permanent buff, and it keeps scaling. If you over-result 7 times, it's 70% counter buff. 70% base damage buff. This is why she is a broken unit at OE. No other Waker has this permanent buff. It's not strength. It's a fucking basket, motherfucker. So, again, scaling, 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 scaling. This 10 additional stacks of Finale, Final Form. For every 10 ailments consumed, trigger an additional 3% poison effect on all enemies. Yeah, very good. It's another trigger poison. So basically, ailments consume. Eventually, you're gonna have like consume 200 ailments. So this is 20 times 60, 60% trigger. Scale 4. Now we're gonna go over the G-Doll stupid G-Doll comp video. I did showcase it in my Tulu comp why I'm able to sound counter and poison. That's the secret behind Blue Will. Real endgame Blue Will. You don't have to use her and use Nautilus, but it will be a bit weaker, but it can still clear A5. Because with Blue Will, you have access to counter, you have access to poison, you have access to all those mechanics, and guess what? G-Doll enables that for you. So I make a lot of G-Doll videos. I do this comp every D-Tide. Just look at all my D-Tide runs. You basically do this on wave 3. You get her face descent final form. So we're at 12 stacks now. So I'm going to show you all the mechanics. So basically, this is not how you would run her in normally, because you want to use her as a support on your real team. Maybe 24 or whatever. So basically, after you get 10 stacks, you get Illusion's End or D-End. It used to be called The End. The translation was all over the place. But basically, this is where your real damage. You know how like 5 turns is fast. We got no poison on it. Once we evolve G-Doll, we'll start creating poison. So we're just gonna speed up this video here. Play that speed times 2. So The End, very strong card. 30%, look what. Kills everything. Does 30% of the boss's health. Okay, now it's the final form of G-Doll. Now we just play stuff. Everyone else is just to help you rally, because remember, the more unit you rally, stronger. So now the boss has 4,200 poison stacks on him. Now we have the face descent. So you want to count on G-Doll here. So now I'm going to get up to 200. This is 200 mana. So this is going to trigger 5 times. Base time plus 4 more times. Because remember, that's why you get over that. Look. Trigger, 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 trigger. See all those poison triggers adding up? See how much poison we're adding on the boss? This is why she's very strong. And now we have our Overzeal, which permanently buffs. And this is with weakness, by the way. More poison, and it triggers them. Almost dead. Yep. Very strong. And we're just scaling up poison. It becomes a poison comp. And Faint is just there to help us live. Up to a certain point until we kill it. This is me coaching someone. This is not my G-Doll. My G-Doll help was a bit stronger than this. So yeah, you just scale up and just kill everything with poison. Watch them slowly die before your eyes. Again, this only works in boss fights, not in regular mobs, because she does not have her final form mechanic. Now look, every turn, and, oh, they all died. Poison. And we're just scaling poison up and up and up. Look, 12,000 poison. And you can even inflict poison on turns where the boss is invuln. It doesn't matter. You can inflict poison always with her cards. So as the fight goes on, we have 16 finale stacks. She inflicts more and more poison the longer the fight is, because she gets 1 finale stack every turn. Plus a finale stack every time she exils. So we're going to exile again, draw 3 cards, 13,000 poison. We're going to play face descent again. Remember, poison is permanent, unlike bleed. So now each face descent gives roughly 5,000 poison. You see how fast she's scaling? It used to be only like 400 poison a tick. Now it's 800 poison a tick. So it keeps scaling and scaling as the fight goes on. Every time she exalts as well. Every time she does anything, so longer the fight, 19,000 poison. We're almost at the poison cap. We're actually at the poison cap right now. Yeah, it goes hard. And every turn, boom, boss takes that. So we just play cards. You exile on her. It's pretty simple. Fucking Ryan Reynolds. This is my video, Ryan Reynolds. I want to watch Deadpool. This is my video. Get your mint mobile piece of shit out of here. Okay. So, sprouting, just live. 17,000 poison. Again, we're at poison cap, so we can't get any more permanent poison. It'll disappear end of turn. Yeah, it's going up and down. That's why max HP is very important in Arc 2. But yeah, we're just slow. Yeah, the boss just dies. 21,000 poison. Yeah, that's the power of G-Doll. This is with no other, limited units. These are all standard units. She's just carrying this wave on her own with Faint here. Yeah, that's why G-Doll is very strong unit. Next up, we have Thighs, the best Carol support in the game, and according to most people, the best support in the game. But arguably, I would say G-Doll, Hamel fits the bill. Some people consider G-Doll a carry unit. I consider her more of a support unit like she was intended. So I agree, she is one of the best supports in the game, and she is the best Carol support in the game. Her kit is overloaded, and they'll probably never make another support unit like Dies ever again, because she is too broken. She's unquestionably S tier on every tier list because of what she does. What does she do? Unlike fucking Garbage Clem, everything in the fucking game. She does literally everything in the fucking game. Everything you can think of, she does it. She gives you strength. She gives you alienness. She gives 2 turns of weakness or 2 turns of vuln. She gives a shit ton of babies. She would already be S tier just because of her cards. But her Exalt is probably the best support Exalt in the entire game. What does it do at E2? You choose any card in your hand and dupe it twice. Create 2 additional copies of it. And at E2, it's -2 cost, like you saw in my Gellet video. Or my Gellet guide way earlier. 5 hours ago, probably. You saw it 5 hours ago. So, any card you pick, she dupes it twice. What are Dorisine strength? And make it cheaper at E2. I recommend pulling her E2. Her OE isn't really that used much, and her E3 is practically useless. So let's go over her Enlightened. E1, pretty good. It's really good. It's really good because it makes the Sacred Blood effects doubled, which means instead of 1 turn of vuln and 1 turn of weakness, it's 2 turns of vuln, 2 turns of weakness, and double the Embryo Fusion. And more strength on Ancient Caress, which is nice to have. So this is her insane thing. Instead of -1, because her base form, without any dupes, her Exalt creates 2 dupes still. But it's -1 cost instead of -2 cost. And you want to dupe 2 or higher costs, because the higher cost a card is, the more valuable they are. You know how card games work. That is how card games work, unless it's poorly designed. The higher the mana cost of the card, the better it is, usually. That's how the mana value thing works. Her E3, practically useless. Like, this Embryo Fusion is nice, but this effect, the strength gain is so little. Look, 2. You don't really care about it. Her OE is also not used that much. I have her OE because I was doing it for the cap. And Machia has her +12, I think, or close to it. But yeah, this doesn't do much. Her OE doesn't do much. All it does is convert babies and super babies, but you're going to have super babies anyway. And you're not going to reach her over exalt much. You're just going to regular exalt on her. I don't see a point in it, really. And at E2, she can do Alert 5 just fine. With Gellet. Now, her Rouse is one of the best Rouses in the game because it gives you a super baby. She's the only unit in a game that gives you super babies. Now, what super babies does, or what I call them super babies. There are regular babies and there are super babies. Super babies have 1.5 times effect. And they trigger Devour twice. Which means Gellet -2 cost on their cards. And when you feed them embryos, they give 45 alienness instead of 30. That's basically what a super baby is. And you get a super baby every time you posse. So everything about her kit is borderline broken. Again, I went over her in the Gellet video. You saw how she worked with the super babies 5 hours ago in the same video. Unless you're watching the part 1, part 2 video for some freak of a reason. I'm only doing this to make it more palatable for the weak. You are the strong, I bet. So yeah, very good unit. Nothing bad to say about her, unlike certain units. Yeah, she's very good. Her thing, this is fine, I guess. But yeah, she's a very strong unit overall. Now we're going to go on to the next. Horla is unquestionably the best ultra support in the game, and some people consider her to be the best support in the game. Why? You don't have to play any of her cards. You can play her card once and never touch her again. You can delete all of her cards and play her once. Now, I have a controversial take that many people agree with. Her E2 plus breaks her. Because what her E2 does is causes every one of her card to be retained, which is good in most cases, but it prevents her from being extremely flexible. This just floods your hand if you have her E2 and above. So I do not recommend getting her E2. I have her E3 because of the random thing. I will never click this button in my life. That is breaking her use for me. I would never play Horla again if I ever touched that button. I would never ever touch this unit again. The way I use her in my situations, with Caster, with Gellet, because I do not want retain on 4 cards. If you have retain on these 4 cards, that means you have to play them when you're in your hand, when you're playing a Gellet or a Caster comp, when you want their cards. You are forced to play Horla's card. And Horla's card are kind of, it adds up. So it's 4 mana, really. Having 4 retain cards is unmanageable in most teams. In some teams, it's manageable. It depends on a case-by-case scenario. So before you go, this opinion is bad, just ask your user whether they regret her E2 or not, depending on their situation. Hell, use your E0 Horla, play with her, and then play with a Whale Horla, borrow it yourself. See how your use case of Horla affects how you play, whether you feel this clogs up your hand or not. Because for me, it does. In my situations, it does. I will never click that button for my use case scenario. Now, why she is so good is because of her forms, which you only need to change to once. Some people play around with her forms, but most players, I would say 99% of the player base who use Horla, just use one of her forms and forget about her cards. Because the first time you play any of her cards, you transform into another form permanently for the entire stage, the entire map, until you first play Leap another of her cards to change form. Now, she does have change form mechanics that encourages hopping between forms. Most players don't care about that. I'm going to be honest with you, most players don't care about it. They pick a form and they stay in that form. Whether it's Snarl, which used to be Anger, is Anger now. So, final damage increased by 21%. This is the form you're going to be in if you're playing a Gellet comp, usually a DPS comp. Because final damage increase is quite huge. That's a whole nother basket. And a temporary crit damage increase. This is a very good form, has more. So, Elegy. Most players who play Caster and run Horla are going to stay in this form forever. It buffs your shield generation, HP recover, and strength reduction by 21%. That means if you're in grief mode, your shield you generate with Caster increased by 21%. So you play this and then you just delete all of her cards. Never play another one of her cards. Maybe keep the Carol just for the Elements because this is 0 cost. You keep this always because it's a 0 cost Elements battery. It's really good. This is very good. So, happiness. Some people stay in the joy form forever because this joy form has one of the most powerful effects in the game. It is the only effect in the game that lets you keep your Arithmetica, your mana, at the end of turn forever. So that means if you keep ending turn, you can scale up to thousands of mana points in Arc 1. You can carry your mana to the next turn if you don't feel like using it all, or if you can't use it all. This is the only card or effect that lets you do this. This is insanely powerful. A lot of players just stay in Joy mode forever. The con of Joy mode is that it also causes all of your command cards to be retained as well. Some people view this as good. That means that all of your cards will not be discarded at the end of turn. Now, on cheap teams, this is valuable. You keep all your cards for, a burst turn. You can keep all your cards in hand that don't have retained for the right moment. In some cases, this might clutter your hand. You have too many expensive cards. Your hand's going to be full and you're not going to draw. That's the con of this mode. But most people value it because of the utility the mana retain is. Now, Dirge Psalm. What does Dirge Psalm do? Dirge mode just buffs your strength, counter, and poison damage. Inflicted. So the strength you gain, counter you gain, poison you gain. Almost no one uses Dirge mode. I'm gonna be honest with you, almost no one uses Dirge mode because these 3 modes are what most people use because Dirge is a 2-cost card. Most players would just sell this card. Even though it gives a fairly hefty amount of strength, I don't sell it because I don't have her E2. Most players who have her E2 have to sell this card because it clutters your hand. Remember, her E2 causes every one of her cards to be retained, including the Dirge, which is a heavy 2-cost brick. I don't have her E2. I do not run into that problem. It gets discarded at the end of turn. I don't have to play it, but I have it when I need it, which is rarely, but I have it. That's what her E1 and lower allows you to do. Have options. Once you hit to E2, you no longer have options in the teams you can use her in. Because it's 4 retained cards. It's too much. Okay, it's way too much. I'm not even going to showcase the comp. Like, you saw me use her in the Gellet comp. Just stay in Snarl and switch between Snarl and Karelsom. That's it. This Exalt is nice on a burst turn. So that's why she's insanely strong and S tier. Now let's go on to the A tiers. Murphy is extremely strong because of her Exalt effect. She's one of the only Awakers with this Exalt effect unconditional. Damage taken minus 50%. Stacks on top of weakness. So you can already weakness a unit and then decrease their damage even further with this Exalt. In exchange, half of the damage is taken as sacrifice. So sacrifice stats, that's her whole mechanic. In exchange, you get sacrifice stacks. That means next turn, you receive a bleed known as sacrifice. That will hit you for that much damage and then halved every turn. So if a boss does 100,000 damage, you Exalt, you make him do 50,000 damage. Of that 50,000 damage, 25,000 damage is going to be taken as sacrifice stacks. So you're negating 75%. Actually not. You're going to take, half it, take 50,000 damage, and the next turn you take 25,000 damage. However, this is good because you're dividing the damage into multiple turns, and the other turn you'll have different set of shields. You'll have a different set of white stance. That's why it's still good, even if there wasn't a way to remove the sacrifice stacks. But luckily, there is a way to remove the sacrifice stacks. Besides her strike defense, is her vortex reversal. I don't have this leveled, but at max level, it scales up. Because I don't have Murphy. I don't believe in pulling for limited lollies. Now, G Murphy is older, so I'll make an exception for her. She's older, okay? Now, this, when fully upgraded, removes half of your sacrifice stacks. So that means sacrifice is not a big issue as long as you have Vortex. Her Divine Maiden is also an extremely powerful card. It's one of the only cards in the game that grants you shield based off of your max HP, plus a base value. In exchange, you take an equal amount of that as sacrifice stacks the next turn. However, typically you can Divine Maiden Vortex to remove the sacrifice stacks. It's very good. Now, recommended dupe level, E1. Why E1? It makes Vortex Reversal retain. So that means you can hold this card in hand. It's a very good card. It gives weakness, it gives bone, AoE to all enemies. It's an AoE weakness bone, and it removes half of your sacrifice stacks. That means you can keep this in your hand for a burst turn. You can keep this in your hand for the weakness. You can keep this in your hand to remove sacrifice stacks. It is very good. So her E2 and her fucking E3, This is the only thing that's valuable, but again, she's an older unit. 5 hours ago, I was talking about how power creep. Look, 5 elements per turn end. 24 does 10. recent unit does more. This is just an example of an old kit, for example. Her overexalt, just temporary tentacle damage and stuff. Yeah, you know, you care about her for her exploit. She helps you live. That's the reason why you use Murphy. She's a very good tank because of this exalt. One of the most unique exalts in the entire game. Mariam, Aether. She's one of the best blue supports and the best alien mist battery in the game for most people. Because the amount of alien mist she gives to your units is insane as a support. People generally don't use her for her crit damage buff, but a fully whaled out Mariam does do numbers with her damage. One punch Mariam is a thing. This card does hit hard if you whale her out. Whale her out super hard. But she also has one of the best rouses in the game. She has a 3-part rouse, which I'll go over later on this video with gameplay clips. I actually go into a stage and show you it. Now, her entire mechanic, besides feeding ailments with this card, is sacraments. So at the start of battle, you get 1 sacrament card and obsessions. Sacraments are yellow cards. Obsessions are purple cards. I'll actually just go in the stage and show you it. So these things scale off sacraments. See this? Ritual. So how many sacraments you have in your hand, which are cards, which are the yellow cards, she eats them up and buffs her cards. So if you only have 1 sacrament, it gets an additional 13, then 33, then 65. It scales more than it gives you. So these are the effects, whether it's giving more ailments, which most people use her for. This, or her defense, which is better than Clem, by the way. Enemies temporary strength down. Look, level 60 Mariam is already 86 strength down. If it's a multi-hit enemy, they are fucked. They are fucking fucked. You typically delete her strike because you're not building her as damage. This is final damage. This does hit hard if you whale her out. Most players are not going to whale out a Mariam. They're going to use her as a support, not as a DPS. And her as a support is very good because of these 3 cards here. And sacraments, if you use them, they heal you for 10% of your missing HP. Percentage. Insanely strong heal. And her exalt has 3 different forms. Whether you're in blue stance, white stance, or red stance. In blue stance, they scale you strength and tentacle damage. In white stance, they give everyone alien miss. In red stance, they trigger poison on the enemy. You don't really need to even use her in poison comp. You use her as an alien miss battery. Because eventually at a certain dupe level, this has retain and prepare. Now, what is her recommended dupe level? Her recommended dupe level is E2. Why? Her chosen one gets prepare 1 and retain. Before this, she's not that good of a unit as a support. Because her main support card is not retain and prepare. It's a heavy 3-cost fucking brick. It's a 3-cost brick. Her E3, it's good. It's not mandatory as her E2 is. It's good to have. Her OE is one of the most unique OEs in the game. Overexalts in the game. Why is it one of the most unique? It is the only overexalt in the game. Only exalt in the game that increases your tentacle limit and your tentacle count by 1. It is the only one in the game that does this. What does this mean? What this means is that you can have 100,000 tentacles until you hit tentacle cap. There are a lot of videos of Kai, the main tentacle runner, with 40 plus tentacles. It's because of OE Mariam. Because you are tentacle cap without this. Because the tentacles you can get from overcap is only +5. This is infinite. As many times as you can overexalt her. You can make a lot of memes with this. Extending a stage. You're not going to use as much. In reality, you're only going to trigger this twice or 3 times to fight. At best. But it's a pretty good overexalt because of that unique effect allowing for optimal memeing. Now, as I covered earlier, she has a secret thing, which is she scales off crit damage. Because, again, she's a support DPS. More crit damage makes this card stronger. Chosen One, it makes her give more alienness to your units. Why does it do that? Don't ask me. Ask the devs, dude. Why did they decide to do this? I don't know, dude. I have no fucking idea. Now let's go into practice gameplay so I can show you what the Sacraments does. So this is in-game right now. So this is Chosen One. Retain. See? 53. It's higher because we have that crit damage. I don't build crit damage on her, but I have a little bit because of her wheel at E0. And this is Obsession. You start with an Exception in purple. So this Obsession, it nerfs your draw by 1, but it will transform into a Sacrament. Generally, people play this to not nerf your draw and defeat her alienness. But if sometimes you want to hold on it for the transformation. So let me just play out this turn, and I'm going to rouse her to show that effect as well. So now we're only going to draw 4 cards. Now we're gonna, okay. Now, this is Retain 1. See how her cards are glowing. Because she has the ritual effect. That Obsession turned into a Sacrament. This restores 10% of lost HP. When you use any of her cards, let's say this. For example, I'm going to keep the Chosen. I don't need to use it. Let's say I use this. It consumes 1 Sacrament to get the additional first effect on the text here. So it reduces their strength by 18 numbers, scaling up to 86 on my level 60 Mariam. Now let's rouse her. Her rouse is the most unique and powerful rouse in the game. I would argue to say it's the most powerful rouse in the entire game. It's a 3-part rouse. So every rouse, increase your tentacle limit and tentacle count by 1. This is insane. Also, it buffs the crit rate of her cards by 100%. So it basically makes her auto crit. Let me just play this. I don't want to play any attack cards. I'm doing this low level because I don't want to stress about anything. Let's just white stance. It's about low level. We're going to try to avoid killing them. I should have done at least A2. But yeah. So this is... Every part has a different effect. So this is part 2 rouse. Part 2 rouse starts at a 6 cost. Every turn you keep her rouse in your hand, it has prepared 3. It doesn't say on this because AI translations, and prepared 3 is too long to fit on this card text. So every turn, the cost is reduced by 1. This was a 6 cost, now it's a 3 cost. Just to show you, just to show you what I'm talking about, I'm gonna wait. Let me rouse GL real quick here. I'm just gonna play this. So this is next rouse. So you choose between the second part rouse. You choose between one of these options, either infinite scaling or this puny little shield. 99.999999999% of players choose this options, unless you're brain dead. Like, look at the numbers. Infinite damage scaling or this amount of shield. Yeah, the answer is quite obvious there. So yeah, let me waste it. So again, this is a 9 cost. The third part rouse starts off at a 9 cost. Next turn, it's going to turn into a 6. It has prepared 3. And the last effect is the most powerful effect in the entire game. Let me just exo on G-Doll here. Again, the G-Doll permanent buff. Give everyone illness. Yeah, I don't care about that. So do this. Now I can play it. I could have just waited, but I'm going to play it now. So we're going to get the final effect, and we have our overexalt. Overexalt, very strong. We get a tentacle cap. Look at our tentacles. See? It creates another cap. We can scale tentacles infinitely with her. And now look. We have 4 sacraments in hand. It generates 3 sacraments. So this will give another Wicker 121 alien miss. She is the best alien miss battery in the game because of this. And this scales harder the more crit damage you have on her. Why would you want that? This is the reason why. So we can just put this on Ramona. Boom. Overexalt done. And it consumes 3 obsessions. And it doesn't use all of it, so let's get that out of section. Strength down. Yeah. And let's get rid of these obsessions, not nerf our draw. So that is her entire. Okay. We're gonna kill the thing soon. So every turn, you get a random one of these cards. Again, our tentacles are scaling too fast. The boss is dying next turn. You get this card every turn, a different version of this. It's always choose an Awaker to get 25 Ailments plus another effect. The effects are obtain 2 Ailments, draw 2 cards, inflict vuln and weakness. Those are the effects. There might be another effect that I'm missing, but those are the general effects here. So, you get 2 Ailments. Yeah, 2 mana. It is insane. She has the most powerful rouse in the game because of this. So, that concludes the Mariam overview. So this is a 2-for-1. G-Ramona and Ramona. They're the same unit in practice. One is unlocked by spending 60 standard pools. Ramona, A tier. Actual base Ramona, A tier. You know why? She's more general use. G-Ramona is very good. I use G-Ramona most of the time, but she's more niche. Ramona, all you guys know use her. She's in the tutorial. She's one of the best general use Awakers in the entire game. The reason why is her kit, her Exalt is so good. You choose one card from the draw or discard pile and add it to your hand and make it a 0 cost and it shuffles 1 insight. That's why she's good. Just because her Exalt, she can fit in any team. She scales wonderfully. You can fit her in every team. You can use her for most of the story mode, the entire game, minus specific story sections. Because of her Exalt alone. She is a general use. She fits into basically every team in the entire game. I need to end the stream soon and start another stream. But yeah, this Keyflare regen is the same as G-Ramona. So this kit is insanely good. Reduced strength, Keyflare, everything. So let's go over G-Ramona, which I use a lot. Very few people use. She's very niche. G-Ramona makes her into more of a damage carry. This form. That's why I place a bit lower. I'm not going to put her in tier list. Because the thing about them and why you don't want to unlock G-Ramona is in the end game content, they count as the same unit. And you can only use each unit once. That means if you use Ramona, you cannot use G-Ramona. If you use G-Ramona, you cannot use Ramona. Most people will only use Ramona because she's more general use. She can fit into more teams. G-Ramona is more niche. Okay, because her thing is she scales off posse usage. So every time you posse, the strength multiplier on her predetermined strike is increased by +1. The entire battle. That means if you posse a lot, she gets stronger, stronger, and stronger. And her other thing is she gets Keyflare and stuff. She loses the extremely powerful general use Exalt for this Exalt, which is the last 3 cards you play from the previous turn, non-derivative command cards, gets added to your hand with a -1 cost. Now this is more niche, you have to keep track of it. It's more hard to use than just Ramona's card, which is more, and she costs 60 standard pools. You want to use your standard pools elsewhere. And she has this whole Negrin trophy stacks. I'm not going to try to pronounce it again. I'm not going to get canceled. This old N stacks. I'm going to call them N stacks now. Which loops. Once you have enough N stacks, you get the loop effect of each of her cards. Some of the loop effects are very strong. The loop effect of Sight Unbound, instead of choosing one card to draw from your deck and adding your hand -1 cost, you can choose a card to draw from the draw or discard pile and reduce this cost to 0. That means you can play a high value card and then Sight Unbound loop it back in your hand the same turn without waiting to reshuffle your deck. This is very strong. Predetermined strike. What does the loop effect does? It's Rebirth Tribunal or Ode to Tomorrow. Now, what this does generally is you either pick Rebirth. Most people use Rebirth. which is 3, you gain 3 riff, which makes this a free card, basically. This makes it a free card. Ode to Tomorrow, it exhausts the card. Everyone who plays card games know what exhaust means. In case you are new, it basically removes it from your deck the entire battle. Generally, you only use this as the last option. So this defense, you can just read what it does. Generally, I would not recommend this, but she is a welfare unit. You can get her dupes insanely easily by leveling up your account level. Everyone will have plus 12 Ramona eventually. That's why she's A tier. She's a very good unit, and you get free dupes of her by just playing the game. I'm not going to show any gameplay of her, because all of you guys have played Ramona or see me play or calf with G Ramona. Now, let's go over Salvador. One of the strongest Carol units in the game. However, you have to generally choose between him or Gellet in D-Tide in most cases, because you want Lone Seed, you kind of want dies on both to really use his full potential. So he's the tank version of Gellet. He does no damage until he starts doing damage. You basically never die. He's a hard tank playstyle. Just watch my Salvador videos. I'm actually going to play a small snippet of my Salvador videos. So basically, you want him E2 to function as a DPS. So he's an infinite scaler. So this, his E2, it makes his Blessed Art of Bones Embryo Fusion up. Very good. It makes his End of Suffering crit rate 25% and Prepare 1. This is essential to make him into a DPS. Now, in addition, his Overexalt, extremely strong. What his Overexalt does is increase his Crimson Furnace limit to up to 10% of your max HP. That means he scales faster. That means he's stronger. It's the only fact in the game that does this. So you want to Overexalt at least 5 times during a long stage. And he can basically clear all content in the game. He's one of the few Awakers that can clear every content in the game along with Tawil, regardless of what boss you're facing. And he has the easiest gameplay loop out of any Awaker that can clear the entire game, no problem. His biggest weakness is while you won't die, it might take a while for the enemy to die. So I'm going to go over a clip of me playing Salvador and explain how it works. I did this a lot of times on live streams, memeing on him. And in my Salvador video, I do hate the character. I like his gameplay. I will never level up this character. I will never use it on my main D-Tide team, probably. I have nothing against his gameplay. You know what I have against? His fucking lore, his fucking design. Holy shit, is this unit boring as fuck. You know what his lore is? He's just a regular ass priest. He's just a nice priest. If I wanted a nice priest in my gacha game, I would go to fucking church. I see a nice priest every Sunday. Every fucking Sunday, I interact with a nice priest. Make him an insane, crazy priest who hunts down heretics. Have put skeletons in his closet. His entire lore is that he's a good person. He's just a good person all around. Like every other unit, he has no skeletons in his closet. He has no children in his basement. He has nothing bad about him. There's nothing bad he has ever done. He's fucking vanilla as fuck. That irritates me. Where is my Alexander Anderson? Where is my Kotamine Kire? Where is my Malzgu from Berserk? That's what I want out of a priest character. Where are the torture den dungeons for heretics? Where are of him hunting down the Protestants? None. All he does is pray. And in his reproduction story, he resists the urge to assault you. He just asks you to join him in prayer. That's his whole lore. That's his whole design. He's just a nice guy. He's just a nice person. And his entire story, fucking one of his students betrayed him, and he just forgives them. He does not enact vengeance. He does not enact justice. He believes in redemption. He does community service. Holy shit, is he boring. Put some skeletons in his closet. Make him have something evil and dastardly he does. Maybe he has to bathe in virgin blood every Sunday. Do something about him. Maybe he cuts himself. Maybe he's emo. Have him whip himself for the lore like some of those crazy anime priests. He's not a crazy anime priest. Where are my crazy anime priests in him? He's not crazy enough. He's too sane. What the fuck is wrong with you, BF? Make him crazy. Have something wrong with him. Maybe every time he forgives someone, he has to kill a random person. Maybe some people who go to confession goes missing. Have some dark lore behind him. Make him Jackal and Hyde. Maybe make him a good person, but then at night he transforms into an evil person. But right now, his lore, god awful fucking lore. So I have a lot of Salvador content. This is Alert 5. I did this before season started on stream. So, you don't care who the other 2 units are. You use them with dice, and you pick the 2 units with the highest constitution stat. Why would you do that, players? Max HP. Your furnace size is determined by your max HP value. So that's when people pair him with chaos units. It increases furnace gen if you pair him mono. Why do I use Caucus and Goliath in this showcase? Is because on my account, they are the units with the most constitution stats in my account. To showcase Salvador here in this video that I recorded a while ago. Now he generates infinite amount of shields, infinite amount of everything. The easiest gameplay loop in the fucking game. What do? You lone seed its End of Suffering, and you play card. Like, he has the easiest gameplay loop in the history of Morimens. And you Dies Exalt, his thing, End of Suffering. All you gotta do is End of Suffering. Switch to him. So, let's do. Decrease your HP, gain Furnace. Decrease your HP, gain Furnace. More than you lose. You gain more HP in the Furnace than you lose. That's his gimmick. And Furnace size is capped by your max HP. So more max HP you have, the faster he scales. How does he scale, players? Every point of Crimson Furnace you accumulate during battle increases his damage. So the more you build your Furnace, the more damage he does. You keep doing that. And then, eventually, you do Redemption. You gain a shield, it goes to 150% of your Furnace. And this is unaffected by the shield cap of your max HP. This is how you can generate hundreds of shields. Look, it's 800 fucking shields, dude. You don't die. The problem is it takes a while to scale them up. You just want max HP on the Salvador. The easiest gameplay loop in the game. What do you do every turn? You play Dies in his card. You basically ignore whatever other Awaker you have. You don't care. You do his End of Suffering. You End of Suffering. You Dedication. Again, every dedication you use, the more damage he does. And eventually, he does enough damage, you win. And our HP doesn't go down. I was talking to the stream like, what do? Our HP never goes down. It never goes down. Nothing bad ever happens to us. Just like his lore. Garbage. Nothing bad ever happens to anyone. So yeah, that's how you play him. He's the simplest gameplay loop unit in the entire fucking game. Like, you have to be some sort of old trash player to not comprehend how to play as Salvador. You dupe his End of Suffering. You dedicate. And then and maybe it's the other way around. It's the last option, first option. Last option, heal. Last option, something. Middle option only when you want to kill, which is never. So, this is an entire gameplay loop. End of suffering after suffering. I would love this gameplay loop. I love this gameplay loop. Don't get me wrong. I love this gameplay loop. Just end of suffering. However, his lore is too dog shit for me to care about him. The next unit we're going to talk about in the support tier is Winkle. Another very strong Alienist battery. She's the strongest standard banner Alienist battery in the game. Without question. She's a battery. What does that mean? She gives Alienist to your other units. Her Exalt feeds 50 Alienist and lets them Exalt up to 2 times this turn. Now, this caused confusion to a lot of players. This does not make their next Exalt twice. What it does is after you Exalt, if you can somehow get enough Alienist to Exalt again, you can Exalt twice in 1 turn. That is all it does. So in most cases, unless you're playing Calf or something, this does not matter that much. In most cases, you're not going to get enough Alienist to Exalt twice for most units that you are using the Winkle on. Using it for this, choose one Awaker to feed 50 Alienist to. And you can charge up Alienist fast on Winkle with the Energy Beam. Because when you leap affect it, it gives her 20 Alienist when fully leveled up. So that's all she's good for. Why? Psyche Reforge does nothing. It's a 3-cost shield card that doesn't scale that hard enough. It's, again, 41 shield. Every card in your hand, the shield gain is increased by 50%. It's not that much shield for what it demands of you. What it demands of you is fucking 3 mana. This card is too expensive. I don't know what they were thinking about this. This should be at least a 2-cost card. This is way too expensive to play normally. A lot of players just delete Psyche Reforge. A lot of players just delete this shit. Because you want to play other cards. You're not going to play Psyche. Psyche is not going to save you. In most cases, when Psyche would save you, you already lost. You already fucked up so bad that Psyche is your last resort. That's the only reason you would use Psyche in the first place, even as a leap effect. Because leap effect is okay. It draws 2 cards and no longer discards your hand. But it's 3 mana. So any 2 cards you draw, you're probably not going to have the mana or the Rift to play them anyway. Like, it's too expensive. It should be a lot cheaper. I'd be fine with it if it was a 2-cost, but as a 3-cost card, it does not deliver enough value. You know, and plus you're going to play 1 leap effect. You're playing her on an Ultra Team usually. You want to play someone else's leap effect. Basically, you're only using her for this and the weakness and Energy Beam. It's very good. Any of you guys watching this, in my G Murphy rap, I do have a line about how weak Energy Beam is. It's not that weak. In all of my raps, I make it into a diss trap, shitting on other Awakers. That is how rap works, my dudes. So I'm not going to go over video because that's her whole kit. Her Exalt and Energy Beam. You ignore everything else she does. You ignore the counter she gains. This is flat counter. You don't care about this. You don't care about anything else but the Energy Beam. Also removes all enemy bears. There's some bosses that get like 50 bears a turn. This counters that mechanic. So on bosses with barriers, you also bring her. And it's AoE. You're basically using her just for her Exalt. And her Over Exalt is quite nice. What her Over Exalt does is the Awaker you choose to feed Elements also gets 35 additional Elements every turn for 3 turns. This is a lot of Elements. That's why she is the best Elements battery standard unit in the game. So, next unit. The next unit we're going to talk about is the Aegis. Aegis is probably the best welfare deep dive unit in the entire game. She's probably one of the best supports in the game. Why is she B tier? She's a welfare unit. You're not going to have a lot of dupes with her startup, even though her Exalt is strong. You're not going to have the teams comps to put her in early game. She's mostly used in team comps where you need to stun the enemy and stall. And the stun is very strong. It lets you cheese a lot of bosses, as I did in every D-type coaching video. Because there are a lot of bosses, because you can stun them. Okay, I'm gonna go over her kit first. I'm jumping ahead of myself. So her kit is she's a bone bot. She has so much bone all the time. Inflicts bone. Bone, 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 bone. The enemy will never run out of bone if you have her on your team. 99% of players will run her with Gellet to stun the mobs or stun the boss or to build up your flails. She's the only unit in the game that can stun enemies, otherwise known as petrify. When she devours an embryo, she petrifies, which means a stun. Bosses are not immune to it. Mobs are not immune to it. There's no unit in the game she cannot stun. This is insanely powerful, and you guys play any other card games. Like, almost no game allows you to stun the boss, basically. In this game, you can, with Aegis. And buying you an extra turn is extremely valuable to do your stuff. And not only does it allow you to extend your turn, I'm going to go to the broken thing of it. So when you push a boss or phase them, they get invuln, and then they buff themselves for the second HP bar, right? You can't ignore the buff. So what I like to do now is I phase a boss. So let's say it's Dog. In the final form, it's gonna, or Aisha, for example. You push her, and then she is invuln. She's at half HP. Next turn, when she's not invuln anymore, she will buff herself and get 80% reinforced, which means she takes 80% less damage. However, if you stun her while she's in her invuln form, she does not cast her buff until the next turn. And the next turn, the invuln falls off. This is a way to cheese bosses, and they haven't patched it yet. It's been in the game for a year. Everyone knows how to do this cheese. You can cheese several bosses in the game. Dog, Aisha, iBoss. Any boss that buffs or gain a powerful buff when they phase, you can cheese. Just stun them. Next turn, they're going to do nothing. They're going to try to cast their buff again, but are not invuln anymore. So you have another turn before they cast whatever buff they do. That's one of the powerful uses of Eye of Eternity, the Petrify. Again, this only works once per enemy. Afterwards, they are immune to Petrify. They are immune to Petrify for the rest of the battle. They cannot be petrified again. This is why she is good, because of her Exalt, allowing you to cheese units. Her decomp, very strong. It's a free card if the boss has Vuln, or an enemy has Vuln. It refunds the total mana cost, so it's a great source of key flare generation. Her dupes are quite useful all around. Like this, increased damage, small wish, yeah. All of these are good, but her OE is really what makes her shine. This is a basket 25% damage increase on all Wakers when you overexalt. This is huge. You will get it 8 months into the game of playing. 8 months in the game of playing, you're going to hit her overexalt. So it's pretty huge. She's probably the best welfare unit in the game. As much as I love Arita, Aegis is the best welfare unit in the game because of her stun mechanic. No other unit in the game can stun a boss but Aegis. Next, we're going to go over Lily. Lily is one of the strongest shielders in the game regarding defense cards because of her scaling. I do not invest in her because as I go over the video, if anyone sees me playing her in public, I'd be in jail. I don't like her design. This is too much. Give her some fucking clothes, please, developers. Give her some fucking clothes, and maybe I'll consider playing her. She has no clothes. She's fucking five years old in appearance, dude. I do not buy that she's a 10,000-year-old dragon lolly. Okay? She is just a 5-year-old in troublesome clothes. So she's a poison triggerer. You don't care about that. Why? What you care about is her defense card. The best scaling defense card in the game. Because the base shield amount increases by 0.25% for every 1% death resistance you build on Lily. In addition, she has Endure stacks. What Endure stacks does is it builds up based on the damage you take. I'm going to go over Enlighten a bit. And when you Exalt, it restores 10% of your Endure stat. Actually, more than that. Once you get more dupes. As HP, it removes the Endure. So you heal up based on how much damage you take, and you just stack up Endure stats. That's her whole mechanic, basically. But her shields are extremely high. And in most poison comps, she does a lot of damage. If I wasn't so against her, I would use her in my G-Dog comp over Agrippa. Because her strike to protect is very strong. Look. It triggers 50% of the poison effect. If the boss has 100,000 poison, it does 50,000 damage. If it crits, it does the full trigger of poison. And remember, poison doesn't go away unlike bleed. So you can trigger this, trigger this, trigger this, trigger this. It's very strong. Strike Back is very strong. And it has Prepare, which means every turn it gets 1 cheaper. Now her Enlightens. E1. When your HP is low 50%, Forbidden Swamp, her skill 2 gets additional shield to poison effect stable. You don't care about the poison effect. She's not the poison generator. She's the poison triggerer. So you care about the shield. She's just a shield unit. Shield unit all around. Strike to protect, prepare 1, update prepare 2. That means instead of reducing the cost by 1, it reduces the cost by 2. And the base damage crit rate is increased. It's a lot of damage. She's a very good unit. And turn start, Endure equal to 10% max HP. Yeah, it's just more Endure. Overexalt, more Enduring, adds 2 more Strike to protect cards with Exhaust in your hands. Very good unit. And her Soul Forge is nothing. It's very good. Yes. Then increases it stacks up more. So eventually, if you have a fully wailed out, fully built Lily, you're gonna have a 400 plus defense value on this card. Insanely strong unit for shielding you, keeping you alive. Would you pull on her over other units? Probably not, because she keeps you alive, but she does not do a lot of damage on her own. She does not generate a lot of poison on your own. Remember, she's a poison triggerer. All of the poison she inflicts is flat poison. So you want to run her with another poison unit, or just play her for her shields. You're using her for 2 things, for her shields or for her poison trigger, not her poison generation. Nautilus. Extremely strong unit. She dropped down a tier. Remember, there are more units, so she falls down a tier, unfortunately. Nautilus is still very good. Nothing has changed about her. She's still an extremely good unit. Why is she extremely good? The shield she gens and the effect she has is so good. You ignore this, basically. You ignore that daily maintenance. So, her entire thing is her E3. She has one of the strongest exalts in the game. Because Ready, Set, Fix, the counter damage is very good. It's very useful in Blue Wool. I use her in Blue Wool when I'm not using my G-Doll. So this E3, like E1, E2, E2 is very good because it gives no trespassing, prepare 1. E1, this is useless. E1 is useless. E2, E3 is what you really want her at. So what her E3 does is after you exalt, you are immune to fragile, weakness, and vulnerable for 1 turn. That means if the boss was about to apply any of these 3 effects to you, it does not apply. You are invulnerable to these effects. There are a couple bosses you can sort of cheese with this effect. There are a couple of story bosses, let's say Chapter 9 End Boss, for example, that gives you 99 turns of fragile, weakness, and vulnerable, and you're expected to cleanse it using a boss gimmick several turns later. Instead of playing through that, you can just exalt before they apply 99 turns of fragile, weakness, and vuln to you, and you can just kill the boss like normal. She bypasses a lot of boss mechanics because of this exalt ability on her E3. What does her Exalt do though? It increases your current shield by 50%, which means if you have 400 shield, it gives you 200 more shield, plus the 44. Very good. You use her with Cassia, use her with Tawil, use her with anyone. Very good unit because of that. Now, she's also a small ailments battle. This is a very high value ailments regen card. It gives another Wicker 20 ailments for 1 mana. Those of you who have watched the values in this game know that this is a high value ailments battery card. 1 mana for 20 ailments to another unit, and it grants you shield. This is a high value card. No trespassing is retained and it has repair 1 on the E2. What it does is it grants you shield and temporary counter, and on a boss battle it gives you 3 times temporary counter. You don't play this for a counter late game. Early game, this goes hard because the scaling is a bit off. This is very high value early game. Late game, this might as well say do nothing counter-wise. You only use it for the shield and it's retained in your hand, so it kind of thins out your deck if you just hold it in your hand. And having 1 retain is fine. It helps you cycle through your deck faster. You never delete this card, basically. Rouse is rare in R2, like Nautilus shield and counter increase 50%. She doesn't generate a counter her own. So this Exalt is quite strong on Blue Will and counter comps. Because what it does is it deals 150% of your counter attack as fixed damage to all enemies as well. It's an AoE attack based on your current counter stack. If you have 50,000 counter, that's 50,000 damage. You have 100,000, blah, blah, blah. And her Overexalt ups it to 500% instead of 150%. So that's why the Pandia comp works in CN. So if you have 50,000 counter, 5 times 50,000, that's 250,000 damage. AoE, very strong. So that's just an example why she's a very good unit. She's a very simple unit. I'm not going to show gameplay footage of her because I already have gameplay footage of her. Just go to my channel, watch my coaching stream. I use her a lot. So Goliath, he is getting another buff, but he's already very strong as his support. Probably the reason why they're buffing him, because no one plays him as the way he's intended. Not even me. No one plays him the way he's intended ever since the Chinese find out how to play him as a support. So basically, if you go into any of my videos or whatever, or any of the guides, you'll see everyone use him as a support. He was intended to be a DPS. He does almost no DPS compared to his role as a support unit in 24 comps. Why is he used as a support? He's one of the best strength and tentacle damage generators in the game for burst turns. He's one of the best burst turn units to help your team synergize with his Exalt option too. Like all of his cards, very low value. But I still recommend pulling him E2. He's a support utility. Like, you don't play him for his damage, you play him for his Law of the Strong and his Exalt. Because this is the only card in the game, as I went over 5 hours ago in my Tawil section. It removes all of the enemy's strength at E2, and you gain the same amount as temporary strength. Enemies in this game scale strength faster than you do. Endgame. Certain bosses can generate thousands upon thousands of strength. Let's say Fran, it's not Fran, it's one of the other Dorisine bosses, for example. He generates like 29, probably a little bit more than that strength every time you hit them. Eventually it'll go up to 3,000 strength. Just steal that 3,000 strength that turn by playing this card. It makes the enemy weaker. Some bosses like Headhunter, for example, with D Tide Alert 5, they generate hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of strength if you play their mechanic wrong. Because they have a mechanic that's like, if you do this, if you do that, the boss buffs himself. Guess what? With Law of the Strong, you steal all their strength. That's why he's extremely good as a support. His Exalt is also extremely good. Why? Exalt option 2, which is Usurp. It's Usurp, it's option 2. You gain temporary strength equal to 60% of your tentacle damage. This can be hundreds upon hundreds of strength. If you have 1,000 tentacle damage, you get 600 strength, basically. You see where I'm going at? So you're basically using him for that option. You don't care about his DPS. They fucked up with this. So yeah, that's why he's very strong as a burst support unit. You don't play his cards, you exile option 2, don't even care, and use it to buff your real DPS and play. Not even show the gameplay of it. Just try it. That is why he's very strong. Now, up on to the next unit. Karen. She was A tier. Under the old tier list, she would still be A tier. Remember, everything is relative. Since stronger support units have come out, she has fallen down 1 tier to B. I didn't want to do it. I did not want to do it, but she's now B. She's one of the best supports in the game because of giving her marvelous cuisine, but she is still less valuable than the units above her. She's generally used in calf comps or mono will comps when you need the Arithmetica from her Exalt, which gives her a marvelous cuisine, which you can use 3 times. Every time you use it, you inflict poison, or you inflict a random debuff on the enemy at a certain dupe level, and you get 1 mana back, up to 3 depending on which enlightened level you have of her. That's basically what she does. You don't care about any of her cards. Another reason why she's good, she has 2 retain cards only. That means you can just hold these 2 cards in your hand forever to cycle through your deck faster. She does nothing. You do nothing with her. That's the joy of her as a support. You don't have to interact with her in any way. She can just fit on your team, hold that toadstool, retain in your hand, make it cheaper every turn for when you need the weakness and just play it for free, for the free weakness, whenever you want. You never play the Silent Fealty, but it's retained in your hand, same as an exhausted card. So you can cycle through your deck faster to high value cards. Sometimes the best thing you can do is do nothing. And then that's what Karen brings to the table. Nothing. She brings nothing to the table, and that's why she's better than Clem. She doesn't require anything from you to work. Just wait, exalt, retain cards, cycle through your deck faster in mono because 2 of her cards are in your hand. So all you have to do is delete these 2 cards if you want. She's basically act like she doesn't exist until you get your exalt, get the marvelous cuisine. Sometimes that's good. Sometimes you want to use your mana to do something else. She does a lot for your team by doing nothing, by not getting in the way of your real carries for only 2 retained cards. And she is a chaos unit, the ultimate mixer realm. Now let's go over her enlightened levels. Maze Decree. Ignore all this. Ignore all this. This does nothing. You don't care about that. This is the only thing that really matters. Her E3 and her Overexalt. Her Overexalt, what it does is it adds 3 marvelous cuisines. 1 in your hand, 1 in your draw pile, and 1 in your discard pile for 9 mana. You get basically 9 mana whenever you want. It's very good on Calf. That's why she's a very good unit overall. Sometimes the best thing you can do is do nothing. And that's what Karen brings to the table. Nothing. She can fit into any comp. She doesn't get in the way compared to other support units. Riker. Riker is one of the strongest supports in the game. He has fallen from A tier. Remember, better supports have come up. I place him now in B tier. He's an extremely RNG comp. His power is card draw. That's the reason why you bring him. And he's the most RNG unit in the game. Technically speaking, he could be one of the strongest units in the game. If you treat everything like your God is on your side. Is God is on your side? Do you believe? Go over my Riker video. I can explain why God is on your side. So basically, he's a gacha within a gacha. He rolls dice. He operates off of crit. So what investment level do you want on him? E1 or E2? That's fine. You can clear all content as a support in there. You're just using him generally if you're using support Riker as a support. Unless you're using God Riker. Some furries, since he's the only furry in the game, use Riker as a DPS main. And he is viable as a DPS main if you have God Riker, which means an extremely wailed out Riker. extremely whaled out Riker, assuming God is on your side always, potentially has one of the highest damage counts in the game. Why? RNG, baby. He also gives you these relics, these dice relics too, with how much gold you generate. I'm gonna go over that later. So, his unexpected gain. Unexpected gain, what it does is you can choose one card from the draw pile to draw and place in hand. Any card from your draw pile. And if it crits, it reduces the card's cost by 1 or 2 depending on if you have his E1 or not. His E1 lets you reduce that card by 2 if you crit. If you don't crit, it's just a draw card. That's why that's the first step of RNG. This is the least RNG thing about him. So, his showdown also gains 3 ailments for every crit hit on his E1. It can hit up to 6 times. This is just more money. He also scales with how much damage. His E3 makes him scale with how much money you use to earn the exploration stage on his Exalt. And lets you play his strike and defense if you don't have enough mana like Hamel with money instead. So in the final battle, when you have no use for money, you can play his strike and defenses for free double play. His overexalt is very powerful as well. Like, you can build him DPS if you whale him out extremely hard. A lot of furries swear by God Riker is how I dub that build. When you build all in crit damage and shit, and rely on him for your sole source of damage. You know why? Multi-hits. Insane high base damage multi-hits and crit. So, basically all in. This rolls a dice, 1 through 6. For each roll, if you roll a 6, you draw 6 cards, and you gain the strength effect 6 times. I don't have this level, because I don't play God Riker. I don't use my Riker as God, I use it to support Riker. So it's 6 times the strength gain on his all-in. And on Showdown, it can roll a 6 or more if you have certain Riker relics. If you roll a 6, guess what happens? You get a free 0-cost unexpected gain. This continues the Riker DPS combos or continue to combo. However, these 2 effects are pure RNG. You cannot whale a 6 dice roll. Whether you're a free-to-play player or a whale who spends thousands of dollars on the game, you cannot control whether you roll a 1 or a 6. So that's why he's a very high variance unit if you want to play him as a DPS, which very few people do. I believe in it. I believe in God. I believe in the God Riker. So I always borrow the same God Riker whenever I decide to do quick dailies, quick weekly content. And it has performed very well. It helps me clear the stages a lot quicker. So let me go over the best God Riker I have found. This guy spent a shit ton of money on his God Riker. He's cleared all content with this. So this is how insane this guy is. Plus 12 Daffodil wheel. Plus 12 Riker wheel. Plus 12 Riker. Max out level. And his Covenant set. This is the gear set. This is the memory fragment set. He 100% it. All in on crit damage. All in. I cannot stress how much resources it takes to 100% this. Anyone who has rolled Covenants knows how much resources he probably dumped into this Riker just to make him a DPS build. Okay? This is the God Riker build. Would most people recommended it? Hell no. But when it works, it works. Will you roll at 6? Probably not. You do not believe hard enough. But that's why he's an insane RNG unit if you play him as a DPS. But furries do play him as a DPS. Don't get me wrong. Furries do play him as a DPS. Most people are only going to shut up, play him as a support. So his additional mechanic is dice. So he gets 3 Riker relics based on how much money you've earned during the stage. He excels in exploration stages. So that's his talent right here. Winner takes all. So after you get 75, 150, and 300 sigils, you get to choose a Riker relic out of 3. Now there are 3 Riker relics. I went over it in my video, but I'm going to go over it briefly here. Sorry. Go to my Riker video if you want exactly what it does. I'm going to tell you exactly what it is, but you're going to have the screenshots. The first one, crit rate for the entire team increased by 10%. Second one, you get a shining dice every time you posse, or a regular dice. What the dice does, if you roll, you get crit damage and you get temporary strength. And if you roll a 4 or higher, it inflicts vuln on everyone. Last relic increases your crit hit damage for your whole team. That scales up based on the rolls Riker does every turn in dice rolls, up to 50%. What does his rouse do? His rouse upgrades the dice. So the crit rate dice now increases the crit chance to 15% instead of 10%. The random dice rolls are now increased by 1. It can no longer roll a 1. It can roll even a 7 now. The dice roll range is now 2 to 7 on all of his effects. Upgrading the fucking dice or shining dice gets it as shining dice, which makes it a higher roll value. And now if you roll a 4 or higher, it also inflicts weakness. And it does more stuff. So most people choose to upgrade the dice. And lastly, instead of it gives you more crit damage and more key flare for the big mouth. Big mouth. More crit damage, whatever. Instead of 30%, it's now 50%. Yeah. That is the right Riker does. He's just a pot of greed draw unit. Unless you build him as a DPS. How many of you watching this video are gonna build him as a DPS? Probably 3. Probably 3 of you. Statistically speaking, probably 3 of you are gonna build him as a DPS. So, yes, I did. I made a video on it. So, Tulu. What Tulu does is he was the first limited awaker that came into the game that aged horribly. As I said in my Tulu review video, I now lowered him to C tier. He's got eliminated, unfortunately. He's now lowered to C tier. The reason why is because better awakers have come out. This will come out because his kit is extremely outdated with all this temporary strength, for example. On the JP version of the game, he gives you permanent tentacle damage. Permanent shit. This one, he gives you temporary. So, he is, however, the fastest AoE clear in AoE mob events with its overresult. If you unlock his overresult, he has the quickest clear time on any event that requires you to farm AoE mobs because of his overresult, which I'll showcase in a bit. His exalt also aged terribly. Temporary crit rate, temporary strength, gain 1 tentacle. Yeah, this is everything is all outdated with kits. Abyss Order does a decent amount of damage. Pierce, too expensive. The spell weakness, again. All of his kit is extremely outdated for the current state of the game. That's why he's in the position he currently is. He's the first limited awaker that's been released. He's the first basically limited unit we've ever got in the game. So, obviously, he's going to be weak nowadays. But he's still usable. Doesn't mean he's bad. There are just better options for you than Tulu. If you go into the Chinese chat, they will always spam the wheelchair emoji whenever you mention Tulu. Why that is the case is because they consider him a wheelchair unit. He doesn't function by himself. He needs other awakers to help him function as a unit in the current modern day. So that's why the Chinese community always spam the wheelchair emoji when you mention him. He's a wheelchair unit in the current state of the game. His kit, everything about it, I went over it in my last tier list video. Nothing has changed. He hasn't been buffed. Nothing has changed about his kit at all. Nothing has changed at all. No buffs, no nothing. So, if you watch my last tier list, you know why he is weak. If you play him, you know why he is weak compared to other units. Now let's go to the next unit on the list. Cassia. Cassia went from D tier to C tier. She's now a decent unit in discard comp. They finally fixed my issue with her with the recent buff. What did they change? They made her a discard unit. She did not have this aftershock effect, and poof, did not discard regular cards before. So they added this Soul Forge talent here. So this is the biggest buff to Cassia ever. After poof is released for the first time, it triggers the aftershock effect of shuffling cards. Beforehand, poof shuffles the card, but does not count as a discard. So she does not work in discard comps. Since then, they changed it, they buffed her. Now she works in discard comps. Now I use her with Arita Corpal. She's now a good unit. She's not old trash anymore. She graduated from the dumpster piles into society. She dug herself out of the dumpsters and now performs at the traveling circus in C tier. Again, his only real use is for her Cassia cheese in D-Tide with her Image Relic or in discard comps now. Because symptoms aren't really a big thing in the endgame in the current state. There's not that many things where her symptom state effects comes into play. Or her damage. You don't really want to level up anything on her. She doesn't scale well damage. Now she's just good because she now functions well in discard, and this has an aftershock effect of shuffling an insight into draw pile. She's very good in discard comps now. I will make an updated video showcasing her on the discard comp and in general. But before then, she was pretty bad. But yeah, she's now a decent unit in discard comps. Other comps, I still wouldn't recommend her. So I will not showcase videos now. I will perfect my Arita Cassia comp and show it at a later date. But yeah, Cassia is now a decent. Faint, C tier. I only really use her on the GL comp because you kind of abuse the death resist gimmick. The reason why I rate her lower compared to other people is because I don't really believe in death resist unless you're building a count on death resist. Because typically speaking, your comp should be good enough to beat a boss without triggering DR. And if you are going to trigger it once, you can just keep retrying until you trigger it. Because the starting death resist is enough to get one death resist trigger. If you need multiple death resist trigger, then rather than having this unit or other DR or revive units on your team, just build a better defensive team. Just have more things, you know, in your arsenal. So that's why I don't rate her that highly. But she is very good in the GL comp I showcased earlier, which is just die, res, die. It's no, all I need is kill. Yeah, all you need is kill the manga and the Edge of Tomorrow movie, or Die Tomorrow Die by Tom Cruise that was copied off it. I read the original manga and light novel, which is all you need is kill. All you casuals who, you know, watch Edge of Tomorrow not knowing that, I'm better than you. That's why I'm better than you. Yeah, that's basically that comp. Die, repeat, die, or whatever the fuck it is. All you need is kill. That's what I know the series from. I read the manga, okay? The original manga, the original light novel it came from, which is better because it has better mechs and it has a better redheaded waifu, okay? Emily Blunt, great actress. The character in All You Need Is Killed is a better waifu. She's an anime waifu. Okay, I'm getting a bit ridiculous. You want to level up her Exalt, and she gives you a lot of DR. The DR she gives you is quite large. So she's very good at your proccing DR a lot. She's very good in the GL comp. That's where I use her from. That's all she really brings to the table. Letting you die, repeat, die, repeat, die, repeat for big hits. So Faint is pretty average in my book because she is good at comp, but in general, on your main team, if your team is already strong enough and you make your team stronger, you're not going to really trigger DR. And if you're not going to trigger DR, then she doesn't bring enough to the table. Like, and if you're building around triggering DR, that means you expect to die. If you go into a battle expecting to die, there's already something wrong with your team in the main story stages. Unless you're expecting to die on a straight to boss fight, which is what the G-Dog comp is. That's my philosophy with the gaming here. So that's why I rate her C tier the way she is. Now, some teams might need to die. Like Dorisine, he fucking needs it. He fucking needs her to function properly. But again, I don't really believe in DR that much. Speaking of another DR revive character, Celise. Celise is the same thing, but her image rock is very good. She does do a lot of heals, and she does this weakness retain card. She has retain card on these two, so she's quite decent. Because like Karen, the best thing you can do is nothing. By having 2 retain cards, you can treat it as exhaust. So because you can shuffle your deck through faster if you use Celise. And she gives you Aerith, which is mana on her Exalt and on her Tinkless Stream. These both give you 1 mana. Very good. Very good. That mana can come in clutch. These triggers are meh. There is a CN comp. I cannot go without referencing the CN meta comp that like 2 people run, which is the Realm Mastery Celise using 2 plus 12 wheels. Her plus 12 wheel and Lay's plus 12 wheel. It does generate a significant amount of healing. I do not believe in it because it requires you to go into wheel jail and pull for her wheel and fucking Lay's wheel plus 12 for the Realm Mastery with Returnal line. It gives you a lot of starting tentacles as well. I do not recommend it because you really want to go for the high value damage wheels first. And by the time you get to these wheels, 2 years have already passed and new units will already come out. This is a very long-term investment comp if you really want to try the CN build of Celise. They have the game longer than we do, so they can afford to experiment with more wheel choices. You as an NA or English player, which I assume you are, if you're a Chinese person watching my video, thank you. But I know you don't have this problem. I know you don't have this problem. You can do this right now, Chinese person. So yeah, what her Exalt does and what her E3 does is the first time you die, you revive with X amount of HP, and all Awakers grant 25 elements. This is a strong effect, and with her E3, it can trigger again after 6 turns. That's quite strong, and her overresult is pretty decent as well. However, her con is that if you're doing too well, she's kind of a bit useless, just like Fang. If you never proc that death, why would you run her over another carry unit? Over another better support that gives you more strength? Over another better support like Karen, which gives you more mana? Over another support which does something else, shields you more so you don't die in the first place. That is my philosophy. If you don't use her revive, it's like she doesn't even exist. What is her purpose on this team besides these cards? Because you can get other sources of weakness from other support units that is cheaper than a 3 cost, for example. That is my take on Celise and why I don't value her that highly. You can disagree with me all you want, but I hardly need to proc DR, and if I do, I only proc it once. If you proc it more than once, there's something wrong with your team, and you have to go back to the drawing board. You need to lower the difficulty. You need to do something else if you're still proccing DR. It's not consistent enough to be proccing DR that early. Because if you're proccing DR, that means your team isn't either doing enough damage to kill the boss, which means you're probably not going to kill the boss anyway. Or if you do proc the DR and you kill the boss, you probably could have played the turn better. You probably could have had another unit that'll help you not have to proc that DR. That just incentivizes bad gameplay decisions in my book. So let's go to the next unit on the list, Erica. Erica, the reason why she's in C tier, she's a very good alert key flare gen in Ultra and a welfare unit. The problem is she shares a welfare pool with Aegis and Arita. and 99% of players would prefer Aegis over her. So basically, you're going to choose between Aegis or Erica as your second person from your welfare shop, because you do not have enough monthly resources to buy all three and the wheels. And the wheels are high priority to plus 12. So I'm going to go to the welfare shop real quick. So this is the welfare shop. Each of their dupes costs 8,000 of these currencies. Maximum you can get per day is 900 from doing the daily. As of the current time, they're changing it with the Annie. You're probably going to get a little bit more. But it's 900 a day. So times 30. 900 times 30 is 27,000 a month. So buying 2 of this is already 16,000. And each of these wheels costs 5,000 pearls. So it's 15,000. You can't have enough to buy all the wheels already. You don't have enough currency to buy everything. And you would value getting dupes of the wheel over getting another Awaker dupe. Because these wheels are very valuable to plus 12. Because remember, once you plus 12 an SSR wheel, you can equip another SSR wheel. So you're going to choose between her or Arita. And I choose Arita because I want another DPS, and Arita is more fun to play. That's a common consensus among players because Arita is a DPS unit. Erica is a support unit. Generally, people would prefer the fun of having another DPS unit built up over an Erica because Aegis is too good to skip. Erica is caught in the waistline side until you finish up your Arita or your Erica, or your Aegis, which could take a year and a half. So you're gonna have her up 2 years after the game, after you start playing the game. Will you even play the game after 2 years? Have to ask yourself that. What will generate you the most fun? Are you that patient? For example, most people aren't. That's why most people won't go for the Arita and the Aegis to have more fun now. That is why she's in C tier. You're probably not going to get enough dupes for her to be as impactful for your account. Because you cannot whale these dupes other than using the monthly dupe, which is basically inting your resources. So most of you will have a very weak Erica for most of your account lifespan. Will the game even last 2 years from me making this video? I do not know. Most of you guys will have a weak Erica for the rest of the game's lifespan. So that's why she's in C tier. The few of you who choose her over Arita, she will jump up in a tier. She will become very useful with more dupes. However, very few of you are going to want to choose Erica over Arita, because if any of you try Arita, you'll find her gameplay extremely fun. Most people agree that Arita is a very fun unit to play because of her trillion hit gameplay. Ogier, despite his placement in D tier, is extremely strong. I would say he's A or B tier when invested. However, most of you watching this video, in general, are just starting out the game. Maybe you are playing the game for a few months. You do not have a powerful Ogier yet. You do not have him plus 12. He is a welfare unit, which means you get 2 dupes of him every month if you're buying them from the shop. When you start out, he's going to be E0 basically, or E2. He's going to be extremely weak. He's going to basically do nothing for you. That's why he's that low on a tier list. Once you get more dupes on him, he gets stronger and stronger and stronger until he becomes a very good unit that you're going to add on your team every D-dive. Every time you do the endgame content, once you have him plus 12, you will always use an Ogier. I always use an Ogier now, since I have this many copies, because I'm a long-term veteran player. Like, these are his values later on. His stats are going to be very low. You're not going to have the levels. You're not going to have the dupes to make him really a strong unit early on. But once you do, he does deliver value. He does deliver a lot of value for your account in every regard. He gives you money, gives you Realm Master, every dupe, and he's a very good unit. However, when you're starting out the game, you can just forget about him. Forget about him. Play the games for like 4 or 5 months. Keep buying his dupes and then revisit him. You can use him then after 5 months. You get 2 dupes a month. So after 5 months, it's enough dupes to make him extremely strong enough for you to use in the end game content. When you're starting out, he's going to be very weak. That's basically it. All of you guys know what his kit is, because I assume you beat the tutorial before you watched this video. If you haven't, then I hope you enjoyed this 5-hour video. I assume you're playing the tutorial while watching this video. I assume none of you guys are taking 5 hours to do the tutorial. I'm assuming you are not taking 5 hours to beat the tutorial right now. Wanda. She's a D tier awaker in Arc 2. In Arc 1, she's still pretty decent. That's why she survives F tier. The reason why she is bad is because counter, or at least Wanda's counter, aged terribly under Arc 2 rule set. And she does not generate enough counter on her own. She requires someone to generate the counter for her. Because issue with Wanda is that she generates a flat amount of counter, which is this, like I covered earlier in the video 5 hours ago. So this scales off her attack stat. However, she does not have enough attack stat to make it worth it, and this can never fucking crit. This 4 cost can never fucking crit. Unlike Cawus' 2 cost, which does equal amount of damage, generate equal amount of counter, and a 50% tentacle damage bonus, like I covered when I was going over Cawus, this can't crit. It will always generate the same amount of counter that will only scale off of her attack value, generally speaking. So it's only hundreds of counter. As opposed to Cawus, when it can potentially generate thousands, and if you're very lucky with a good crit, tens of thousands of counter, depending on how much tentacle damage you have. Or Tawil copying Cawus cards, like I show in my Blue Will comps, that can hit 80,000 plus counter by turn 2 if you get a really good RNG roll going, with a really good combos in the Shattered and all that. So, unlike those units, she cannot generate counter on her own, and has to rely on someone else to generate counter. Now, the traditional units to generate counter is Cawus or Daffodil, and Daffodil does temporary counter, which does work hard. There are videos of Daffodil and Wanda working hard in Arc 2, but it requires a lot of setup to work compared to other comps. She's not a really good unit overall in Arc 2. Arc 1, she's still S tier in Arc 1. Arc 1, I would say she's A or S tier in Arc 1 rule set. However, Arc 2, she's just frankly awful. Because right now, she also does damage based on how much counter you have. 20% of the counter you have. And under Arc 2 rules, which I showed 5 hours ago in the video, this counter bonus is reduced by 70%. This is a huge nerf on top of there being a max counter cap, which is easily reached on certain comps, such as my Blue comp. It's very easily reached. So you're not going to get the full value off her Spine Needle, for example. And also, all of her cards are very expensive for what they bring to the table. Like her 4 costs, it generates almost no counter. It reduces enemy strength by a decent amount. I will admit it is a decent amount now since they buffed her, but they only buffed the strength down effect. The strength down effect is what they do, but you're not really hurrying for a strength down effect if you're playing Wanda. You're hurrying for a way to build counter in general. But I do admit, I like her kit a lot. I like the concept of Wanda a lot. I really want them to buff Wanda to make her playable, because she's one of the more fun comps to play if you get her running. Because what she does, her Exalt does, is once you get 10 stacks of Dream Lure, and you get 1 stack per turn after you rouse her, and 1 stack when you leap her strike defenses, and more stacks if you have certain enlightenment levels. Once you get 10 stacks and you Exalt, you get to pick an option, which is exhaust 10 stacks of it, use up 10 stacks, and cause enemies to murmur, which reduces their damage by 65% and double the amount of attacks they deal. That means if a unit does 10 hits for you, for example, the highest thing, because there are some units in this game which hits you 10 times, they will now hit you 20 times while doing less damage than if they hit you 10 times. So they're going to proc your counter 20 times. This is a very fun thing to do. This is a gameplay I enjoy, but frankly, she is too fucking weak at the current state of the game, in the current Arc 2 rules. No matter how much they buff counter cap, no matter how much they buff counter, until they solve the issue of where is she going to generate counter on her own, and the value of her cards are being too expensive to play normally, and hogging up your tempo, your resources, the pace you play the game, you're going to still encounter a lot of issues if you want to play Wanda. That's not to say she's unplayable. In some waves, she might work with a counter comp, but it requires very specific waves, very specific bosses to make her work in Arc 2. And that is sort of a big hassle. So that's why she's D tier below average. She does perform below average in comparison to every other support awaker I've listed so far. Like, if you want to build a counter comp, you just use Blue Will. Just use the Caucus for the counter. Just use Daffodil, for example. If you're using Daffodil, you're generating a lot of temporary counter anyway. Do you really need Wanda and her multi-hit? Probably not. You probably only want it for the meme, for the actual screenshot, for the clip of the enemy dying to your 100,000 counter or whatever. But she isn't really needed in that comp. You don't have to build Daffodil that way. You can choose the other options with her Build a Bear 1000 Mirage card. So that's why she's extremely weak in Arc 2 rules. In Arc 1 rule set, if you're watching this, meaning chapters 1 through 9, she's still very strong in that. Just be prepared to drop her as a unit once you hit Arc 2. Just be prepared for that until they fix the core issues with her kit. Because all the enlightens are very good, but in Arc 2, again, she just has aged terribly since the counter gutting. Now, the next unit, Agrippa. Agrippa is one I frequently glaze over and talk positively of. I want her to have a place in the game. Right now, there are very few places you would use an Agrippa, such as a caster team, such as a G-Doll Wave 3 meme team. But as a main team, there's almost always a better option than Agrippa, because she serves a role that is currently unfulfilled by Carol. What does this mean? She is a Poison Carol unit. What other Poison Carol units are there? None. Until there is a Poison Carol unit she synergizes with, you have to pair her up with another Realm Poison unit. And unfortunately now, most of the Poison teams in other realms mix well with blue units, such as Mariam, such as Blue 24. He's a Chaos unit, you mix them. They're the stronger Poison comps at the moment. The only home she's really found is in the G-Doll comp, because G-Doll comp uses Feint. And she does trigger poison. However, that is a very specific comp that only really works in D-type Wave 3 when you go straight to boss. And relying on proccing a lot of DR, and even in that comp, she doesn't really provide much to the team. You can easily replace her with a Lily, for example, and that will do more than the poison trigger. Because, again, her kit is very decent. However, until there is another Carol Poison unit, of which there are 0, she's going to be a more niche unit in comparison to the many options you have if you really want to build a poison team. If you're looking to build a poison team, she's not first on your list of units. She's not even 5th on your list of units you really want to include on your poison team. Only if you're very, very desperate or you're running out of units in the endgame D-Tide mode, which I am, you would slot her in and she just sits there doing nothing generally. So she has a very good kit. Everything about her kit I like a lot. Reluctant arms, reducing cost, 10% trigger on strike defenses. This, Embryo Fusion, Overexalt. I think her kit is really well done. I really like this cost reduction. I really like Color Spiral. Moving from discard to hand. I really like doubling your Embryo Fusion. I like her kit a lot. But frankly, in the current state of the game, she doesn't really have a main team she fits in where you can justifiably say that yes, Agrippa is the best choice for this role. The only reason you put her in there because you're out of units or you really want to play her. You cannot honestly tell people that, yeah, Agrippa is essential to make this team work because that is a lie. And I realize that might hurt some Agrippa fans, of which there are probably zero. I enjoy Agrippa. I enjoy her kit. I enjoy her design. She's one of the better design units. However, until there's a Poison Carol unit, she's without a home. She's fucking homeless. She's an itty bitty spider who fell across the sink. That's basically what she's doing. She's in nursery rhymes right now. Instead of going off fighting in real battle, she's a teacher in kindergarten. She's not even teaching the real soldiers anymore. She's like, you're going to war, everyone's been drafted, no one can find a role that she suits. You're fighting against the extinction of your nation, the extinction of the human race, for example. Everyone's been drafted to fight the great battle, but no one can find a spot where you can place Agrippa on the front lines that wouldn't make the front lines weaker. They can't even place her to teach the high school students because all the high school students are also drafted to go to war. All she's good for is teaching nursery rhymes to kindergartners right now. That's basically how she is in the current state of the game. Next unit, Doll, F tier. Again, when you start the game, she's going to be F tier. Monchi would agree with me that there are a lot of things wrong with Doll's kit. We went over it a few times, such as her equivalent exchange being 3 cost. Her image relic makes her a decent unit. This being a 3 cost, discard all for this amount of heal is too expensive in my book. I don't think it's worth the mana cost or arithmetic cost as the thing. This is one of the big flaws of her kit, and G-Doll is just a better version of her. And this Dispel Cell Phone could be useful from time to time. However, there are so few enemies that inflict Bone on you that doesn't also inflict weakness or fragile. In that case, you just bring not. You just bring any other unit to the table and they'll perform better than Doll does. As a welfare unit, she's probably the weakest welfare unit in the game in comparison to Erica, in comparison to Arita, in comparison to Ogier, Ramona, Aegis. All those units, she's the weakest welfare unit in the game, unquestionably. Also, her stats are basically completely useless here. Like, her stat value is very low, just like G-Doll. And her scaling doesn't make up for it. But that is a pro in her book when her cards are being copied by Tawil. So what the developers do usually is when a Waker with low stat comes out, their kit, they compensate for it by having extremely high scaling values. 60% con, 40% con healing, etc. Extremely high scaling values in comparison, like 80% con, to other things. So what does that mean? How does that make Tawil stronger? Tawil has average stats. So Tawil can pick up her cards and do more of it. You'll see Tawil with OE heal for 300, maybe even 400 for with equivalent exchange compared to 64. You'll see Tawil gank her of this card because she has a real con value and heal for a lot more than Doll ever would dream of. So that's a good thing she exists for Tawil to copy and steal her cards. Like, again, everything about her is pretty bad overall. However, when you hit the Chaos Ring, when you get the Image Relic, she's actually a pretty decent unit. If they would just make the Image Relic a base thing in her kit, I would recommend her to more players. Because this equivalent exchange, if it was a 0 cost, which is what her Image Relic does, I would recommend running Doll on most of your D-Tie teams. Right now, I only ever run her if I'm out of units or if it's Chaos Ring. If it's Chaos Ring, I would almost always run her. Because this being a 0 cost means that you can play all the cards in your hand and then the equivalent exchange and discard all your cards in a free heal. This is a free heal at the end of turn. It's great. It's great with the image lock. This is great if it's a 0 cost. Hell, if it's even a 1 cost, I would recommend it to players. But the fact that it's a 3 cost that discards your entire hand, generally speaking, you're going to spend more than 3 mana. You're going to spend more than 2 mana a turn, get 5 mana a turn. You're going to spend more than that, generally, if you want to do something. When you have equivalent exchange in your hand, there's going to be very rarely situations where you want to spend the whole 3 mana on this card for the amount of healing it does. Rather than playing a defense card, rather than dealing more damage to boss, rather than strength scaling, rather than playing any other cards from your other Wakers, there's going to be hardly any situations where you want to play the equivalent exchange without her image relic. Now, the outer surgery is pretty decent. It's a 2 cost, 2 weakness. So that is pretty decent in comparison to other weakness cards. Because it's 2 turns, because G-Doll only has 1 turn of weakness, but she does have strength down. She has a better kit overall, but as weakness cards goes, this is a pretty good weakness card. But everything else about her kit, her rouse, everything, it's pretty bad overall. I cannot recommend her to put on your main team until they change what she does. Until they change this unit as a welfare, which I doubt they will. Because you don't spend pools to get this unit. This is just a welfare unit. And they won't make any money by really buffing Doll. That's just a fact of us playing a gacha game here. So let's go on to the next. Why is Lei in F tier, but why is she used? So frankly, the reason why she is used is because if you're playing Carol and you like playing Carol, you're going to have a dearth of support units. You would take whatever God gives you. You are a dying man thirsting for supports and embryo gen. And that's what Lei provides you. Provides you relief in the desert. Lei provides you relief in the desert. She's not a good unit by any metric. She's one of the first units to be replaced on any team. She has the lowest base stats in the game at 72, 72, 72. If you level 90 fully invest in a Lei, her stats are 99, 99, 99, 99. She doesn't even break the 3-digit in stat values. By putting her in your team, you have a lower health value. It makes you nerf your team by putting her in. And her entire kit is extremely outdated. As I went over with Sorell kit, this is just giving away your life for no gain. This is one of the earliest units. Her kit has aged badly. It's 20 temporary strength. That's basically 0. You want permanent strength. Most units give permanent strength nowadays. There are better options. This is Dies, the limited unit of this. She's been power creeped to hell and back. Because this lose 10% of your HP for only 28% Embryo Fusion. It's actually 30% Embryo Fusion if you fully maxed out the card to give her a fair shake, level 60. But let's look at Dies again. I went over Dies earlier in the video. So Dies, this does not take away your HP. This is just 40% Embryo Fusion. Normally, you just get this for free. Get this for fucking free. And it also applies 2 turns of weakness, 2 turns of bone, or gives you more Embryo Fusion. More Embryo Fusion. Lei, she takes her HP in her little hidey hole, and she does whatever the fuck she wants with it. She's a selfish awaker. That's all I'm saying. That's here free. And this, guess what? Permanent strength gain. Ailing this battery. Insanely strong. And she gives you super babies, and you know about Dies kit. I went over Dies earlier in the video. I'm not going to go over her kit again. So, in comparison to that, Pain is a pretty bad card overall. The only benefit you can say about it is that it's a free card by costing 0 mana. However, it costs 10% of your current HP. And temporary strength for 30% Embryo Fusion, yeah, it's not enough to make it worth it compared to other units. Like, even Pikmin generates more Embryo Fusion than her. And Pain and Pleasure, as a retain card, is pretty bad overall. Because at the start of next turn, you get 1 shield for every 2 HP lost at the start of next turn. Generally, the problem with this card is because a lot of bosses, when you would live a big hit the next turn, they typically do a rest period. You're going to have the shield for a rest period. So times when you want to pain and pleasure to take into effect, the boss does an Omega God hit, for example, 10,000 damage. The devs usually give you a rest period turn afterwards, or maybe make the boss does little damage. So you're getting all this shield when you lose a lot of HP, this huge shield to protect against nothing most of the time, the way the bosses are designed in this game. Plus, as a 3 cost, it's too expensive to play. It's way too expensive to play. Her Enlightens really does nothing for her in general. I'm gonna rewind her probably. It's a pretty bad unit for the Annie. She's one of the units I'm up for rewind. But one thing I will give credit to her is her Exalt. Her Exalt healing a good chunk of your lost HP is valuable. Like, this is a percent of your lost HP. So if your HP value is very high, this will heal for a lot if you devour. And it does dispel self-vulnerable. But the strength gain is too low for what it does. And her recent buff basically does nothing for her. I do not know what the devs were thinking. No one knows what the devs were thinking when they made this Soul Force aptitude. On a fully whaled out lay, it's 2 strength a card. This is what the buff did for her. It's basically 2 strength a card. Every other unit generates strength more than her. Like, look. This is 32 strength. That is bigger than 2. I don't know if you guys know math. This is bigger than 2. I'm gonna blow your fucking minds right now. This is 16 times bigger than 2. I just did quick maths. I know you guys are mind blown. Any one of you should be able to do this quick math so you're a fucking nerd. If you're playing this game, you should be a fucking nerd. If you're not a nerd, I don't know why you're playing this game. I don't know why you are playing this game. So yeah, Lei has aged terribly. They need to do something about her base stats. They did need to do something about her kits, but I fear they're probably not going to, because she did get her Soul Force buff already. They're probably just going to make G-Lei with the same stats with a better kit. That's what they've been doing. They're making G units or alternate versions of standard units, and they're making them better. So she's unlikely to get another buff in the short time period, according to the video. If she does get a buff, I will revisit her and re-review her. But right now, she's F tier. There are many units you want to put in rather than the Lei. So the next unit we're going to go over is the Tink. I value Tink very low, because in most cases, you would want a better unit than Tink. Her stats are low, not as low as Lei. I do place her a little bit higher than Lei. But however, her effects take a lot to go into effect. Because everything, she works in the future. She doesn't work immediately. She works in the future. And that could be bad on most cases you're playing a game. And working in the future, her cards are too expensive for what they do, for how situational they are. There are more Awakers that do the same thing she does, fulfill the same role she does, but better and more consistent. Now let's go over her entire kit to explain what I mean. Let's look at her Requiem. Dispel self-fragile weakness and vulnerable state. You ignore the steel strength. You don't care about that. You don't care about steel strength. It's too low to matter. But you are generally using this for dispelling your weakness, fragile, and vuln. This is a 2 cost without retain, my dude. Most of the time when you have fragile, weakness, and vuln, there are cases where you don't draw this card. Without retain, this card is RNG whether or not you get this when you need it. You will probably not get this card when you need it, due to drawing the deck. It's RNG. There are other units with less RNG situations for avoiding fragile, weakness, vuln. As I went over, there's a way better unit than her that fulfills the same role if you want to prevent fragile, weakness, vuln, or remove it. You know who's that unit? I already went over it. The Knot. The Knot has this on his E3. Prevents fragile, weakness, vuln, and is tied to his Exalt. So in this situation, rather than relying on a card to come to your hand and praying to your fucking dear god, you just hold on his Exalt. You see the boss is going to give you fragile, weakness, or vuln, you Exalt. You're now immune to it. His Exalt, you're always going to have it prepared. You don't have to rely on drawing a card. Same with other units. Let's say, and not every boss apply all 3 effects at the same time. This is only in the situation where a boss applies all 3 effects at the same time, and very few bosses do that, such as Chapter 9 final boss. Now, on bosses where it only applies, let's say, a fragile, a weakness, a vulnerable, there are also better ways for it. She's too niche of a unit, and even in her niche, there's a better option in the Nautilus. Let's say a boss only applies fragile to you. Why not bring the Ogier? He also dispels fragile on his Exo, and he gives you Vuln, he gives you Strength, he gives you Shields, he provides more value to your team, and his stats are higher, which means he gives you more HP for your teams, more defense for your teams, and he's a welfare unit. Now let's say a boss applies Vuln to you, for example. There are units that does what she does, but better. Let's go over the Pharaohs, for example. I think I skipped over Pharaohs. The Pharaohs would be basically D tier, maybe C tier. So Pharaohs, let's say a boss gives you Vuln. Her Exalt dispels Vuln. Also lets you draw 3 cards from your draw pile and add to your hand. So you always have the Exalt up. You see what I'm getting at? Rather than relying on RNG 2-cost mana card to dispel your stuff, if most bosses do not apply all 3, bosses that only apply 1, you want a tailor-made team to fight that boss. So in those tailor-made teams, there are better options. This is an Exalt Tide. You don't have to rely on drawing the card to get rid of your debuffs. Like, again, if you want a Fragile, this and Sangha is a pretty good unit. Dispel Fragile. Again, every scenario where you would want to use Tink to dispel debuffs, there's a better choice that you could have picked for that boss. That's why I rate her F tier. Because this is too RNG. Now look at her Distant Melody. What it does is it buffs your team for next turn. Some people have had success running this with Cap. However, this is also RNG. You know why? On most teams, because you have to draw Distant Melody. You play it, and you get the buff the turn after. Can you guarantee that your burst turn will be the turn after? Most cases, you cannot. In most cases, the turn after is not set, even if you play Cap. You do not know what cards you're going to draw. You're not going to know where the MS stacks are going to land. You know what damage, what cards you have this turn. In the current turn you're currently in, you know what damage cards you have in hand. You know how much damage you can do. The next turn, you don't know how much damage you can do. You could draw into shit cards. You don't know. And it costs 3 mana. It costs 3 mana for this buff. And there are better units that does what this does, but better. You saw the Daffodil buffing your team's crit rate permanently without relying on cards. Better crit rate buffer than Tinked. You saw the Riker crit rate, crit damage on his dice. Permanent. Doesn't rely on playing a 3-cost card the entire turn. Permanent in the entire thing. You saw me go over to Riker. That's another situation. A better unit than her. Now, other units, same thing. Let's go over to Jenkins. She gives 145% crit damage when she exalts. You can control that. You don't have to rely on playing a card because of her exalt and her rouse. You can control when that triggers. You can control when that happens. When you're playing Tink, you don't have control of what cards you have during the burst turn. You don't have control over your destiny. Okay? She steals away your destiny. That's why she's a bad unit in my estimation. She has aged terribly. Now, the only thing that's guaranteed is her exo. Temp crit rate, temp damage. But it's only 17%. You want her Distant Melody. And even in this, you have better options. You have Riker with his draw and strength gain. You have Jenkins, as I said before, with his crit damage. A lot higher value. You have Daffodil for the strength gain. You have so many units that can fulfill the role of buffing your DPS, but better than Tink, without relying on conditionals, without relying on power foresight. That said, if you can see into the future, she'd be a good unit. But if you can see into the future, then why the fuck are you watching this video? And if you can see in the future and you're a Tink man, tell me what the next lottery numbers are, you motherfucker. Give me the lottery numbers, okay? I make this content for you. I spent over 20 hours on this video, probably. So, give me the lottery numbers for the next lottery, you motherfucker. Okay, if you're seeing the future, rather than wasting your time playing this dog shit characters, give me the fucking lottery numbers right now, you fucking foresight, you fortune teller. Fucking piece of shit, not giving me the lottery numbers. Every second you don't give me a lottery number, it's on you. Give me the lottery numbers. Give me the lottery numbers right now. You can see into the future. I'm recording this video right now. If you can truly see into the future, you should already be DMing me the lottery numbers for the lottery right now while I'm recording this video. By the time this video is released and you're watching this video, it's already too late. It's already too late. Send me the lottery numbers right now while I'm talking during the video. Send me the lottery numbers in my Discord right now. I'm seeing no lottery numbers being sent in my Discord. So that means none of you motherfuckers can see into the future. That's why she's dog shit. Otherwise, I will have the lottery numbers right now. No one is sending me the lottery numbers right now. My Discord is empty. Give me the fucking lottery numbers, people who see into the future, where it's the only place she's good at. So yeah, that is the pure problem with Tink. None of you guys can see into the fucking future, okay? And those that are lying. Because no lottery numbers right now while I'm recording this video. No lottery numbers right now. Still no lottery numbers. So yeah, that's why she's a pretty terrible unit in general. So, people, I would go over Clem, she's a dog shit unit, but I'll make this video calm. A lot of people say I need to control my anger, control my temper over this very bad unit who does nothing for the team, who tries to do everything, but her role is easily outclassed by almost every other unit in the game. G-Doll heals more. You the finale stack. She has no weakness. She has no vuln. All she has is her stupid psychic trauma, and I don't believe in therapy. You know why I don't believe in therapy? They're all scammers. Your therapist doesn't love you. If you rely on therapy to get through life, know that you get better advice from your local homeless person, okay? You get better life than your local homeless person. As I went over in many of my Clem videos, your local homeless person knows about the real world than your average therapist. They've been places. What does your therapist know? Sitting in their cozy little office all day. Their cozy little office, not venturing outside, experiencing the city sights. Let's say, for example, your car gets broken in and someone leaves used condoms all over your car. Your therapist will have no idea on what to do with that when you confront them with the story. Your therapist will have no fucking clue on what to do. All they'll respond with is, "Oh my gosh, that is awful. I'm so sorry for you." You know what homeless Steve will do? You know what homeless Bob will do? Homeless Steve, if you're nice to him, if you give him $5, he's in the parking lot all day outside your workplace. He'll give you the name and addresses of whoever broke the window in your car and left used condoms in your front seat. Okay? He gives you results right there and then because he knows things. He knows things. He probably knows more than your therapist. He knows way more than your average therapist. He's been around the city. He knows all the good spots. He knows what to do, and he's a good friend. And he doesn't charge hundreds of dollars an hour for you to talk to him. And he will do something about it. If you go to your therapist and you say, "I found out who did it. It was Dirty Mike and the boys." Your therapist will be like, "Okay, you want to talk about it?" You know what homeless Bob and homeless Steve would do? You give them $20. They're gonna find whoever did it and bring the house down for $20 fucking. That is the value your average homeless person would give you over your fucking therapist. Would your therapist do that for you? No, because they have professional fucking standards. They have things. They don't really care about you. They just want your money. Would they do it for $20? Hell no! Homeless Bob would do it. Homeless Bob would do it for $20 and a cheeseburger. He will burn down Whoever's house broke into your car, he will track them down. Maybe even for $100, he might even stab them for you. Problem solved. No evidence. Would your therapist do that for $100? No. It costs $100 an hour per session just to talk to her. Okay? Homeless Bob, Homeless Steve will talk to you for free. They have nothing better to do. Your therapist has obligations. Have a home. Have an apartment. Have a family. Homeless Bob, Homeless Steve doesn't have these distractions. They're only focused on you. They care about you, for example. They don't need to pay their rent. They don't have a home. They don't have to pay a mortgage. They don't have one. Your fucking therapist has all these other obligations that isn't related to you. And that's what Clem is. A fucking terrible therapist. All therapists are terrible people who want your money. Therapy isn't real. You'd have the same sense of relief if you talk to your local homeless person. Fun fact, I do actually talk to homeless people. I do this for fun. I befriend homeless people if I see them on the way to work. I'm actually good friends with a homeless... This is actually a true story. I talk about him every time I bring out therapists. I do actually practice what I preach. There's this homeless guy who hangs around the parking garage of my firm. I've been talking to him for years, every now and then. He does have a couple of issues. He is a little out there. He does give good advice. He is very friendly. He does listen to me when I talk, and I listen to him ramble. What does he ramble about? Stuff I cannot say on stream. I'll let you know, he is not racist. He is not transphobic. He's not homophobic. He just hates women. This is true. He just hates women, and that's why he's homeless. He hates women with a passion, and that's what he rants about. He calls them a lot of names. But I talk to him. We have an understanding. Anything that happens, I need someone to talk to. I'll meet him at work and say, hey, sup? I'm not going to give away his name because he's a pretty famous or infamous homeless person in the city he resides at. He's pretty famous because he would go to these college campuses and shit talk women. And on the college campus Reddit, there are a lot of clips of him. So he's a pretty famous homeless person. In Florida, at least. I don't only talk to him, I talk to a lot of folks, but I've known him the most. Because he's nearby when I need someone to talk to him. He's a great person if you're a dude. Now, if you're a female listener listening to the stream, do not approach him. If you see this particular homeless person, do not approach him. Do not talk to him. You will get yelled at. You will get called despicable names. You will not have a good time. You will not have a good time talking to this particular homeless person. If you're a dude and you're fine with what he says, he is quite friendly. If you ignore his rants. So this is where I perfect my rants. Most of my rants are taken from him. Basically, I just shift around a few things. I basically try to emulate his energy. I don't really come that close to him. But he's a pretty chill dude. He's very funny. He's very funny with his rants. I don't think he intends to be funny, but I find him funny. I have a dark sense of humor. I'm sorry, I have a very dark sense of humor. I'll listen to Tim Dillon. I'm a big Tim Dillon fan. I'm also a big local homeless crazy person fan. I do not like talking to homeless people that are normal homeless people. If you're a homeless person that is just sane and you're just homeless because you got laid off from your job, you're a boring individual. If you're homeless because you're crazy, you're an interesting person to talk to. I want to talk to you. I want to interact with you. A lot of my IRL friends say it's crazy how I haven't been stabbed yet. But I think the homeless stigma needs to stop. Not every crazy homeless person wants to stab you. I have a feeling it's because you aren't being friendly enough to them. I haven't been stabbed yet. So I think I am right. Now, when I get stabbed, I will come back and make a YouTube video about it from the hospital bed, saying you shouldn't approach crazy homeless people. But until then, whenever I see a crazy homeless person, I approach them. I try to get their life story, because this is entertaining to me. Okay? This is entertaining to me while I'm going on this work travel trip. What am I talking about? Yeah, Clem, dog shit. Therapist, dog shit. You get the same relief, the same talking partner for free from a local homeless person. And, in fact, you feel even better. These people have no one to talk to. Therapists, like fucking dog shit Tim, has someone to talk to every day. That is their job. These crazy homeless people, for example, people avoid them. They're lonely. So you're doing a good thing by talking to them, by treating them like a human being, like I am. Okay? You're treating them like a human being. You're providing them what they lack. Human companionship. Be their friend. Get close on them. You can hear some wild life stories. You can hear some wild things from these crazy homeless people. Now, if they're normal homeless people, they're going to have a boring sob story. You're going to be like, oh, I can't feed my family. I can't feed my kids. I got laid off from my job. I'm going to lose my homeless. No. Those guys are boring. You want to go to the raving mad homeless people who are yelling at the top of their lungs, tweaking out. That's who you want to talk to. Those are who are entertaining. Because how do they get to that state? They probably have a wild life story that you would probably want to hear. People who are normal, they have a sad story that will just bring you down. I guarantee you, every crazy quote-unquote homeless person you will ever interact with in your life will have a story that you can tell to other people like I'm telling now. Like I'm entertaining you guys now because of my experience with my homeless person. If you befriend your own crazy homeless person, you can also have an entertaining story to share with your friends and family. It could be a nice icebreaker. If you're meeting a new client, if you're talking to people at work, it could be a nice icebreaker when you're talking to new people. Like, oh, I'm friends with this crazy homeless person. Guess what he did? Guess how he became a crazy homeless person? He maybe shit on his desk at work. Maybe has a mental break one day. Maybe he believes aliens are real. Or whatever. That's an entertaining story. If you're going with a regular fucking ass homeless person, you're going to talk about regular things everyone already heard about. A boring, monotonous story. Oh, Google laid me off because they overhired. Now I'm homeless because I spent too much money on X. My lifestyle is inflated. Sad. Crazy homeless person. I'm homeless because one day I decided my home was the site of an alien invasion, so I burned my house down. That's entertaining. That's a good story. That's a good story about how one person became homeless. He burned his house down to stop an alien invasion. That's good. That's great. That's a good icebreaker. Maybe you're talking to another homeless person. Say, oh, I'm homeless because I do drugs every day. I was a high stakes things and now my brain is broken from all the drugs I do. They can talk to you about the visions and the sights they see every day. And maybe if you're a writer, if you're a creative type person, you can use this person's ideas and crazy hallucinations for your own story. Because how else are you going to get content? Okay? Than the people who are mind broken IRL. These are good things to do. Would your therapist provide you any interesting writing material? No. That's what your homeless person is for. They know all the happenings of the city. They interact with other crazy homeless people. They have a crazy homeless network. Probably. In Florida they do. In Florida, I live in Florida. Florida, this is very common. Any homeless person you talk to knows like 10 other homeless people around you. And they all have their own tight-knit community here in Florida that can span across cities. Somehow all the those like minority communities, like Vietnamese, Chinese, Cuban communities, the homeless have their own communities as well. This is the thing about homeless people. Ever worked in a soup kitchen? They have their own community, they have their own like tent cities. They're friends with each other. Okay? And most of them are harmless, especially if you're nice to them. Give them a snack, give them something. Just gotta figure out what their trigger is. Not all of them are harmless to everyone. Just gotta figure out who are the dangerous homeless people and which are the safe ones. And you very easily figure that out if you just watch them. So before I approach my homeless person, my homeless friend, I watched him for a couple of months and never saw that he stabbed anyone. Then I started talking to him on the way to work, on the way home as well. Started talking to him every now and then over a course of years. Now, every time I go out to eat and I'm going back to work, or whether I eat and then go to work, I give him a little bit of my leftovers. He appreciates it. We're friends. I never give him money because you don't give homeless people your money. They're going to rob you blind. I don't give them a single dollar. I give them food. I give them leftovers. Okay. This is what you got to do to interact with these people. So, this homeless person you can use for whatever you want for cheap. You can use them as a contractor. You can use them for manual labor. Let's say you're working at an accounting firm, for example, and maybe you need like a package of paper to move from one place to another. Rather than ask one of your interns to do it, just talk to your homeless friend and they'll do it for you. Manual labor. You don't have to ask the interns for shit. Maybe, for example, you're like a private investigator or maybe an accountant. Maybe you want to audit a company. I don't audit, but I've suggested this to the actual auditors at my firm. They just say I'm crazy. I think they're the crazy ones for not doing this. So if you're an auditor, my idea is if you're auditing a company, instead of going there and auditing, you befriend a homeless person, okay? Because no one really looks at a homeless person twice. And you have the homeless person go into their workplace and spy and do whatever you need to do to audit that company and distract them. And no one would believe that you hired a homeless person to do this. And homeless person, if you give them enough food, if you're friends with them enough, will not rat you out. Most of them are pretty honorable people, unlike therapists. A therapist will probably rat you out. If you did something wrong, a therapist will rat you out to the authorities. Your homeless friend probably wouldn't. And even if they did, who is gonna believe them? The police is not gonna believe them. So it's a foolproof plan in my estimation. I think this is a brilliant idea. And I'm surprised more accountants, more auditors do not use homeless people in their job field. Maybe even private investigators, just hire your local homeless people. They want the money. They need the money for drugs, booze, food, whatever they're into. And you're helping another person out. Because you don't judge them for spending money on food. You don't judge them for spending money on booze or drugs. That's what most people would do if they're having fun. Granted, it probably destroyed their life, and you're probably feeding an initial. It's not slavery. On the live stream right now, someone's saying, wouldn't that be slavery? No. They're doing it consensually. They're your friend because they have freedom. So you feel no guilt because they have the most free will possible. If anything, the people you hire, that's slavery. They need to work to pay their mortgage, to pay their rent, to pay all that. The homeless person is free. They can eat out dumpsters if they want. They have free will. They have the most free will as possible. They can go wherever they want. They can hang out wherever they want all day. They have no professional responsibilities. So they're doing it out of the kindness of their own heart. And probably for the drugs, which is also out of the kindness of their own heart. It's what they want. So my advice is, rather than go to a therapist, befriend a local homeless person. You get nice labor. I use my homeless person. Never mind. I don't do it anymore. I only did it once because he didn't do a really good job at it. I once tried to get a homeless person to mow my lawn at one of my apartments in a certain area. They did not do a good job. I'll tell you that, they did not do a good job mowing the lawn. So you would not really ask them to mow your lawn. I'm gonna be honest with you, it was a pretty terrible job. I'd rather hire someone real for that. It was cheap though. But again, for other stuff, you would hire them for. For other stuff that they can probably do, like, watch someone for you. Probably not babysit now that I think about it. I wouldn't trust them babysit my niece. Yeah, but as I was saying, Clem, garbage ass unit. Will Clem do all that for you without a fee? No. She's a therapist. She's probably a licensed therapist. She probably wouldn't even stab someone for you for $100. Your homeless person probably would for $100. They probably do it for less. Some of them, if they're crazy enough, will probably do it for free. Problem solved. Problem solved right there. She does nothing. Therapists do nothing. I do not believe in therapy. Dog shit unit.